Welcome in to Roar of the Lions UK 2023 NFL Draft Day 2 edition. I'm Matthew Turner alongside Ash and Ant and Steve. How are you doing, boys? We're back again for another long one.
Excited. It's time for day 2. It's time for some of those guys that's fallen to find their new homes and have their hearts repaired after the heartbreak of missing out on that fifth-year option, big contract.
Yeah, I've had the worst day of my life today. So about 2 hours sleep and then went to work, absolutely hammered. Thank you to everybody who did the shots for sub things on Twitch. Appreciate you all. For some weird reason, I will do it again today. So if you do sub on Twitch, I will do it again. It's part of the draft. It's all good fun. But I've had some sleep. I've had some rest. I've had plenty of coffee. Ready to start drinking beer again. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Three round 2 picks. This could be big for the franchise. So I'm very interested to see where they go. And I really hope at least one of my favorite round 2 guys is in there. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, realistically, it will only be one, though, no? Because Henley feels...
Oh, Henley's gone.
Yeah.
Henley's gone. I had a little private memorial for him today. I just put his name on a piece of paper and burnt it, and I let him go. I unfortunately had to. Yeah, it was sad. It was upsetting, and whoever gets him, best damn well look after him. Otherwise, they'll have me to deal with.
So you're saying if he goes to the Falcons, you're going to be completely fine and not.
No, I can't promise that I wouldn't start shouting out obscenities if that happened, and by God, if the Seahawks did it, then I will be.
Oh my God, yeah, true.
I will be apoplectic, and I'm still mad with the Seahawks. By the way, I'm gonna be mad with the Seahawks for a long time. Y'all didn't need a corner, you really didn't, and you went and did one anyhow to spite us. Like kicking us out the playoffs wasn't enough. Throwing that game wasn't enough. You had to then take a guy that you didn't need and screw up our draft. Well, screw you, Seattle. Screw you.
Welcome into our coverage, though, to all of you guys who are live in the chat. We really appreciate you being with us once again for day 2. We've got a really packed show for you today, so let me go through the itinerary. In just over 15 minutes' time, we have got TJ Jones, who runs the State of the Saints podcast. He is going to be absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to talk with him. He's going to be followed by the LA Rams UK, then the Big Blue UK and Ireland, the Giants podcast. A little bit of a break following then the UK Ravens. Britt Breaks, who's a Cincinnati Bengals fan, and the 49er faithful UK, Nick's going to be joining us. Then that's going to be taking you all the way through to about 4 o'clock local time. That's 11 p.m. Eastern. Where the Lions may have made all their picks already for the evening, but we shall see. Welcome one and all, whether you're Lions fans or not. I hope you really enjoy what we're about to do here. And we've all had our say in our little review show. Someone selfishly had to go to work, drunk as a skunk. So, you have not had your say. What do you think now of the Lions Hall, given that you've had some time to sleep on it and maybe get over the hangover? Obviously, the Lions trading back from 6 to 12 and picking up picks. Picking, I was going to say Brian Branch. I'm fast forwarding to today. No, picking a running back and a linebacker. It wasn't what anyone predicted, and I can still see that Steve basically is dead to the world from the situation.
Well, I was about to say, before I give my opinion, I've not had a chance to watch that show yet. I want to know what Steve's opinion was now that he slept on it and that. And I was worried for Steve. I'm not going to lie. I kept checking the messages all day to make sure he was messaging and that he was alive and whatnot. I was scared. So how are you feeling, Steve? I just want to know first before I give my view.
I'm all good. I've had a bit of time to think about it, and I've read a few interesting things. I've listened to a few interesting things. I think Jeff Risdon's reaction video, I don't know if you saw that, I posted in the chat, is some really interesting stuff in there in terms of the background. Absolutely love the players, love both picks, just massively disagree in terms of where we took them, and I think we could have do better, and nothing's going to change my mind on the position that we took them. I'm not saying that they were bad picks. Love Gibbs. Absolutely love Gibbs. Gibbs is going to be a weapon. Campbell, he is going to be a career guy. And, we've been saying for 2 years that the linebacker position is a disaster and it's just held together with string and, scotch tape. But watching the Jeff Risdon video and seeing a couple of other things, apparently the Bills were going to take Campbell at 27. And also apparently the Falcons were looking to trade back in from round 2 for Campbell. So I get it. I get it. Could we have traded up from our 34 pick to get Campbell ahead of the Bills? That's all I'm saying. But then I'm not a GM, am I?
And
No.
If publicly the Bills are going to draft him at 26 or not 26, whenever the Bills are picking, is if other teams get wind of it who also want to take him, then other teams might be trading up ahead. So you're playing with fire, trying to play that game, I think. But that's what being a GM is all about, trying to weigh up those possibilities. I almost watched Draft Day today, but I didn't quite get there. Sorry, I just thought I'd throw that in. And what do you think, man?
So, I haven't had time to sleep on it and think about it. I mean, you saw my reaction to Jahmyr Gibbs on the stream yesterday. I'm with Steve. It may be not as high as I would have taken him, but I've been asked this question a lot during the college season when we were doing the running back ranks. I've always had Gibbs as clearly the second best running back in this draft. It's not even really been close at any point. And he's the best all-round receiver in this draft when it comes to his receiving ability as well. You can do all sorts with him. And the thing I like most, he's done it at all levels. He's done it in the G5, he's done it in the Power 5. This is a guy who can get production in bad situations. He doesn't need an elite offensive line to run behind to do it all for him. He can do it himself. And when you're pairing him with David Montgomery, I just like the fit. Like, Monty's a missed tackle and a yak monster, and Gibbs is just so versatile in what you can do with him. You're running 2 back sets with these two. You have no idea what you're going to get. You can push Jahmyr up into the slot. He's a natural receiver. There are some slot receivers in this draft who are not as good as him as a receiver, and that's all I'm saying. So this is what you can do. I really like the pick. Again, is 12 a bit too rich? Maybe, but we got the trade back. We got the extra pick for it at 34. So for me, that kind of negates it. We got 3 second-round picks there. You can go heavy defense if that's what you want to do. Jahmyr Gibbs, you've given yourself a weapon. You've given your run game a big boost, because when we struggled last year, we were struggling because a lot of 3-and-outs in the games against the Patriots. The Cowboys were getting blown out and we're not doing well. A lot of 3-and-outs, can't run the ball well. And you've got to have depth in your running back room. You've got to have versatility there. And our run game is our bread and butter. You've got to invest in it like it is a prime need for your team, because it is a prime need for us. That's how our offense works. So I love it. I love the depth we've got there now. Don't know what's going to go on with Swift, but even if Swift's here as running back 3, it's like you've got so much you can do there now. So I don't mind it. You got the extra pick. Again, it may be a little rich. That's fine. Campbell is still one I'm having to adjust to. And this is purely on personal preference for me. It always has been. I've seen Campbell as the all-round guy who's got the safe floor. And I don't know whether he could be the elite guy that some of the others possibly could be. He might well be. Who knows? But I had better preferences for that position in this draft. And then when it's coming at 18, it's like, that is quite high. If I'm drafting an inside linebacker at 18, I'm kind of wanting him to be like a really big leader on my defense. He's going to be the leader of that unit going forward, because it's in the center of your defense. He's probably going to get the green dot at some point. Will he be that fearsome, all-conquering leader that you can get from there? Maybe he can. Absolutely.
Jeff Risdon said that he thinks that this means Anzalone's out, like, of the green dot straight away. He thinks Campbell will start with the green dot.
I think you've got to. If you're going to invest in him that high, I think that's what I would want from a first-round linebacker inside, like so high. I would want him to be a bona fide leader, and he has been on that Iowa defense. He's one of the best defenses in college football for years now, just churns out NFL talent, good bona fide NFL talent, year in, year out. He has been the guy, the leader in the center of that defense with all this talent around him. So I would throw him as a green dot right away and say, look, you were that guy there. You're going to be this guy here. We're just going to throw you straight in. I think that's what they like. I think that's probably what has been the alluring feature for him. He will relish something like that. He won't be like, oh no, I'm scared. I don't want to do this. I want to work my way. And he'll be like, screw it, give me the dot. I'll go in there. I'll do the job for you. I'll grind and grind and grind and grind and grind, and I'll be what you want me to be. So, from a personality standpoint, from a work ethic standpoint, he always would have been right at the top of their board in terms of linebackers. So. It's just a personal preference for me. It's going to take a little bit of time to adjust to. I'm not just going to flip and say, oh, he's been amazing right away, because there are 50 videos on this pod where I've said that I have concerns about whether he can, but I trust the process. I do. I don't care for anyone who says, oh, positional value, stuff like that. Our trenches are pretty well set. We don't need to keep taking trenches in the first round every year. We need some skill players eventually. Jameer Gibbs is a skill player we need. Jack Campbell, ill guy in the middle that we need. We have been crying out for a linebacker. We have. So I agree with what they're doing. This was the year to start adding some of these skill guys and to start rounding your team out. And I would expect to see some more trenches today to carry on for solidifying that as well. But I'll expect to see more skill guys as well. So I'm adjusting to it. I love Gibbs, and I will warm up to Campbell eventually. And I think I can get away from the positional value stuff with it if we knock today out the park. We get 3 solid picks today at where we need them to, then all of a sudden I don't mind. So, yeah, overall, I'm good. I'm good, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do today. It's a big day, and this could be the tipping point here. These new 3 guys you're going to bring in, add into that team, that could be the one that gets you over. I'm going to be interested to see what they do, depending on who falls. I mean, Levis is still sat there in the 50s. Do you go your backup QB plan? Who knows at this point? But it's going to be very interesting. I know that much.
I mean, I think that Campbell presents an interesting problem, because if Campbell and Anzalone are on the field together, identifying the mic is not an easy proposition. Both players potentially can do some blitz work. I think that Campbell needs to come on that aspect, but I think that he's got the ability to do it. You know, there's some funny things that you can do. Someone said, what does this mean for our scheme? And all it means is that we can do more things and throw out more disguise. We're not going to do one thing more often. We're going to do everything as much as we can. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know that sounds stupid, but like, we don't want people to know what we're doing. So I think it's a really good proposition to have. The thing about Campbell that gets me is everyone kind of talks to him about being this sort of like high floor, low ceiling sort of guy. But, you know, based on the athleticism and the fact that he can diagnose the run well. Okay, if he is a high floor guy, I kind of buy that. But with his athletic profile, I don't buy that his ceiling is low. I don't get it. Like, someone who runs a 6'7", 5'3" cone at 248 pounds and 6'5" is someone that you gotta find a way to make him more dynamic. And I mean, I'd put him on the edge every now and again, because he's he's taller, 3 pounds lighter, more maneuverable according to those metrics than Will Anderson is. I'm not saying he's going to be better than Will Anderson, that's not my point. But just based purely off the athleticism, they're comparable.
That is something Bob Quinn would do. Don't do that. Don't be trying to be too smart with him. He is an inside guy. You use him as such. And I mean, the one critique we've had of this team is it's been weak in the middle for a while. It's weak against the run. Look at the 3 guys you've got in there now. You know, you've got Rodrigo, you've got Campbell, you've got Anzalone. Those 3 will kick your ass. That's the kind of guy they are. They are very formidable. They will come, they will lay a hit on you, and you will know about it. You saw last year with Rodrigo, scrappy, big hitting. And I think that's what they want in their linebacker core. They're like, right, you're going to get through our defensive line. You're going to run into a second brick wall, and it's up to you to get through that. And I kind of feel like that's where it's going. And I think I alluded to it on the end of the pod last night, but that thing you said about going to edge, that's going to be Derek Barnes now. I think that's
Yeah,
Derek Barnes'
definitely.
future, to go onto the edge, because I think that's how he's better suited. He is better suited as a pursuit back, who you want to get on the edge, who's got the speed to go in and cause, wreck shit up. That for me is Barnes has got a future here now. I think we can utilize him properly, and we can leave the guys in the middle, the ass kickers, to do their thing, because Barnes is not that guy. He's not going to get in there and slam down an offensive lineman a lot bigger than him. But no, it's interesting to see how it goes. But I can sort of see what they're doing, and yeah, I hope this works. I do. I'm looking forward to seeing if they use Barnes more on the edge, because I think I still believe in Barnes. So let's see with it. I do fully expect, DT is going to get resolved today, I believe. So anyone who's worried about the run, I think they're going to double down on that. We're going to see that, and yeah, there's just so many ways we can go now, really. Let's see how the board falls. Maybe someone big falls, and we just take best player, or we just keep getting richer type thing. So
I was going to go back to the whole thing with Jack Campbell, low ceiling. I think it's not so much a low ceiling; it's a lower ceiling compared to, say, the other top three in Sanders, Simpson, and Henley, who all have that sort of one elite trait they can hang their hats on. With Campbell, he's sort of a jack of all trades, master of none, while like Henley obviously has the elite coverage skills. Simpson has like the sideline to sideline speed, and Sanders has the sort of blitzing ability. Campbell's good at all those things, but he's never if all of them hit, he's never going to be a better coverage backer than Henley is. He will never have the sort of sideline to sideline speed that Simpson's shown he has at a smaller size, and he will probably never be as good as blitzing as Sanders is. So I don't think it's so much that we've said he has a low ceiling compared to those. Like, he has a low ceiling overall. It's just to compare to those, their highs are higher than what Campbell's potential high is. Like, they could be a top 3 linebacker 1 year kind of thing, while Campbell might consistently be like the 8th best. So it just depends what you want. If you're either want that stability, or if you want to sort of hit that home run and maybe get that sort of guy who can be a top 3 guy.
We're going to want him to be Anzalone. I do. I think the whole point with drafting Anzalone was to have a guy who is high level at everything, maybe not elite at something, but high level at everything, who they can send out there, who they trust implicitly 100% to go out and do the job that they require. So I can see exactly why they've done it from that point of view. So that's the thing with him. It's not a knock. It's more if you wanted, as like I said, a superstar blitzing linebacker, or you want a superstar coverage linebacker, he's not it. But that's not a bad thing. It depends on what you need, what your scheme is, what sort of players you use. So, yeah.
So we're going to have TJ Jones joining us in about 2 minutes' time. So just very quickly round the room, who's going to be for you? Who do you want to be the Lions pick at 34, Steve?
I mean, it's Will Levis, isn't it? So for me, I completely get what Ant says about trenches, but I'm just really worried about Levi. And so I would really like to see Keanu Benton at some point, maybe not at 34, but certainly with one of the first picks. And again, judging on form, if they like Benton, maybe they'll just take him at 34 and they won't risk waiting until 48. But I also, I said in my mock draft, we should take a tight end, and particularly with the pick of Gibbs, there's no point investing in a running back if our blocking's poor, and I'm not convinced about the blocking abilities of our tight ends. I think we've got some promise in the tight end room, but I'd really like to see, like, Darnell Washington would be amazing. I don't want to see Michael Mayer at 34, but I'd definitely take Darnell Washington for his receiving ability.
And who do you think at 34? Who do you want?
Jake Moody. I'm sorry, no, I'm joking. I had to do that for Steve. Brian Branch, without a shadow of a doubt. Brian Branch.
Ash?
Branch. As much as it pains me, Branch just makes the most sense for me.
Let's take
Branch
a look.
wouldn't be a bad pick at all.
We take a look at the best available.
Oh shit!
Go on.
I was going to say, like, obviously, yeah, Branch he's the most elite guy left. He's probably the guy I have the highest grade on personally in my head, even though obviously we all know I'd rather wait a round or two and get my favourite player in the entire draft. But
So, looking at the best available players on the board, Branch is at number 4. Joey Porter Jr., Will Levis, Michael Mayer, Branch, Osiris Torrance, Luke Musgrave, BJ Ojolari, Cam Smith, Drew Sanders and Jalen Hyatt round out the top 10 of the best available players. This is from the consensus board I built, which was from about a week before the draft. It combines 5 of the top minds in the NFL, from Pro Football Network to the Draft Network, Dane Brugger at The Athletic, amongst others. All of their rankings averaged out to give you the most unbiased that we could. Unfortunately, Pro Football Network had not updated some of their rankings in some time, and it did skew it a little bit, which I haven't been able to fix, which is why someone like maybe Luke Musgrave is this high when perhaps his stock is potentially significantly lower than this. Maybe he's sort of mid round 2 or late round 2 rather than number 31 overall, which would have put him in the first round. But there we go. So just waiting on TJ at the moment. We're going to be talking about the Saints with him, and then we'll have the Rams UK, Giants, Ravens, Bengals, and 49ers to round out day 2. And if you're looking to catch up on shows that we've done earlier, we had 8 to 9 interviews yesterday in day 1, which was really, really good fun. We also spoke to, as we mentioned, Ewan from Turn Up For What when we recapped day 1 earlier on today. So fantastic stuff that we've had. And looking ahead to tomorrow, we've got a jam-packed day for that as well. I need to actually find who we're talking to, but let me just get to that. So the day 3 main show, we're talking to representatives from the Vikings, the Browns, the Raiders, the Chargers, the Colts, Chicago Bears, the Steelers, the Jags, and the Titans. And the Bills are going to be coming back because obviously they had the emergency yesterday, so couldn't come on. So it's going to be one heck of a finish to this one, boys. I can't wait for it to start again. We're only an hour away. It has absolutely flown by.
And there is lots of good players still on the board. I'm just looking at the best players available. What do you guys think? I'm just like throwing out a few names. If we took Osiris Torrance at 34,
I'd love it. I would. I think he's a wonderful player. I'd do it. And I think offensive linemen are going to go quickly today. So if you want him, you might want to go and get him. I think Avila won't be far behind. So no, I'd take him in a heartbeat there.
yeah, so there's supposedly people are saying that yesterday was the run on tackles. Today there will be a run on interior lineman. You will see the guards and centers go quickly. So yep, if we want the sort of to guarantee ourselves a potential starter next season after Glasgow and Vitae gone at right guard and potentially Jonah, we have to do it early. Otherwise, we're probably going to be sitting there twiddling our thumbs and probably taking a hybrid guy and hoping to train him up over a year before inserting him next year.
so how would you feel? Like, I'm being serious now, about a backup QB, maybe not at 34 or 48, but maybe like at 55. How would you feel about that?
So the only guys you're talking about there are Hooker, if he falls, Tanner McKee, you might be talking about him, or it'd be DTR after that. So
there is some rumblings that I'm about to say, yeah, AOC, there is some rumblings he's going to go around 3.
Wow.
Hey, you know what? If we still had 81, then I could get behind that. But we've got this horrible gap in the middle where a lot of these guys are going to fall, and it's too high. This is a big problem we've got today. Is it's 3 second-round picks, and all of a sudden, all the wide receivers I love, it's like I can't justify taking them at 55. I can at 81, but not at 55. So it's the same with the QBs.
I think we might trade out at 55. I think we might trade back.
Well, the thing is, then we're getting a lot of draft picks. I think at some point I think we'll come up, if anything, rather than go down. I think we might keep the big picks here and then come up again. Maybe get a 3 or a 4, something like that, and do that. And who knows what's going on with Swift yet? We might get a pick for him. It'll be a late one, but it'll be a pick. So, I mean, if we're going to do backup anything, I think it might be backup offensive line. I have this sneaking suspicion a backup tackle might be on the board today. I mean, if someone like DeJuan Jones falls and he's going to be a right tackle at the next level, he can operate as a sixth lineman, so we don't have to deal with that trash pairing we've got right now. I mean, and then Penny's going to move eventually, and the position's going to be available. So I wouldn't put it past him to do back. I think it'd be backup O-line we'll see first, if anything. A guy who is just going to sit and wait and be used on jumbos.
I would be sad if Torrance was the pick, honestly.
You are?
I'd be sad if Torrance was the pick, personally. But just to answer Steve's question from before.
What are your thoughts on the trade of Swift then? So, like the way that Brad Holmes spoke about him, the way he said, "Oh, he's still on our roster, but it's still early days." I mean, for me, that was kind of hammer the nail into the coffin.
Yeah, but he's gone.
He's gone. I predict he's going to be probably used tomorrow as part of a trade up. It'll be something like we send Swift and like a fifth or sixth to go into the fourth. That's what I'm predicting.
If the running backs, because the running backs going to be really interesting today to see, because it's a good class. How many are going to come off the board, and how many teams are going to be like, you know what, we'll chance it and we'll wait. If we were in a situation where you said to me, we'll trade Swift and a fifth round pick or whatever, and move up far enough to get a guy like Israel, I would bring him in as a third running back. I would draft another running back. I would upgrade on Swift. And I would choose to pick 2.
Oh, you would that would break Steve. You're just trying to break us at this point. And
no, I'm being deadly serious. I'm being deadly serious. I said this. I've said it before. We need depth in the room, and if Swift's not going to be here in 12 months, I know we've got security with Jameer Gibbs now.
What about Craig Reynolds? Craig Reynolds is more than serviceable.
And you're forgetting your favourite, Jamar Jefferson. You're kicking him out the door if you're drafting Israel.
Well, y'all kicked him out the door a long time ago, so don't be doing this to me. I've tried hard with Jamar. They don't seem to like him, but he was Juice's guy, Jamar was. I have a horrible feeling he's going to be out the door soon. Juice loved him, and I am convinced Juice was training him long-term to be in this team, but now Juice is gone, he's in bother, because they've gone out and got a new guy. They've got Monty. He's going to be scratching around for snaps there, but I mean, these 5th, 6th round picks, I would still go. The running game is a big part of this team, and I know we've got Gibbs and we've got Monty now, but you still want depth. You still want to keep adding. If there's someone in this draft better than Reynolds, you take them. You keep upgrading. That's what you do with your day 3 picks, especially at running back. I'm just saying it's a possibility. It was something I would consider if this running back class falls, because there are a lot of guys, day 2 running backs here who are going to go to day 3 through no fault of their own, and they become very valuable. And if there's an injury, God forbid, or whatever, you've got a guy ready to come in and work. So,
does anyone think that Swift will still be here for training camp?
No.
You want to get capital for him this year, surely?
But even on a cheap deal, I mean, if anything happens to Montgomery or Gibbs, we're back to the same issues, and running backs do get banged up. So while we've got him on a cheap deal, is it worth keeping him for another year?
Not unless it's like the last couple of games of the season, you can trust him for those 3 games, because it's the same issue with Swift. It's the same issue as always. You're saying it with something happens to Monty and Gibbs. Well, it's the same problem with him. Unfortunately, Swift is made of glass, and you can't trust him to be that reliable backup. So if we can ship him off 4 picks, even if it's less than the Okuda return, even if it's a 6th round pick, because it saves a tiny bit of cap, and it's just another dart throw at another running back like Chase Brown or someone, or another receiver. At this point, we need to get what we can, because it's just unfair to him to keep him here when he could go and start somewhere like the Panthers.
Matt's making triumphant gestures.
Our thanks to Fulham since 1879, who has subscribed with Prime. That meets our sub goal of 40 paid for subs on Twitch. Thank you for that, because it makes a really big difference to us. And you know what to do, my lad. And Notorious JER, first time chatter on Twitch as well, says, could use some special teams help right now. That could figure into day 3 picks. Special teams is always going to be a thought here. We have got TJ Jones just coming on. There was a miscommunication about the start time, but he has seen that, so he should be coming on in just a few moments. And here goes Ant.
Yay.
There we go.
Get it down.
Wet
Love
that
it.
whistle.
See,
Wet that whistle.
You know what will go down even easier than that shot, though, Ant?
When we draft Keanu Benton.
No.
Well,
No. The Kool-Aid.
of the Kool-Aid.
75 pence from the American sweet shop.
Fulham since 1879 also says, love your work this off-season, guys. Keep it up. Appreciate you, man. It's been a labour of love this off-season, but you know what? It feels like it's going somewhere real. The floor is being raised. We're doing something special. And Derek's just said, our new running back is good on special teams, right? You're right, at Georgia Tech, he was a very, very good returner. Whether we're going to risk...
He was second in kickoff return yards, wasn't he?
Whether we use him
great-
in that aspect, I don't know.
I did not
Sorry.
want Gibbs anywhere near our kickoffs.
He's a
Fuck that. I did not want Gibbs to returning kickoffs. No.
See,
He's a wonderful. You're not
returning in Jamer and Gunner.
You're not putting there because you'll use Gibbs as a blocker as well. He's a wonderful blocker. When you've worked in the triple option for most of your college career, you learn how to block, and he can block very well. So that'll be a thing. I think that'll have been the thing that stood out for them. He's worked the triple option. His blocking is exemplary for a running back. So you'll not risk him on special teams. You'll put him in as a block. You'll let him do his dirty work in there.
All right, draft is going to start up again in just 50 minutes' time. Joseph Austin in the YouTube chat says, Ash, how's the Kool-Aid? But have you ever had it before?
Not the blue one. I've had cherry before because when I had someone from America, they loved it, so I had to have like a whole box of that. But yeah, it's
What
blue,
colour is
blue
that one?
raspberry lemonade. It's the blue one. Sit, hang on. Proper,
Very
like, it's in
good.
a blue glass, but it's properly like blue. It's blue raspberry lemonade. It's actually quite nice.
I
So
thought
I'll
your
probably
restraining
want-
order prevented you going anywhere near the American candy store.
Who told you? Who told you?
Oh,
Just
baby.
something I've heard.
That's some good
Word
shit.
travels quick.
I appreciate that.
Sorry, Ash.
And
All
our
right.
first guest of the day is on. TJ, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man? Thanks for having me.
No, not at all. Apologies about the miscommunication about coming on.
Nah, that's fine, man. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
TJ, we've not met you before, so why don't you tell us a bit about yourself and the podcast?
Yeah. First off, my name is TJ Jones. I am the host of the State of the Saints podcast. We cover the New Orleans Saints. I'm a native of New Orleans, where the Saints reside, and also I also am the host of the Gumbo Pie Sports podcast, where I just cover all the hottest topics in sports. That's something that I kicked off maybe like 3 weeks ago. So been doing the State of the Saints podcast since 2018, been a lifelong Saints fan, and just enjoy covering the team, man. I loved. Before I can talk, all I can remember is Saints football. So it's kind of just ingrained inside of me. And as I got older, have an appreciation for it. So just like to express that passion every podcast that I do. And we have a loyal fan base, and I just try to give them great content.
And I definitely felt that passion when I was researching you and listening to your stuff, just to make sure that you were a good podcaster, because you can't have anyone just come on and spout drills, to be honest. So, it really, really showed out. And no, I appreciate you giving us your time. You're talking about the Saints, and it was an interesting year last year. Get started with your draft class from last year and just talk about how well they did, because this is the third year that we've done this, and we saw you take Olave at 11 and Trevor Penning, Alontae Taylor, DeMarco Jackson, and Jordan Jackson. How did that work out? Because, I mean, Olave was right up there for a lot of the year, but Penning went underrated, I think, too.
Yeah. I mean, both guys, were really, really good for the New Orleans Saints. Chris Olave, came at the right time. You had Michael Thomas, who was a really good wide receiver back in 2019. Of course, he won Offensive Player of the Year. but over the last couple of years, he's been dealing with injuries, and the Saints have been trying to find someone to kind of pick up the slack. And the fact that you had Chris Olave to come in and you're able to draft him, I mean, he played a huge role last season, and hopefully they can be able to, build off that momentum. Trevor Penning the same way. He flashed in preseason, did some really good things, but unfortunately has some injuries that kind of stunt his growth as a offensive lineman. He came back later in the season, had some positive, had some negative, but I like both picks. Alontae Taylor came along once Marshawn Lattimore, the star cornerback of the New Orleans Saints, went down, and he was as a substitute, and he played really well. He's a guy who's not short of confidence. He goes out there. He's not afraid to embrace the biggest matchup, going up against the best wide receiver. So he was really good. DeMarco Jackson had a really good training camp, but he got an injury that he was lost for the entire season. And Jordan Jackson, he didn't see the field. He ended up being on the practice squad. And as of right now, ironically, he actually played for the Denver Broncos, where Sean Payton, the former head coach of the Saints, is. So it was a really good draft last year. The energy of the New Orleans Saints fan base was really, really high because it was a lot of guys that they expected the Saints to get. And if you follow the New Orleans Saints during the draft process, it's very rare that Saints fans get the players that they want.
And looking back to last season and how those players did and just how the rest of it went, obviously Sean Payton no longer there, but Dennis Allen, the head coach, go 7-10 like two of the other teams in your division, just one behind the division winner. Everyone's kind of in it for a little bit. Coming down to those last few games, anyone could win the division at that point. It was quite exciting, even though everyone was kind of mediocre at the time. And you did it for a lot without having, the starting quarterback, which is always going to be difficult. So, Jameis and whatever's happened there, like, it kind of seemed like it was a fit, but now you've gone and made the big splash for Derek Carr for a lot of money. We've always talked about the Saints as this sort of, it's a really good test for how to run a franchise in terms of maybe the opposite way to, say, the Ravens or something, pushing money into the future as far as possible, Drew Brees' contract, and then actually taking some of it back, helping out you guys in terms of the cap hits and stuff. You're continuing to push a lot of money into the future to try and stay relevant. I mean, what do you make of Carr coming in? You've got Jamal Williams now as well, and I'm sure you're going to absolutely love him. Talk to me a little bit about just the Saints in general, how last year was, the Carr situation, about the kind of philosophy in general, the team. There's so much going on about the Saints, which is an exciting thing to talk about as a podcaster, because there's going to be a lot of people that do and don't agree with how they're doing things.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the New Orleans Saints, there's always been stability at the quarterback position because of Drew Brees, a legendary quarterback, future Hall of Famer. So as a Saints fan, you never really had to worry about that. And it's funny because as a podcaster, you have to find yourself trying to create the content. Now it's like the content just comes to you constantly because there's always something going on. Because there is a change of the guards. Derek Carr coming in, he definitely adds stability to the quarterback position. One thing that kind of messed the Saints up quite a bit has been the injuries at the quarterback position. And once they decide that they want to go with a guy, first it started with Taysom Hill, giving him an opportunity. He goes down. Then all of a sudden, Jameis Winston, he becomes the starting quarterback, and he goes down. And now you're plugging and playing, trying to figure out, what is the best fit, the chemistry between the wide receiver and quarterback, and it just wasn't there. But now you have Derek Carr, a guy who is winning the battle of attrition. He rarely ever gets hurt. That's something that is a plus for the New Orleans Saints. So him coming to the team, I hope that it will help the offense. The Saints offense averaged 19 points per game, which is ranked number 27 last season. So, I mean, Derek Carr, he provides offensive firepower that the Saints need. I don't think that the Saints will go back to the way they were during the time when Drew Brees was in his prime, when they were like the number one offense, but they can still be middle of the pack. And Derek Carr can provide that. As far as the whole contract situation and how the Saints do business, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that at all. And if you notice, you're starting to see teams kind of follow that. It is a copycat league. And sometimes you have to find the best way to get the competitive advantage. And they have done that. So if that means, kicking the can down the road, as they say, or, putting some money back to the back end of contracts, as long as you can stay competitive, I have no problem with that. Now, the question is, will that catch up with you? But if you get a couple championships under your belt, does that really matter?
Fair, yeah, absolutely. And looking ahead to kind of 2023, we'll get onto the draft in just a second, but the division kind of seems like it's in the same place that has been for a little while. Tampa Bay is kind of falling a little, maybe Carolina's rising slightly, but everyone seems to be a sort of like a mediocre team, and anyone could win the division, anyone could come last. It's really a kind of free-for-all, and you've upgraded at the quarterback position, as you say. Do you think that you're really going to be in the mix for winning the division this year?
Yeah, I think they are. I look around the NFC South division, and everybody is trying to figure it out. Even though the Carolina Panthers selected Bryce Young, who I think is the best quarterback in the draft, and it was the right decision, you still need him to develop. Will he be that guy right away? We don't know. I mean, you have Desmond Ridder, the quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons. He's going into his first full year as a starter. I mean, how much did he pick up the offense? And did he make that jump? You don't know. Baker Mayfield, I mean, he's in limbo right now when it comes to his NFL career. So what's going to happen with that? So when you look around this division, like it's for the taking. It's just a matter of a few things coming and working in your favor. You got to win the battle of attrition. You got to stay healthy. This has been the issue with a lot of these teams in this division. That's the reason why nobody could pull away. When one team seems like they get healthy, then, another team, they end up getting injured. And now all of a sudden, like, you have a really bad division. So it's for the taking. It's really for the taking. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that the New Orleans Saints can win the division. But to be honest with you, I would love for the Saints to win the division, but I'm more focused on them making the playoffs. I look at the NFC, the conference. There's maybe two dominant teams that you can think of. That's the 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles. You guys with the Detroit Lions, you're building on that momentum, that Sunday night game versus the Green Bay Packers. Now you added Jahmyr Gibbs to the mix. You got Jared Goff. The offense is rolling. So, I mean, the conference is wide open. I'm more concerned about the Saints making the playoffs, because this would be the third year. If they don't make it, this will be the third year they miss the playoffs. And that's what bad teams do, consistently miss the playoffs. And now you're trying to find out, will we ever have a winning season again? And that's something over the last 20 years the Saints fans didn't have to worry about.
Going to come on to the draft in just a second, but on that point, if you do go for a third season, say 8 and 9 this year, is Dennis Allen in trouble? Or is he sort of given a little bit of leeway considering the cap situation that he's come into? You've had to let some pretty big players go from your organization who've played a big part, and you've not really had a lot of money to replace those guys. So is he given a little bit of a longer leash than you would think from a newish head coach?
That's a good question. When I think about this, I have to say that he has to be on a short leash, because here's the thing. Last year, you can make an excuse that Sean Payton stepped down and Dennis Allen became the head coach, but it was a lot of what Sean Payton put into place, all the coaches, all the players, right? But this season, the Saints gave him opportunities to select the guys that he wants. So the guys that are on his coaching staff, those are the guys that he appointed. If he allowed guys to stay and he retained them, that was his choice. And also with those players that are coming in via free agency, your quarterback with Derek Carr, that was your choice. And not to mention, you among the NFL, you're like in the top 3 when it comes to the easiest schedule. I don't believe the whole thing about the easiest schedule, because everybody gets better every year, but you have relatively a easy schedule. You're playing a third place schedule. So if I would be very, very concerned if you cannot make it to the playoffs with a third place schedule, how can you keep this guy on board? And he has something that he needs to prove. He was the head coach of the Raiders at the time, and he didn't pan out. And now, and everyone was talking about the Raiders aren't a really good organization and they're dysfunctional, and they used that as an excuse. But where's the excuse now? You got the quarterback that you drafted with the Raiders that you wanted to be here. You got the coaches that you wanted to be here. You got the players that you want. So I don't understand. Like, if it doesn't pan out this season, I don't see how the Saints can keep him around.
Makes sense.
TJ, just while we're talking about the current roster and obviously like Carr coming in, do you think that Carr will be able to like unlock some of the potential in your offense? Because to me, you've got two of the best offensive weapons in Michael Thomas and Alvin Kamara. Alvin Kamara is one of my favorite players to watch. Love watching that guy. But obviously Thomas has just seemed to be like injured permanently for the last 2.5 seasons.
Right.
And Kamara just seems to be a bit of a shadow. Since Mark Ingram left, he just doesn't seem to be the same player. And I guess Drew Brees left about the same time. So do you think who's going to unlock those players? Is it Carr? Is it Dennis Allen? How are you going to get them back to their like full potential?
Well, if you want him to get back to full potential, it starts with the quarterback position. Do I feel like Derek Carr can, tap into that potential? Yes, I do. Derek Carr, I don't consider him as an elite quarterback. I consider him like middle of the pack. He's not the worst quarterback, but he does have a history of getting the best out of players. We see what he did with Darren Waller, right? We seen the numbers that he put up with Devontae Adams, even though Devontae Adams is an elite wide receiver. But he also had Hunter Renfrow. He had Brian Edwards was another guy that he worked with, and that guy made plays. So I do feel like Derek Carr can be a factor. My biggest issue when it comes to Alvin Kamara, it's not so much about the chemistry between Derek Carr and him. I think it's the play calling. I think that what he's missing is Sean Payton's innovation, the way that Sean Payton can call plays for him. And I think that Sean Payton can kind of scheme him open. I think what we're actually seeing is the fact that Sean Payton was as special of a play caller as a lot of people may think. Even though Pete Carmichael has been along with him the entire time, I mean, he's not Sean Payton. The way that they've been using Alvin Kamara is almost like how the Tennessee Titans use Derrick Henry. But there's a problem. Derrick Henry is about 40 pounds bigger than Alvin Kamara. You do not want to have him running up the middle. You want to utilize his skill set. You want him to be able to catch the ball out of the backfield. And you want to come up with innovative ways to make him a factor. And the Saints didn't do that. So I don't think it's so much about Alvin Kamara as, being a shell of himself. If he is a shell of himself, it is not of his doing. It's the offensive play calling.
Makes a lot of sense.
Guess what? You've got a running back incoming who absolutely loves running up the middle. And that could be really good chemistry because Jamal Williams is a real live one. And he's seen as like this like touchdown machine, short yardage stuff. But when he breaks the first tackle, like he can do some damage. And we've seen that 2 or 3 times this season where he's just flipped off like a 30-yard run out of nowhere to kind of keep a drive alive.
That's something that's been missing. That's something that's been missing with the New Orleans Saints. You mentioned Mark Ingram. Mark Ingram's second stint with the Saints, I mean, he's a little bit older. The speed, the burst isn't there anymore. I mean, it comes with the territory. When you start to get around the age of 30, you start to slow down a little bit. So Jamal Williams, I feel like he will be a really good fit with the New Orleans Saints. But I think when people look at Jamal Williams, they only look at him in short yardage situation. But like you just mentioned, he's much better than that. I just think that if you give him opportunities, the more opportunities you give him, I think the more effective he will be in the game. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Jamal Williams can do in the Saints uniform. They need him.
Moving on to the draft, because we're running a little short of time. You picked at 29 and you went for the defensive tackle Brian Brzee. You're also picking at 40 and 71 tonight as it stands. Of course, you might make some moves up or down. You've also got a 4, 2 5s, a 6 and a 7. So you've got a fair whack of capital compared to last year where you didn't have too many picks.
Right.
What do you think of Brzee? Where are your holes? Who are you hoping to pick? Are there any names in particular that you really like coming into day 2?
Yeah, I mean, I like Brian Brzee. Wasn't my first choice, I'll be honest with you. I was more of a Kalijah Kancey guy, but he ended up going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Look, he's a solid guy, and he fits that mold that the Saints look for. Guys that are tall, long wingspan, and fundamentally sound. He fits that. It's a little bit of a concern when it comes to the run stopping ability, but he had 9.5 sacks at Clemson on the interior. That's pretty impressive right there. Back in 2022, he dealt with some injuries. Of course, the tragic death of his sister, his 15-year-old sister, who passed away due to a bone cancer. I mean, he had to go through a lot. That's a lot to deal with. But he bounced back. The Saints like him. The Who Dat Nation, they like him. So, I think it was a good solid pick. As far as number 40, I think the Saints may need to get a tight end. I'm looking at Darnell Washington out of Georgia, 6'7", 265 pounds. If you look at Derek Carr throughout his career, I mean, he has made a career out of throwing to the tight end. He's been really effective throwing the ball to Darren Waller. He's been really effective throwing the ball to Foster Monroe. He's been really effective throwing the ball to Jared Cook. Got him paid. So when I look at it, it's I look at the tight end position. That would be one. Also, the offensive line, Osiris Torrance out of Florida would be a good pick at 40 if he's still there. They kind of restructured the deal of guard Andres Pete. So more than likely, he's going to be an unrestricted free agent at the end of the season. So are you looking to replace him? And also he's had a history of being injured. So to actually get somebody in the second round that can possibly come in if Andres goes down and misses some time like he normally does, I mean, I'm not knocking him. It's just reality. That would be a good fit too. So I look for the Saints maybe to go offensive line and also maybe get a tight end like Darnell Washington.
Boys, any questions for TJ before we let him go?
So your knowledge, like the colleges and the scouts, and that seems very good. Are you a hometown LSU fan, or do you support out of state?
Well, growing up, of course, I grew up in Louisiana. I mean, I loved LSU. Still do. I still follow them. I don't want to say I'm the biggest LSU fan, but I do follow them. And of course, I follow college football. Now that I'm a member of the NFL media, got an opportunity to go to the Senior Bowl to watch some of the college players. I went to the NFL Combine out in Indianapolis for the first time. And, it's been a great experience, like seeing these guys, seeing them work hard, seeing like some of the things that are going on behind the scenes, seeing how some of these scouts evaluate these guys. So, yeah, I'm a real big fan of college football, and I'm a real big fan of this whole process. And I've enjoyed watching this process come into play for the first time.
I'm completely jealous of you, and I'm sure Ant is as well. We're big college football guys ourselves. So wonder if we could swap lives for a day, I'd happily do it.
Hey, anytime, man. I would gladly switch places with you so you can enjoy that experience.
Thank you.
I was just going to ask as well. You said you've been, obviously like following the Saints for a long time. Can you cast your mind back to 2009 and a tight end that you had on your roster called Dan Campbell? Now, admittedly, this was the tail end of Campbell's career, but did he leave an impression on Saints fans?
Well, I mean, he was a kind of a plug-and-play guy because during that time, the Saints had Jeremy Shockey. But, I mean, every now and then he was making plays. He caught a few touchdowns every now and then. But when it comes to Dan Campbell is well-respected among Saints fans. Like, everybody loves Dan Campbell. I mean, his intensity, his knowledge of the game, his polarizing presence. I love him, and Saints fans do too. And they're happy that he's getting this opportunity. And I'm happy that the Detroit Lions are trending in the right direction. As a lifelong Saints fan, I can understand, when you go through hardships and you're wondering, are you ever going to see prosperity? To see you all in the direction that you're going in, I can tell you the sky's the limit for the Detroit Lions. And Dan Campbell is definitely going to be in running for Coach of the Year when it's all said and done at the end of this season.
Oh, I like that.
Ooh,
And have you got a last question for TJ?
You've covered everything I wanted to ask, so
there we go. TJ, the floor is yours just to talk about what might be coming on your shows soon. Yeah. So let us know.
Well, first off, once again, thank you all for having me. I really do appreciate it. But State of the Saints podcast is available on all streaming platforms: Apple Podcasts, Spotify, iHeartRadio. You can also check it out on YouTube, youtube.com. Just search the State of the Saints podcast. We got some interviews coming up, mostly from members of the New Orleans Saints media. Also, more than likely, we'll probably get some individuals, reporters, on the show after the draft is all said and done. I got some reporters that cover the NFL lined up for the show. So the only thing I can just say is, just stay tuned to the State of the Saints podcast as we continue to grow. And like I said, we're a very passionate fan base, and I'm very passionate when it comes to the Saints, and I'm passionate about the podcast. So you'll probably notice that if you ever check it out. So check out the State of the Saints podcast and also the Gumbo Pod Sports Podcast, where we cover all the hottest topics in sports.
Fantastic. TJ, thank you so much for coming on. You've been absolutely terrific, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, man. Thank y'all so much. Take care.
Take care.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye. What a terrific guest. I feel
100%.
very lucky to stumble upon some really knowledgeable and charismatic people. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that in the chat. I'm hyped already.
Me too. Even though
Quality guest.
he mentioned the guys we want, but we can split it. They can have one, we can have the other.
Coming up in just 4 minutes' time, we have, Steve, the LA Rams UK, and hopefully you'll be ready to go to lead the way on that one. I am just going to go and remind them that they're coming up now. Need a lot more non-Sunday pro football, says big up yourselves. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. All right.
So while the interview is going on, some sort of lines in news broke. So obviously there's one that Ian Rappaport has said, don't be surprised if Swift is either traded tonight or tomorrow morning. And then Schefter says, we are one of the teams to look out for taking a quarterback in round 2. So hope you're Levis or Hooker fans, guys, because it's looking like it could be a possibility. And then the only one who's going to be left in the green room today is Brian Branch, Levis, Porter Jr. and Keon White have all left Vegas.
I really, really feel like saying Lions could take a quarterback at day 2 just means that Dorian Thompson-Robinson could be in play for a trade-up at 110 overall.
He says round 2.
Round
So
2?
specifically in round
We
2.
could be in play at 63.
Well,
It can only be Hendon Hooker. It can only be Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
I mean, Lindsay Scott's good, but yeah, screw it. Let's just go with it.
No, we just put in the pink slip early so we can definitely get J-Trav next year.
Packers are getting him, Ash, I'm afraid.
Stop willing it into existence.
They've got multiple first round picks, and he's not going to be in the top 2. So there you go.
The draft is going to resume in just 23 minutes' time. Cannot wait for this one to kick off once again. Hopefully we can make Steve a little bit happier than he has been in the last 24 hours. Sorry, Ant.
So go on, Ash. I'll give you a choice here. Jordan Travis gets drafted above KJ Jefferson, but he goes to the Packers. Or KJ Jefferson gets drafted above Jordan Travis, and you have to deal with that for the rest of your life, but he doesn't go to the Packers.
It's the second one because I already dealt with that because I know KJ Jefferson has the NFL build and J-Trav doesn't.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we'll take that.
Yeah, to go on talking about that. It's college news, but obviously, so a former pod favorite who didn't declare this year but went back to college, Zachariah Franklin, has entered the transfer portal today, and so has last year's starting slot wide receiver for the Noles, Micah Pittman.
Zachary Franklin, excuse me. If Zachary Franklin goes to a big enough team, he will be right amongst the favourites of top wide receivers next year. He needs that. So I'm actually quite glad he's in there. I'd like to see Frank Harris go in as well because I love UTSA. I love that team, but I want Frank Harris to do better as well, and I want him to he's like Hayner this year. Frank Harris is Hayner next year, and I want him to do better.
How about Harris and Franklin to Bama?
Harrison Franklin, yeah. Well, Zachary Franklin should go to Alabama because, quite frankly, they don't have receivers worth a damn at the minute. But, I just hope Zachary Franklin ends up on a pass-happy team where he gets lots of targets. I mean, he's been a monster. So, yeah, I'll take that. But that's next year's draft, I guess. We're here for this one for now. We need to make up more things to upset people because my running back thing earlier appears to upset people. I apologize, but it was just a theory. It wasn't. I wasn't saying I'd do it. It's just a theory. But
Fine,
about
people.
about the whole quarterback thing, though, as long as one pick tonight is not Siaki Ika, I will take a quarterback as penance for that. So as long as it's not him or Adatom Yiwa or who's the other one I don't really want. As long as it's not Siaki. I will pay whatever penance possible to not draft him.
Yeah, I'd rather take, and you guys know how I feel about him, I'd rather take Levis at 34 than Ika at any time in the draft, including the 7th, even though we don't have a 7th round pick. I don't want him.
How about...
Who's Ika?
Siaki Baylor nose tackle, the big guy
He
He's
a bit like Peter Kay.
Oh my god, I'll get a picture up now, I've got to.
That might be harsh, but he's an athletic fat guy. Like, legitimately just fat. Like, he's running around, he's just got this massive belly on him. It's not pretty, man. Like, he's 340, 350 pounds, but not a good 340, 350 pounds.
Why is it not? Right, I'll send it in the chat. It's not showing off.
Are we going to see Penay's brother drafted? Not by us, because that's dead in the water. It's absolutely not happening now. But are we going to see...
Steve, you ready to go, by the way?
Noah today?
If we take another linebacker, I'm going to go fucking insane.
I know what happens now, just for the chaos.
If we take another linebacker, I'm just going to throw my laptop. The mic's going to go flying. I'm just... going to be like the Tasmanian devil.
Even late tomorrow, so let's say I don't know, and I hate to say it because obviously I ragged on him, but let's say if we stay where we are, we're like the pick in the 180s, we take Cam Jones.
No.
Fly.
No. Don't give a fuck. Excuse my language.
Yes. Anyway, it's time, hopefully, to welcome in our second guest of the evening with John from the LA Rams UK. How are you doing, John?
Not bad, guys. How you doing?
Very good, thank you. Thank you for coming on and donating your time. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Come on, you guys are doing a wonderful thing, trying to get everyone together to talk draft. So kudos to you guys.
What have you made of the draft so far, John?
I think, well, from a Rams perspective, normally we, as you could imagine, we don't really care about day one because it's normally this day when we actually start to care about the draft. But I think it's been interesting to see that. From our mock draft boards with the guys that are still on our draft board, we're quite surprised that there is some definite talent there for those that are high up in the second round. Personally, I really hope we're picking at 36 and not trading down because we could potentially pick a good solid starter. However, knowing the back office of the Rams, I'm expecting us to trade down. But hopefully to stay in the second round.
Was it quite nice to actually just be able to relax and watch the draft without having the prep? Because I have to say, it wasn't the best night for us in terms of tension and heart rate levels. So it was actually quite nice with a more detached view just to kind of watch the drama unfold.
Yeah, to be an absolute spectator. Yeah, it's good to just enjoy the draft from that perspective. But trying to keep a kind of a view on who's still there and who's going and whatnot. In terms of guys that's came off our boards. Jameer Gibbs obviously was someone that we'd kind of been scouting. Will McDonald was a guy that I'd kind of hoped would still be available or we'd be willing to maybe trade up into the first round into, and Emmanuel Forbes as well. But like I said, overall, from my perspective, I'm been quite happy to watch how the draft's unfolded. And then there's the whole Will Levis thing that's going on now with him being touted as going to be a high first round pick to being picked in the first round to now he's not turning up at all today. And that could be just because of the focus that was put on him. Kind of feel sorry for the guy. I know he's a bit kind of a weirdo with his mayonnaise and his coffee, but the way they kind of seem to just keep going to him like, oh, he's not been picked, he's not been picked. It's a bit unfair to the guy, and it's a bit unfair to the other talents that were in the green room waiting for that pick. Kind of took a bit of shine off of the other guys, for their moment.
And just before we kind of get into this year's draft class, obviously it's been a kind of roller coaster couple of years for the Rams. Obviously, you took this quarterback guy in a big trade. I can't remember you got him off, and he turned out to be quite good. And won you a Super Bowl, but then obviously you've kind of like had a pretty tough hangover year last year. How's the Rams kind of fan base feeling after kind of what's transpired over the last couple of years?
I mean, we've went from cloud nine to feeling, we're not rock bottom, but from being the Super Bowl champions to the season we had last year, it feels like we're rock bottom, even though technically we're not. There's no denying the Rams knew exactly what they were doing. They know what they've been doing the last few years. When they moved to LA, they knew they were going to have to win it and win it as quickly as possible. The market that's in LA, the attention span that's been there in the past for LA. I mean, a lot of people still argue that the Raiders are LA's team, whereas the Rams were there as well. A lot longer than the Raiders, whatnot. And now you've got the Chargers there. So there's been a lot of competing fan bases to determine who is going to be LA's team. So there's no denying what we've been trying to do. And, we succeeded thanks to, you guys trading with us and giving us Matthew Stafford. And, Stafford, in his first year was absolutely phenomenal. I always thought he was a decent quarterback. I never thought he was that good. And it was great for him to come out and showcase his talent for the Rams. And that's not to take anything away he did in Detroit, because he showed himself to be robust. He could take a hit. He could go up. He was a leader on the field as well. And I was, when even though it was a shock when the trade was made, I was glad it was him rather than someone else in the league. But as for last year, we've got the high of obviously winning the Super Bowl on our own turf. But a lot of injuries hit us, and it hit us really bad. I think it's one of those ones. I think it was only till we got to maybe the last 2 or 3 weeks this season where we actually had the same offensive line start the game as the game previous. We were hit so badly in injuries. Stafford just couldn't get any time on the ball to read what was happening to plays, read defenses as the play was unfolding. He's obviously a veteran quarterback, so this, the speed's not there. There was a whole elbow injury, which we played down going into the season. Since the season finished, McVay's confirmed, no, his elbow was quite bad. He was playing most of the season hurt, then with the concussions. It's just one of those ones, I guess, that, we went all in from our perspective. We won it all. It's hard to stay at the top in the NFL. And I think we knew that we were going to start kind of coming back down, but I think we thought we maybe had a year or two before that would start hitting. However, that being said,
was that kind of injury crisis made more sort of exacerbated by the fact that you didn't have a number 1 or number 2 pick last year, so you maybe didn't get enough new blood coming in terms of new starts. I think you took Logan Bruss in round 3,
and he spent most of the year injury.
4. Yeah.
I mean, I think for any other team that, what you're saying, I think that it would be a valid point that because he didn't have a first round pick, that's really hampered us from bringing in a starter. Logan Bruss came in, but he got injured and spent the whole year out. So for us, I mean, it's like having an extra draft pick this year because Logan Bruss is coming back to play in that offensive line. But historically, the back office don't really value the first round pick unless it's a high pick, which is probably, it's came back to them because they would have had pick 6 this year. So I think it's one of those ones that
you could have picked a running back with it.
We could have picked a running back, but that doesn't mean we would have had a running game because McVay will start off a game with the run and then he'll just abandon it. It's usually a joke in our Discord server when we are kind of like going through our game day chat. There's usually kind of people like betting when we're going to abandon the run game, and it's usually the next play or this quarter. So we could draft the best running back prospect there's ever been, and I wouldn't be confident that he would be given the chance. We need to solve the problems on the offensive line before we are adding, like good solid talents at running back, wide receiver, or whatnot. Because there's no point in having these threats there if you've got edge rushers, linebackers, or even defensive tackles just walking right through at times your offensive line and stopping you from gaining anything.
In terms of like just doing a bit of research for like the draft needs, a lot of kind of NFL observers have kind of pegged the Rams as having one of like the most I guess sparse rosters in terms of the amount of holes in it.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a bit harsh, or would you agree?
When you consider we've only got something like 44 or 45 guys actually signed to a roster at present, it's not really harsh. It's actually quite scary because how are you going to fill up all the positions you need? But the Rams usually kind of go heavy on the undrafted free agents. They look for the kind of diamonds in the roughs. And, go back to what saying that you were asking about the first kind of round picks. We tend to push a lot of picks to later. The later rounds, and that's where we pick up. We seem to pick up linemen from the later rounds. And whilst they're maybe not starters, it's maybe guys that we've scouted that with a bit of work and a bit of kind of development, they will be starters. Unfortunately, last season, a lot of the guys that we had playing defensively, guys we were bringing in, they were basically pushed into that. They didn't have the chance to come in, learn the system, and develop within it. It was basically, we're signing you as a free agent to start this week. So yeah.
I mean, in terms of your roster, any roster that's got like Matt Stafford, Aaron Donald, and Cooper Kupp on it isn't that bad.
It's not,
so,
no. But the Ramsey trade has hit our secondary. Granted, we've lost Taylor Rapp and David Long Jr., but they're not really losses from our perspective. David Long Jr. I actually said that he got burned so much that he was technically created and his ashes had been put in an urn. There was, especially against the Cardinals, it seemed to be, they seemed to absolutely just annihilate him. Rapp was very highly inconsistent. So they're not really losses, but Ramsey's obviously a big loss to our secondary. So, whilst we've got Donald there, we've also lost Ashawn Robinson and Greg Gaines on the defensive line. Gaines especially, which is annoying because he signed a 1-year deal. He would look like he was going to be an absolute stud and looked great alongside Donald. I mean, in general, players look better when they're playing alongside Aaron Donald, but Gaines had potential about him, and I was absolutely gutted to see him go. But that's where, unfortunately, the way we've structured our contracts, it's hit us badly with the salary cap.
So looking ahead at your draft needs, then you've got 11 picks. So you've not had a first round pick, but you've got 11 picks. So you've got pick 36, so effectively the fourth pick of the second round. You've got 2 in round 3, 3 in round 5, 3 in round 6, and a couple in round 7. In terms of, say, let's just concentrate on day 2.
Yeah.
So you've got 36, 69, and 77. What positional areas are you looking for with those 3 picks?
Assuming that we don't trade them away and that we pick with all 3 of them, I would probably say, well, when we did our mock draft, we drafted an interior offensive lineman, a cornerback, and an edge rusher. So I would probably say, but with Osiris Torrance still being on the board, I'd probably say I'd go for him if we could. We in our mock draft, we took John Michael Schmitz, interior offensive lineman. On the defensive line, Adibawar is still there. For the edge, we took Derek Hall in the 3rd round, but Keon White's still around, and BJ Ojulari is still there, as well as Isaiah Foskey. They were other guys who were on our boards. But also in the secondary, like Tyreek Stevenson, Keely Ringo, and Cam Smith were 3 guys that we were quite high in our community on in terms of who we put on our board. So I'd probably definitely an offensive line, be it an interior or a tackle / guard, edge rusher, and either defensive line, like a defensive tackle or a cornerback. That's the key areas for me that we need to fill if we draft a running back, a wide receiver, a tight end, or hopefully not a quarterback. I don't think Rams fans will be particularly happy.
I mean, everyone likes to talk about quarterbacks. That there has, I'm generally not winding you up. There has been quite a bit of chat about Levis or Hooker.
Yeah.
If they think that Stafford potentially is going to, become like more unreliable in terms of injuries. I mean, how dispirited would you be with Will Levis at 36?
It's. I know I joked about he's what he likes to put in his coffee. It's not necessarily him as a player, whatnot. It's that would be if say we draft him as this pick number 36 overall. It's kind of wasting a pick that could be used on a good starter or on like defensive line or defensive line for a backup. I know we've only got Stafford as a quarterback now, but there's other guys in the draft that are still on the board that we could get in later rounds, the likes of Aidan O'Connell, who met with the Rams, DTR, as well as who's on the board. We had Clayton Tune and Jaron Hall. So there's other guys that we could draft as backups further down the line. So it would be a bit of a waste of pick to go for a guy like Levis. Like, and what you're saying is right, and there is a worry that Stafford could come back, could take a hit week one, and then we're back to where we were late in the year, where our main quarterback who's in a big contract is on the sidelines.
But I guess it's chicken and egg, because if you've got no offensive line, then Stafford is going to be taking hits. So it's almost like, do you almost double dip on the O line just to make sure that Stafford does have some protection?
Well, like I said, Logan Bruss he's coming back, and he's going to be essentially, even though it is technically year 2 for him, it is his rookie season. So there is already a guy in the offensive line that's going to be new to us. So if we can draft someone like Cyrus Torrance or John Michael Schmitz, it kind of like, that's like you're saying, that's not the kind of double dip in the offensive line there, but only one pick is used, and then we could use 2 picks on the defense side. In terms of like our roster, it's the defense that needs the picks more than the offensive side. We've still got Cup. Van Jefferson, he spent most of the year injured, but he's good, solid wide receiver for us. We've got Tyler Higbee there as well. So, I mean, we've got targets. Cam Akers, if he can get into a bit of form and be consistent and not take the huff and, storm off of practice, he could work for us. We can score points, but there's no point in putting points on the board if we've got nobody on the defensive side that can stop teams from scoring points. And right now, that's my main worry going into this season.
And so, guys, we've got about 3 or 4 minutes before I think it's the Steelers are on the clock. Has anyone got any questions for John?
So it has been 7 years since your franchise had a first-round pick. Just how excited are you at the prospect that next year, for the first time in 8 years, you might get to be involved in day one of the draft? I
think the key word you use there is might get to be involved. Like I said earlier, our back office seem to only value the first round pick if it's a high round pick. However, having a full complement of draft picks allows them to maybe trade. So it might, if it's a high first round pick, they can use that as leverage to trade down. You only have to look at what happened with the Texans, with the Cardinals and whatnot there last night. I think for them it's there's the whole worry that we're going to purposely tank this year to go after Caleb Williams next year. And I think one thing is, a guy can look amazing in college, but that doesn't mean it's going to transfer to the NFL. It will be great to have a first round pick. It'll be great to actually be able to, on the Thursday night, be able to watch the draft knowing that we're picking, or hopefully picking that day. But I wouldn't be surprised if come next year that first round pick doesn't happen because we're trading for someone else.
Yeah, just on the Rams and the head coach, obviously you guys are kind of going into maybe not a rebuild, but let's call it a transitional year. Jalen Ramsey has been traded away. You guys haven't brought anyone in free agency yet, but you've lost a fair amount of talent as well. And there was all these rumours about Sean McVay possibly retiring, or maybe doing a Sean Payton retiring and then getting traded, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
super young guy, still clearly a very talented offensive mind head coach. it appears as though, given the year that you guys might have this year, that him staying through that is a really positive sign. Did you fear that that was all real, or was it all smoke to you?
I think he was burnt out. To be honest with you, there was I can't remember who was it wrote it. There was a great article, and it was a US journalist who'd actually spent time more or less living with McVay for a while during the course of the Super Bowl season, and they said that this guy he'd never relaxed at all through the entire time he was at, and he liked to turn to a wee drink to kind of settle his nerves. He was really worried and anxious about failing, basically. As you would be, like listen, you said yourself, he's a young head coach. Towards the tail end of the season, when there was murmurs that he's going to retire, we did say on our podcast, if he's going to do it soon. Don't sit and let us hang on for months and months until you decide, like, no, I've had enough, I'm going to go, and then we've got to go out and find someone else and then try to rebuild. But him taking what was only like a day or two and then come back, no, says, why would I want to walk away from this, is encouraging. And it's good that he's had his first bad year as a head coach and he's wanting to bounce back. It's going to be a tough year, but it could be the making of him. He's won the Super Bowl now. The pressure's off him to deliver that. So he's got some room now to make more mistakes, to learn from them, to rebuild us. He says, like, it is a rebuild, but it's not a rebuild. The Rams back office are saying, no, this isn't a rebuild. It's a reset. It's the end of a cycle. It's a new cycle for the team going forward. The whole F them picks era is over, as we've said. It's now, reset, we rebuild into a new, well, like you said yourself, guys, it's a transition to a new era. And it's good that McVay is staying on. And it's also good that for the first year in a good few years, we've not really lost any other coaches elsewhere. I know we've had some changes, but we've not lost anyone that we didn't want to lose, the likes of Staley.
All right, I think we're coming to the end of our time, John. So why don't you tell us a little bit about the podcast, about where to find you, and what you've got coming up?
Yeah, so with the LA Rams UK podcast, you can find us on all usual kind of like audio platforms, Spotify, iTunes, whatnot. We also now stream, so we're on YouTube at LA Rams UK, where Andy and I, who's my co-host, we'll stream usually every week during the season. When it's off season, it's obviously sporadic, and we react to whatever's happening. So we'll be back on probably next week, because, like I said, the Rams like to go for undrafted free agents. We're kind of giving it a bit of time for us to bring some more guys in to make some more moves. So yeah, usually find us on. We usually kind of Thursday nights when we're on.
Fantastic, John. Thank you so much. For
also, good to hear. It's good to hear an authentic Scottish voice, John, because on this podcast I get a lot of grief for being what Ant calls a plastic Scot, even though I live in West Lothian. And have lived up here for 20 years. So it's good to hear an authentic Scottish voice.
This isn't authentic. This is my posh voice. This is my actual voice. I speak like this to make sure people can understand me. If I was to speak in my actual accent, it'd be a totally different ballgame.
Where are you based, John?
Just Renfrew, just outside of Glasgow.
There we go. Couldn't be more Scottish.
No, could not.
Take note, and proper Scot.
Yeah, he is a proper Scot, Steve. You are just pretending.
John, cheers. Hope you enjoy the draft. Good luck for the future, and hopefully we'll speak to you again soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Enjoy the rest of the draft. Take care.
Cheers, John.
Bye.
See you in a bit.
Coverage is now resuming proper on the NFL Network. And we know that Brian Branch is the only man in the green room. It's a baller move, and I respect it. And Ryan McCluskey making first appearance of the draft shows. And there are a lot of people, Ryan, who are keen to hear your thoughts about day one for the Lions. The trade down and the 2 picks we made, they're expecting something, but are you going to give it to them, Ryan?
I don't know. I'm flagging already. So I've been saving it up. But
come on, Ryan. Tell us what you really think.
I'm sick of people fucking moaning. Like, shut up. Like, DeAndre Swift. Like, the kid's made of glass. I washed my hands of him. We've improved. We've got a guy that's bulkier, a better, I think, receiver, a certainly a potential better blocker and a dynamic threat in the passing and running game. And then, all this, the best defense is done in a linebacker. Linebacker's not an important position. The Chiefs went out and got Leo Chanel, Willie Gay Jr., and Nick Bolton in 1.5 years. And it's one of the best middles of the field right now there is. And like the Lions' middle of our defense has been shit for like 7 years. Tahir Whitehead was a tackling machine, but it was a liability everywhere else. Since the days of like DeAndre Levy, Stephen Tullock, we have not been a force in the middle or been able to cover Toffee. So I don't care if Jack Campbell had been there at 34, because he might have been. But for me, he's the most well-rounded guy. He's a top coverage guy. We're getting him now because Alexander Zaloni is going to pass the green dot to him this time next year. He's going to be the main man in our defense. And I love both picks. I don't care about positional value. For me, it doesn't exist. If they love two people and they want them and they reach a little bit high to get them, or they have to feel like they have to justify that, then I don't care. It's fine by me. It's just a number. A draft pick isn't a real thing. It's kind of like the stock exchange, isn't it? It's not real, but everyone depends their lives on it. It's just numbers, isn't it? And if it all goes to shit, well, it does. But if you make $1 million the next day, well, everyone's clapping, everyone's bloody plaiting each other's hair and singing fucking Kumbaya. So everyone just chill out. Like, so much negativity today on Twitter, and I'm not here for it.
The biggest thing for me is the underrating of how much this raises the floor of the team. Like, if you get a running back that's like DeAndre Swift, but it's 80% of the best DeAndre Swift you can have, and it's more reliable than. It just is that more reliably. But I actually think he's a better player than Swift. But even say that's the worst case scenario, and Jack Campbell is someone who can start at linebacker, that is so much better than 12 months ago. Like, I know that the value might not be there for it, but that raises the floor massively, and that's the worst case bloody scenario. It can be so much better than that.
Derek Barnes, like, I love him. Is he ever going to be a starter? He's not. Like, I'm just going to accept that he's not. Like I said, and Malcolm Rodriguez is a totally different player. I saw some idiot on Twitter say, like, oh, you've taken away snaps from Malcolm. No. Malcolm's in the run game. Malcolm is a thumper that wants to play in the box. He is not a do-it-all Mike linebacker. Like I say, he's not in coverage. He won't line up against the tight end, whereas Jack will. So that's horseshit. And as far as that DeAndre Swift goes, the moment Juice Staley left, for me, the writing was on the wall for DeAndre, unfortunately. I think he needs a fresh start, so I expect to trade him tonight. And I feel like he will be set free somewhere else. It's not fair to try to generate or materialize snaps this season that will just be hard to fabricate. So I feel like we'll leave on good terms.
Roger Goodell's at the podium now, about to open day 2. Apparently 24 million people watch day 1, which for a sporting event where no sport is happening is absolutely incredible. I can't believe
125,000 people.
Yeah,
supposedly there. It didn't. I've never seen that many people in one place. I don't think in my life.
Didn't they say for the Tennessee one that in Nashville there was something like 500,000 people there? Like, it's just, it's insane. I really think Detroit is going to outdo these numbers. I really do. Taib is reacting to Ash taking his cap off. You've got proper cap hair.
It was hurting my ears. I have weak sensitive ears.
We have got Big Blue UK and Ireland coming on in just over 10 minutes time. I'm sorry, Steve, that you're going back to back, but you okay to go for that one as well?
I'm all good. Yeah, I'm all good.
Fantastic. Oh,
just going back to what the point Ryan just made. I remember, and I guess it didn't seem that significant at the time, but do you remember at the end of Hard Knocks, it must have been one of the last episodes, and like Juice Staley sat down with Swift and they were talking about his injuries and playing through injuries, and basically like kind of saying to him, like, we want you on the field more next year. And actually, if you look at the snaps that he took, his snaps dropped again this year, another 20 or 30%. So I guess that must have been the kind of death knell, that the fact that they'd specifically said to him, we want you on the field more, and he's actually taken 20-25% less snaps.
If I'm going to be completely honest, people on Twitter are saying like, "Oh, Trent at Carolina." I actually think that's the opposite of what Juice had won or DeAndre had won. I think they can't work together again. Like, I feel like that the level of frustration that must have been there. So yeah, they're not destined to reunite, whatever people think. If the Lions want anything better than a fourth rounder, it's going to have to be Swift and a sixth. I don't think we'll just straight up get a fourth. We're gonna have to pay someone to take him.
Can I just have a time check to try and find out where you guys are on the coverage? Because I and Ash spoiled it a bit much for people.
6:20 now.
I am 5 seconds ahead of that.
I'm at 6:10.
I am with you, Ant.
So we're all within like 10 seconds of each other.
I'm a bit ahead, Bark, and I'll be quiet. Like I
Okay.
trust me.
Well, you've got one strike because I'm not doing that again.
I know.
So,
Steve, where are you at now?
5:30.
You're 25 seconds ahead of me. And the
when
rest of us.
When I see it, everyone's seen it. I think I'm like the least by like 5 seconds.
Yeah, Ryan, why don't we just wait for you to tell us what it is, and then we can go for that. All right. So I just want to thank, because I didn't the first time, I want to thank David Reinfurt for almost 40 minutes ago now using 100 bits and cheering, because I didn't acknowledge that, and I'm sorry, David. He said, Lions don't give a shit about your feelings, and I feel that comment 100%. And 100 bits as well from Derek Bo Barrack saying 100 bits for good luck, 4 leaf clover emoji. Appreciate that very much. It makes a big difference to us. If you guys don't know, because you've not seen Twitch before, the bits is currency to us. So that does it's not a subscription or anything like that, but it does end up in our pocket somewhere. So much appreciated.
What is the Lions don't care about you draft tonight? Which is the one where they just want to hurt your feelings in the biggest way possible.
Well, I think that don't care about your feelings is just, I'm going to take a running back and linebacker high, and I don't care what you think about it. It's the best thing to do. No,
I'm saying theoretically, if you know, he's like, oh yeah, Brad doesn't care for your mock draft, doesn't Brad care for your feelings. What would be that draft tonight where Brad's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna burn it all for them.
Will Levis at 34.
Yeah,
and then Luke Musgrave, something like that.
I am surprised at how many people dislike Michael Mayer. I think a lot of people will feel that way if we draft Michael Mayer. I won't feel that way. I'll be delighted if we draft Mayer, but I think a lot of people will be upset.
He's now in high value territory for who he is and where he's at.
If we can get someone providing us slightly better blocking than TJ Hockenson with similar receiving upside at the top of the second round, that's exceptional value. Like, given how Hockenson is regarded around the league, not by us, but everyone else, that's incredible.
I hope the Steelers shift this pick for a load of picks just so the Bears can, like, hate the Claypool trade even more.
I have a wager on this pick that it will be Joey Porter Jr., so I would like that to come in, please.
But that means Brian comes towards us,
I would love Branch.
Which is what
Branch would be great. Oh, Brian Shook says long snapper. He's a long time viewer of the show. He knows what he's saying.
Soda home.
I think an edge would be like a fuck you pick. Like, I really don't want to see an edge now. Like, we've got so many other needs. I just think an edge would be just a stupid luxury pick.
If this went like Levis, Adebaware, and Ika, I may break down on stream in tears, crying. That would upset me.
They've got to be trading this pick.
Why? The Steelers can't. What they must be thanking their lucky star. They've got the son of a franchise legend who's just dropped to them when they should really have taken him
in
for the first one.
Pittsburgh are picking here. I can reveal that.
Yeah, I'm there now.
But I am going to wait for Ryan to tell us who it is, because I'm going to be a good boy today.
That's brave, having Porter's name on a jersey. They're convinced.
Oh yeah, I put on £10 at even money that it would be Porter.
Decent.
And it's the Cardinals picking next.
Yeah.
So who
See,
might the Cards take?
The Cardinals messed us up, like taking Anderson yesterday. I mean, they could just do the same. I mean, they've got a lot of needs. They've got a cornerback need as well, but they need a receiver. So maybe receivers start going for them as well.
Receivers are available on the board at the moment. Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs, Cedric Tillman seem to be the top guys on the board at the moment.
Could you imagine putting Jalen Hyatt on that Cardinals team with Kyler Murray? That would work
It's a
because
good fit.
they like their speed guys in Arizona. So that's
That
a
would make me
proper
happy as well.
that's a scheme. And you know, I just like to see him play there. I think I think that would work for him. I think he would be really good.
All right. Who else have we got still on the board? So Porter Jr., as we've said, is there. Oh, someone is walking out to reveal the pick, potentially. No, maybe not. So Levis, Mayer, Branch, Torrance, Musgrave, Ojolari, Smith, Sanders, Hyatt, Washington, Downs, all the top people remaining on the board.
Oh,
I mean-
here he comes. Or someone.
I'm hoping
Wasn't it
I've still
the,
got a few graphics ready for some of these guys. I haven't done any more new ones. I've only got what I thought were the day one prospects, so...
Oh, they've bought one of their own Hall of Famers out.
I want Nectar.
That's what today
Bar
is.
guard.
So ours is Amon Ra is the player selecting for us today.
Oh, I've
Like
seen
I
the
think
pic.
last year didn't we have Barry?
And it is Joey Porter Jr. coming off the board here. 101 tackles, 15 PBUs, 1 interception in his career. Coverage grade in 2022 is 77.4. 6'2", 193, a press man only corner. Prototypical build for a corner though. He's a great competitor. Can be a little tight in transition sometimes and struggle to flip his hips. Boys, it was a weird one that he fell this far. 12th overall prospect on the board. But Steelers must be laughing their way to the bank here.
Does that mean that I get the point from the first round mock draft? I know it didn't happen in the first round, but it's player to team. I think that counts as a point.
I think we did say it counted as a point.
Yeah, you get a point.
Yay.
I think Tom's won it though. Tom's absolutely nailed it. Well, when I say nailed it, he's got about 6.
I've not looked and I don't dare look. I know I've had a... I was
Don't
good.
look, Ryan.
You
Don't
say
look.
that I won the fans one and I basically put the exact same picks in. So I
didn't even have
yeah.
Bryce. I didn't even have Bryce Young at 1. I had CJ Stroud, so I fucked up from the get go.
On 1 for 1 tonight on the wages. Let's go.
Long wait, continue.
I put on 100 on 11 different bets yesterday and I got out £94. So I've gone again. We go again.
I put on 20 and I came back with 25. So
Hey, result.
If Arizona sit,
Yeah.
I can see Ringo here. They do need to replace Byron Murphy.
They do.
Corner is that big need.
I think they've got this corner, this wide receiver, and this offensive line. This could be so. I mean, they might want to protect Kyler. He gets sacked too much. I mean,
Now, yeah, they got Paris Johnson yesterday, so maybe a Sirens.
unless you're going for the centers, I'd be interested to see where the centers
John
go
Michael
today.
Schmitz.
Because Schmitz
Yeah.
and Tipperman,
Pittman's there.
and I guess you could call Avila a center, but they're high level. I just don't want
Yeah.
the Bears to get one of them. The Bears end up with Tipperman or Schmitz. I'll be upset.
What happens if they I'm not going to try and I'm not going to butcher his name, but the Michigan center.
Oliver
Imagine
Timmy.
Yeah, imagine the meltdown.
That would represent a reach at this point, but he is damn good. He is damn. I don't want them to get any of them. I want them to continue picking defense.
Why do I
The GM
feel
for the
like they're
Cardinals
going
said
to...
that Hopkins is going nowhere. He won't be traded.
Why do I feel like they're just going to say, screw it, we're taking best available player because we're not a good team, and they'll take someone like Branch here?
Oh yeah, they took Anderson yesterday, so I could see them taking Branch just to like rub it in our face a bit more.
I mean,
Anderson,
corner is a need for them.
they didn't take Anderson, did they?
Cardinals
Anderson,
traded down
sorry.
Texans. They
Yeah.
took Paris Johnson.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep thinking they were at 3. They didn't.
So maybe they'll take a defensive end then.
Best available. Who's
Uh,
the best available defense?
BJ Ojolari.
Or Jolari.
So we've just been told
Or
in the
Foskey.
Twitch chat that there has been a trade. There has been a trade, and the Titans are coming up to 33.
Oh,
Will
Levis.
Levis.
Exactly. It's got to be Levis, which is good for us.
This
It
is
is good for
excellent
us.
news. Fantastic
That-
news. Right,
That
Steve.
trade-up has given us an olive branch. Do. Right, me.
So Titans have traded, and it's time to welcome in our fourth guest of the evening. I don't know where we are now. Third guest of the evening, Kevin from New York, the Giants. How are you doing, Kevin? Sorry, I
Yes,
butchered that.
That's all right. Yeah, no, it's Big Blue UK
That's
and
the
Ireland.
one. Thank you, saving me. How's things?
Yes, very good, very good. Very pleased with night one. Very excited for night two.
What did you make of your first pick? What was the general feeling amongst the Giants fan base?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing but positivity. It's a great pick. It's one of those picks where need matches up with value. We were desperate in need of a CB2. We've got a Dory Jackson covering the CB cornerback one position. We're desperate need of a CB2. I was very high in banks. A lot of people were very, very high in banks. And it was just, it was that or wide receiver. And like no wide receivers went until pick 20. And then the top four went picks 20 to 23. So we had to do something. And I believe the Giants thought that Deontay Banks was the sort of like the last sort of real blue chip first round talent on their board and met a massive need. And because of that, we traded up one spot to make sure we got our player.
I have to say that I was hoping that we took Weatherspoon at 6, which we didn't. And then I thought, okay, well, we can take Banks at 18 because I really like Banks. He was definitely like my. If it wasn't Witherspoon, I wanted Banks. So yeah, I think that's a really good pick for you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's like Wink Martindale as well. Our defensive coordinator is very much loves the blitz. He blitzed most in the league. So being able to play man-on-man coverage on the back end is vital. And I think Deontay Banks is one of the better man cover corners in this draft. So he was definitely one that was earmarked earlier on. And it just seems like a real good fit with value and the pick and need.
So looking back 12 months and you get the chance to play Captain Hindsight, how do you feel your draft class last year has performed? So you took Thibodeau. Well, you had lots of capital last year. You took Thibodeau at 5 in the first round, Evan Neal, the Alabama tackle at 7, Wandale Robinson, wide receiver, Ezeudu at the lineman, Cordell Flott, Daniel Bellinger, the tight end. So how did that draft class pan out now with the benefit of 12 months hindsight?
Yeah, so the first round picks were kind of like no-brainers, picking 5 and 7. I think Joe Sheehan, the general manager, said, he just basically had to like 7 players and he knew he was going to get 2 of them. I think Kayvon Thibodeau shown, as the season went on, he was becoming a dominant pass rusher and sort of the pass rusher worth taking at 5 in that draft. And I think he will be a stud at this level. Evan Neal had a bit of a sort of hit the rookie wall. He had his flaws. He got beat a fair bit, but you could still see the sort of talent was there. I know he's put a lot of work in this off season to go from that left side to the right side because he was left tackle at college. He's put a lot of work in to be able to get better for this season. I do think, as with a lot of offensive linemen, it does take a year or two to sort of bed into the NFL, but I definitely shown promise and shown that, we could have bookend tackles for the next sort of 10 years, which is fantastic. So those were kind of no-brainer picks. When it got to day 2, it was a little bit, more interesting picks or more picks that players were like, oh, I didn't really see that for the Giants. Partly, I think, because Joe Sheehan and Brian Dable were hired quite late. They were hired in February, March, and you obviously got the draft in April. So they haven't really been able to get their scouts out there and really scout their players. We've got Wandale Robinson in the second. He's more of a shifty slot wide receiver. I think he's 5'9", 5'10", really good with the ball in his hands, but got hit with the injury bug. And then the third round, we got Ezeudu. Again, looked like a solid pick. he looks like a offensive lineman guard that kind of needs to develop. You won't see the best of him in years 1 or 2, maybe 3 or 4. But again, he got hit with injury bug. We had Cordell Flott, who I hadn't heard much of before the draft, to be honest. And he came in at like 170, like really, really thin corner, kind of played slot outside. He sort of came on as the year went on. Didn't get much playing time at the beginning of the season, but really came on at the end of the year and made some crucial plays for us, especially against Minnesota there in the playoff game. But again, he looks like one of those players needs to add a bit of weight, needs more time to develop. And he really good backup. I wouldn't say he's actually like a first starting corner. We took Daniel Bellinger as well. He turned out to be like a bit of a surprise. He turned out to be really, really solid. He's kind of like a typical wide tight end, attached to the line, very good at blocking, very good pass catcher, not dynamic down the field. He's not your Kelsey or not like your Dalton Kincaid in this draft, where like really crisp routes, catches the ball down the field very, very fast, but he's solid. And that's sort of 5 to 10 yards if you want to try and get that first down. He was very, very solid this past year, and I think he'll be a good flaw, a good accompaniment to Darren Waller, who we traded for, because Waller will be more of your bigger stuff. if he stays injury free, Darren Waller, I think, will be a really good pass catching tight end for us.
I assume it's safe to.
Hang on, I'm just going to interrupt the coverage of the New York Giants.
So sorry.
What's the pick, guys?
Oh, thank you.
Sam Laporta, tight end
Oh,
out of
join my
Iowa.
Sam Laporta fan club now.
As mocked by me and as mocked by you, taking the piss out of me when I did it. Sam Laporta, thank you. Unbelievable.
All we need now is Riley Moss, and my Iowa Hawkeyes club is reunited.
So it looks like the Titans have traded up and taken Will Levis at 33. Which is kind of unsurprising. And then the Lions have picked straight away and taken Iowa tight end Sam Laporta at 34.
And
what's everyone's and the Raiders are on the clock.
Yeah.
What's everyone's thoughts on that pick?
What did I miss,
He's
guys?
basically a receiver. He's basically a wide receiver. So he's great.
Oh, boy. Well, that was unexpected.
I genuinely think he's a better pro prospect than Michael Mayer.
Wow.
Yeah, me
that's
too.
A big shout.
That's bold.
Oh, that
His yards after the catch was pretty impressive.
He's very athletic, yeah.
he is the most Dan Campbell guy in this draft. Like one of the most in this draft. That is who he is. And to be honest, Snap think this is high again, but I really like the pick. It's just too high, but they're getting the right guys.
I can't see Twitter, but I know Twitter right now is having a fucking meltdown.
See,
this is going to be hated.
and we said that, and we said this.
The pick.
We said this
People
with all
are loving it.
We said this with all like the receiving guys around. Laporta fits the Lions the best. The scheme where they run the ball, they're hard hitting, blocks well. He is the prototype Lions tight end. So there you go. We've got the tight end. We just need to start addressing defense soon, though.
Kevin, I don't know if I just had to pop out, but I don't know if we've touched on your free agency activity yet, because you guys have actually gone in on a few big picks, including Bobby Okereke. I can't ever say that guy's name, the linebacker. It feels like you guys have taken what you did last year, which was a surprise result, I think, for a lot of people, and you're trying to kind of parlay that into being a perennial, playoff contender.
Yeah, I think last year, because obviously for a long time we didn't. We failed to deceive. We haven't been good for a while now, to be fair. But last year, we kind of new regime, new coaching, starting to get the best out of the players we had, and we saw we could go on a run and actually, make games of it. We did win a few games with by like 7 or less, but I'd rather be on the side of winning those games than losing them, like we have done for the last previous years. But I think it was definitely more direction now. There's none of this overpaying. There's none of this sort of giving out bad contracts that past GMs have done. And we kind of quietly made some shrewd moves in free agency. I mean, Bobby Okereke, I think, is not a sexy pick, not a sexy free agent signing, but he's definitely one of those like side-to-side linebackers, 25, young, just coming off his rookie deal. He's definitely, we were crying out for a linebacker. I mean, we were playing people who were street free agents week one were starting for us come the end of the season. So you definitely picked up some wide receivers as well. I mean, Paris Campbell was a personal favorite of mine, and again under the radar. He's lightning fast. He can play inside, he can play outside. Injured his whole career apart from last season. Last season he managed to put together a full year. Did really well, like 600 plus yards. One of the Colts as well. They had three different. They were started three different quarterbacks last year. So the quarterback room wasn't really good for wasn't good for him. It couldn't really produce. But that was another shrewd signing. I mean, I think we're on the right track. This draft is massive. Getting a cornerback one is huge. I mean, Ashawn Robinson again. We were one of the worst teams against the run last year. So we were weak in the run. Dexter Lawrence and Leo Williams played too much. They played too much. We just didn't have the depth to give them a rest. They played like Leonard Williams, I think, like 90% of the snaps. And a big guy like that, you can't be doing that. So to bring in someone like Ashawn Robinson, you can kind of take the snaps off. Reduce Dexter Lawrence's snap count dramatically. I think is only a good thing.
So you've got you've taken Banks in the first round. You've got pick 57, 89 today. What positional needs are you really hoping that you kind of address today, and what don't you want to see?
Yeah, so there's two big glaring holes, if you like, for want of a better term, and I think we could do with a big-bodied wide receiver. We got a lot of sort of slot guys, a lot of smaller guys. More of a big-bodied wide receiver and a center. We're crying out for a center. We've got our bookend tackles. We've got solid guard play, not sexy, but solid guard play. But we don't have a starting center on the roster. We just signed Hassanir, who was a career backup and just a depth piece. So somewhere interior offensive line and a wide receiver has to be taken today, I believe.
Okay. And in terms of the rest of your division, obviously the Eagles made quite a splash yesterday. Washington seems to have had a fairly good grade on their pick. What is there any worries from seeing like what else has been going on in the NFC East, or are you pretty happy with where your fellow rivals have picked?
Yeah, I mean, like the Eagles just, Howie Roseman just always seems to have good drafts, doesn't he? Just like, one player will leave and they've already drafted the player a year before and he just comes in. I mean, being able to get, Carter and Nolan Smith, where they did, it's just, it's great. I mean,
crazy value.
Crazy. I mean, unbelievable value, and you hate to see it. I mean, one of the reasons why we cried out as well for a cornerback in the first round was because of like the Eagles have got such firepower, like Devontae Smith. They've got the big wide receiver they traded for from Tennessee Titans. Do you know what I mean? So they've got a lot of weapons. So it is. I mean, and the Commanders as well. The Commanders, they have weapons as well, and although their QB situation isn't the best at the moment, they're still going to be tricky. The Cowboys are always the Cowboys. They're always sort of like they have a really really good squad, but when it comes to the playoff time, they just can't sort of get over that hurdle. But I do think we'll be a lot more competitive this year, and I do think we do have a chance to sort of go and take the division if some things fall our way as well.
Yeah, I think the Eagles are definitely the team to beat, and they've had another good draft. But I mean, the NFC certainly seems a little bit weaker than the AFC, and I would imagine a wild card spot certainly doesn't feel out of reach. If I guess it kind of hinges on Daniel Jones and whether he, can find that kind of form that he's shown in flashes. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, he showed last year that he can be a franchise quarterback, but we need to do something as an organization. Like we need to protect him. Hence the reason why picking a good center now, I believe, is crucial. Being able to give him weapons. They went out, and re-signed Slayton and signed Paris Campbell and traded for Darren Waller. These are all weapons. Get Saquon back on the tag. So we need to be able to develop him now going forward. If he is our franchise quarterback now, let's sort of like put pieces around him. I believe he worked really. It's the first time since his second year in college that he's had an offensive coordinator for the second year in a row. Every year he's had different
Yeah.
offensive coordinator. So I think that will help him being able to go into the season knowing the playbook, knowing the plays, getting a better feel for it. So yeah, it's just about progressing now. He showed flashes. He showed that he could be consistent, stay injury free for a full season. Now it's about taking that next step.
So we've got a pick to talk about. So before Kev goes, has any of you guys got any questions for New York Giants or anything NFC East related?
So speaking of the the contract and Danny Dimes is now Danny Dollars. So what is the ceiling? How good? Because obviously with big money comes big pressure. How good does he need to be, or can you be this year? Can you see 12, 13 wins? What is the maximum you think up to everyone is up to potential that you could do this year?
Yeah, so very much a realist. Okay, we're not going to go from picking top 10 last season to getting up to like 13, 14 type wins. I just want to see steady progression. I want him to sort of like be a top 12 quarterback, top 10 quarterback if possible. Be able to get the 10 wins, 11 wins, push for that. Because I think we're a little bit way off being being in contention regularly. Just like wild card as well. Like just aim for the playoffs, sneaking into the playoffs year on year. So like it's all about steady progression, I think.
I actually went to the MetLife in November, so I went to the Lions game, and it was very entertaining. I must say, like you say, it's a fantastic stadium. It's a bit out of the way, but
yeah,
it's the only NFL stadium I've been to, but I like the MetLife.
Yeah, New York Giants, New York Jets Stadium in Jersey.
Steve Avila comes off the board here to the Rams at 36, which is a bit of a shock, I think, for him going here. So I know he was kind of rumoured to be a first rounder potentially, but I think this is a bit high for him, boys. First guard off the board.
I didn't think he'd go before Torrance.
I think that's a great pick because, like I said, that O-line last year, it got Stafford killed. A lot of people will accept it, but I've said this is Stafford's last year. I don't care what Kelly tells me. This will be his final season. He's done in the NFL. The injuries have just taken a toll.
I was interested to see maybe if the Rams might have moved up to go after Levis in this.
See, I thought this should have been Hendon Hooker. To be honest, make the most of Stafford's last year. I think Hendon Hooker would have made sense here.
I mean, Stephen Field is a very good player. I mean, he's also like if you class him as a center, he could possibly be the best center in this draft. I mean, some people have him as the second best guard as is. So I think being able to get someone of that position flexibility and that stature that this late, I suppose, is quite good.
If you need a center though, like say in the next 30 picks, we'll probably see Schmitz come off the board, Tippmann. The Giants, if they're going to get a center, you want to get one now. And I think Joe Tippmann is the best, the Wisconsin center. So you're going to have to nab one, aren't you?
Yeah, we are. And don't be surprised if we make another move as well. If we maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 spots, move up in the second round to be able to get sort of one of those centers that you just talked about. And I do like Tippmann as well. Like, he's so good in space. He's fast, he's big, he's strong. He's a 6'6" center you don't see too often. But yeah, don't be surprised if you see us make a wee move to go up and get one of those.
I don't know if you had this covered while I was away, Kevin, so apologies if I'm double dipping on this, but are there any kind of players that you're standing for in this draft that's kind of remaining in any of the next few rounds, guys that you're kind of really high on? I mean, it doesn't have to be versus a contest or anything, but just people that you'd be banging the table for at any point in this draft.
Yeah, so I'm a big Marvin Mims fan at Oklahoma, wide receiver, and Jonathan Mingo and Cedric Tillman. I think if we go wide receiver around the 57 mark and one of those is there, I'd run that card up to the table. I think they're fantastic players. I mean, Andre Izolas from Princeton.
Yeah, we're high on him.
Yeah. So if he's there in end of third, beginning of fourth, something like that, I'd love to go and get someone like that. For centers wise, I mean, I do like that Ricky Stromberg as well out of Arkansas. Someone if he's there, if the value doesn't match a center in rounds 2 or 3, if he's there round 4 or 5, someone I'm looking at there. I think there's talented players sprinkled all over the draft, as there always is. I just hope so they kind of match where we're picking.
Makes sense. You always kind of want to make it fall kindly to you, because sometimes you have to force a pick that perhaps you don't want at the value at where you are. I'm sure that there's no fans present here that feel that way. It's all about our picks in round one. So, you know, it's an entire Twitter for the last day or so. So,
But just
We've
to touch
got
on
a
that,
trade.
the Giants, a lot of Giants fans today have been mixed. You know, Twitter can be a very cool place, but it can be a very sort of dark place as well sometimes. A lot of fans were like, you know, because we gave up a 5th round pick and a 7th round pick to go one spot from 25 to 24. Now, like we heard that multiple teams were talking to the Jags about going in there to get Banks at 24. So it was a case of giving up a 5th round pick, and we had 2 5ths and we had 3 7ths. So to be able to give up a 5th and a 7th, to know that you're getting your starting cornerback as probably the last of the first round talents at that spot, I think is absolutely fine. You know, I think it's a really good move. But you know, some fans, you know, giving away capital. Why are you giving everything away?
I'm with you. I think actually at the end of the day, a 5th and a 7th
round.
rounder is going to be a backup kind of guy anyway. So go and get your guy, 100%. Sorry, Ryan.
We had that as well because in our trade we gave away 8-1, and people were losing their goddamn minds.
I mean, I did think that we still didn't quite get the value we could have done from a trade up, personally. But I'm not going to lose my mind
wasn't
about
bad.
it. It was fine. It just... When you move down from 6 and you move down outside of the blue chip prospects, you'd hope to get a first round the next year. That's all I would say. And the guys with the Philadelphia Eagles guys we were on with at the time, I said, well, it must be for a first round next year. They all said, yeah, that sounds reasonable. And we didn't get it. So I didn't feel unjustified in that take. But there has been a trade up. Atlanta are going at 38. A trade's a mock at the start of day 2.
This is 3 trades and 6 picks. They're flying
And the
now.
Colts have done 2 of them.
If they take Benton, I am going to cry.
Oh,
Like
they're
Benton.
already on your
Yeah.
shit list.
Yeah, that'll be undisputedly at the top.
Kevin, we're coming to the end of our time with you. So why don't you tell us a bit more about the podcast and the fan group and Big Blue UK and Ireland in general?
Yeah, so a couple of years ago we started up Big Blue UK and Ireland. They're, you know, it's the only podcast in Britain or Ireland. I think I was on a couple of years ago in our very, very early days. You know, we'll be found on YouTube and all the usual podcasting platforms. But with the Giants coming over, we had a really good experience being able to meet some ex-players and the media staff, and got to meet Eli Manning and some other players as well.
Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. Some of the doors that's opened up for us. We've had some. We actually had I know it's not sexy, but we had our long snapper on for an interview a couple of weeks ago. So you know.
Oh, you're talking Matt's language. He loves long snappers. Or
But yeah, and like and we were on Carl Banks, and is an ex-player, and he does the play-by-play on the local TV for the Giants. You know, we went on his podcast, and they even invited us over to a game. So we're looking at going over to a game as a podcast,
wow.
and
That's
they want to
fantastic.
get us. They want to get us in the booth for a bit of a chat as well. So, so exciting times. You know, the podcast is starting to take off. We've only come into YouTube this season. At the end of the season, we started it. So, but yeah, no, it's, you know, it's good bunch of lads from all over the place. And it's good crack. Carried on. Fan media is just growing massively now, as you boys know. Like, so, you know, it's great to be able to find what you want to watch. And lads who sort of are like you, who have the same views as you and the same sort of backgrounds as you.
There's something quite familial and a brotherhood about it. So I totally feel what you're saying, Kevin. The success that you guys have had and what you've been able to do with those people, it's something to aspire to for us. We've struggled to do a similar thing. So that's what we're aiming for in terms of names to kind of chat with and stuff. So, you know, congratulations on all of that. Good luck for the rest of the draft and your season, and hopefully we'll talk to you soon.
Lovely, fantastic. Good luck to the draft, boys. Take care.
Cheers, Kevin.
Cheers, Kev. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I love that pick, Bergeron. That's a great pick.
really good pick.
I
Really good pick for them.
love the Avila one to the Rams. I think he fits them to an absolute T, and they desperately need O-lineman. He's going to get as much action there as he wants, but I imagine Eric is upset.
What's going on with Brian Branch?
Because he's a in-betweener.
Tweener.
And
don't
he's
like that.
nominally a safety, and that just hurts as well.
And so you're saying that the slot hybrid safeties are going to fall further than they should?
Well,
He's doing it for Von Morig.
Let's say this about positional value. The best slot hybrid in the league, one of the, could not get paid last year because we got him at a discount. That tells you exactly what the NFL thinks about this position. He got paid the same amount per year than our running back did. So the league don't care about this position. It is as valuable as running back, and you don't think you should take running back round 1. A lot of people don't. So
it's crazy because nearly
You can-
half, most of the league now starts in a nickel-based defense.
Yeah.
I've got 6 defenders on the field, and they don't take dime, and it's ludicrous.
it is
I mean,
ludicrous.
I think you might find a run in the future. I think in future years you might suddenly find an arms race for them, whereas I don't think the league's ready to embrace them just yet. So it's a weird one. But hey, Matt, you can join in the hate with the Falcons now because you really like Matthew Bergeron, didn't you?
I was a fan of Bergeron. Yeah, he was the guy I wanted as our backup and future starting tackle guard, whatever you wanted him to be. Versatile guy, violent guy. He had a bit of polish to kind of be put on him, but who doesn't when you get into this sort of territory?
I'm
Carolina's
shocked.
pick is in, and Tom Wilkinson's here now as well. So we've got to talk to Tom. Sorry, Ant.
I was about to say I'm shocked Derek Hall's gone so early in the edge room. There's still some good edges on that board, and he's out already. So yeah, fair play to them.
Laporta,
Just while I've got Tom's here now. Just while everyone's on, I now await my apology for the abuse that I took for picking Sam Laporta in my mock draft, where I was derided as the only person taking a tight end. So whoever wants to go first, please crack on.
Steve, respectfully, go fuck yourself.
I mean, respectfully, I did his profile on the college program. Like I say, I was there before most people, so I'm not.
I was laughed at.
Anyway.
I was laughed at.
Respectfully, Steve, I think we all agreed there was no way he was going to be there at 48 or whenever you took him. You know, he was going to be long gone. I think we made that pretty clear.
Are the Panthers going to pick a shiny new weapon for Bryce Young now? Jalen Hyatt's still there.
Yeah, you got to go offense here. They need to replace wide receiver 1, don't they?
This could be or like a shock one, like a Rashee Rice territory.
Rashee Rice,
this could be him.
Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman feels like a bit
Jonathan
of a better
Mingo
fit.
is a buggy one as well.
Yeah. What did he make of Laporta, Tom?
I liked it. I mean, I want to formally apologize, not to Steve, but to everyone who watched our preview show earlier, because if you remember, I asked who people wanted, and at the end I said, well, looks like we'll either be getting Sam Laporta or Tyreek Stevenson. So apologies for spoiling that for everyone.
That's fantastic.
I mean, look, I think I'm sure you guys said it before. Brian Branch was the one which I'd circled. I'm sure a lot of you had too. I would have loved him or Benson or someone, but you don't always get what you like in the draft. So I like Laporta as a player. I've got no issues with it. Yeah, it is what it is.
The
The
Panthers picks in.
Oh, that's another one of my bets not come in. That's frustrating.
I was right. It were receiver though. I thought you've got to give weapons.
I think that's a good pick. I like that.
Saying that, I bet
People say he's the new Deebo Samuel.
But Bryce Young will have played against him quite a lot as well, so he'll kind of know how he works, how he plays.
That's interesting.
I mean,
There's eight picks before ours. So
if Hyatt and Tillman start slipping and they think screw it, this is just going to be an all offensive draft. I mean,
I don't want Hyatt. Hyatt's a one-trick pony. Ball, that's the only thing he's got. I hate Jalen Hyatt.
Bring on Tillman. I'm here for it. Just want to interject here by telling you guys about the rest of the show that's coming up. UK Ravens are going to be on in about 50 minutes' time. Then we've got Brit Breaks repping the Cincinnati Bengals and 49er Faithful rounding out the day just a little bit later. So we've got a gap here in the schedule. And I just want to take the opportunity to let you know about us and about the stream, Roar the Lions UK. If you've not watched us before, if you're a non-Lions fan but just enjoying the coverage, we've been doing this now for 3 years as a blog, 2.5 years as a podcast, and this is our third draft. We actually started 2 years ago around draft time to do this, so our third annual draft show, and our aim always is to kind of bring as many guests on as we can from all around the league to just kind of get a comprehensive look, but also just do some networking around the UK and US kind of podcasts to develop some bonds with guys all around the world, really, and it's worked really, really well. And if you're enjoying the coverage, anything that you can do to help support us is much appreciated, whether that's a subscription on Twitch, whether that is any of the donation links in the description on YouTube. There's a PayPal link, or there's a Streamlabs link down there too. So any and anything you can do, much appreciated. Thank you very much.
This could be BJ. This could be BJ Ojolari.
Come on, BJ.
They need an edge. He's a Louisiana guy. He plays right there in state, and he's the best edge maybe left on. Oh no, Keon White's there, but this could be BJ Ojolari.
I still think he's the best edge left, even with Keon White there. But
yeah, this makes a whole load of sense for the Saints taking now, because they need an interior. Now they need edge. They got Breezy, so they need an edge guy. And it means everyone else keeps falling to us.
I mean, if we don't take Branch at 48, you've got to start questioning what's going on a little bit.
I mean, I am. If Keon White's there at our next pick, then I'd be.
Benton could be there. Benton could be there.
Yeah, he should be. He's not even on the. He's not even on the board at the minute.
Now look who's falling. We need a 3rd round pick. I can't sit for the 3rd round. No, we're not picking. Get rid of those 5th and those 6th and get the Swift. We need some 3rd round picks.
I think you think one of the 50s might go.
I don't think Brad can't sit there in the 3rd and not pick. It'll kill him.
Other players of need, or other positions of need, according to The Athletic, are tight end, defensive tackle, linebacker, cornerback, safety, and wide receiver. So just that. The Saints really could go anywhere.
Well, I mean, our Saints guess wanted tight end. This Darnell Washington's still there. I mean, the Darnell's not been touched yet, so it could be BJ or Darnell here.
Roman Harper was a baller, man. He hit hard. What a great safety he was.
Our thanks to I Can Help on Twitch, who subscribe with Prime. They've subscribed for 3 months in total, currently on a 1-month streak. Thank you very much for that, Ken. And with that, Anthony Fitzpatrick, you know what to do.
Let me just do this pick first.
With all the Iowa players.
Have you heard
with
it,
all
Ryan?
the Iowa players going, do you think there's any chance we might take Riley
Yeah,
Moss?
there's my guy. Oh, I'm so happy for him.
Isaiah Foskey comes off the board here, the edge from Notre Dame. Super productive, sack leader all time for Notre Dame. Didn't have a great postseason cycle, Ryan, but your guy, as you say.
Oh, he's an athletic freak. He's just as athletic as Tyree Wilson, but more productive. 22 sacks in the last 2 years. And he's got a relentless motor.
I'm on a roll now. That's the last 2 positions I predicted. Right, let's do 3. Who's next?
Arizona.
I wanted Foskey to Detroit. I wanted him to slide.
Arizona need corner now.
We don't need another edge.
Or receiver. All right, I'm going to go back to Hyatt again. Hyatt makes all the sense in the world to the Cardinals. They love speedy receivers, and he's as speedy and sort of based around what they do as you get.
I think this could be Keon White.
Oh, I'd hate that.
A shout. That could be a shout. So
ESPN has the best fit for the Cardinals right now as Keanu Benton. We'll just say.
Well, you know that meme I love to use, like the fuck you are. That's the meme I would use to them if they said they were going to take him.
So obviously you saw this a bit because Laporta had his little 5-minute conversation with the press. But I can see why Dan Campbell likes him. So he's said he's fired up, dream come true to be picked. First thing he wants to do is walk through that door is to add value. He wants to produce and make the offense more explosive. Really happy to be reunited with Jack Campbell. And so little link is in Hawkinson's last year was Laporta's freshman year, so he learned under Hawk, so he has a bit of insight already into Detroit and that. And with his combine interview, supposedly they spent a minute just talking, and then they taught him a play through words, and then they had him draw it up on the board. So I think they already knew the character, and they were just testing the football IQ, and he obviously passed it. He drew up really well. And yeah, he compares Dan Campbell to Kirk Ferentz, their head coach, and he just absolutely loves Danny wants to learn under him from his journey and that. So it sounds like it's not like it sounds like a very Lions pick. Let's hope he definitely does better than Hawk, because otherwise the calls might be out for him, unfortunately.
Mark LeBay just said that Laporta played in Iowa's bowl game despite having just received meniscus knee surgery.
Yeah.
That's sick. That's crazy.
Definite Dan Campbell guy.
That's a proper Dan Campbell guy.
The one thing he's
Is
got
it-
on Hawkinson is Hawkinson, whenever he caught the ball, fell over because he was like a clown or he got tackled. Laporta gets away from people. He actually has elusiveness and isn't like a weeble that wobbles that don't fall down. Like, he's got balance.
That was always the thing about Hawkinson, is that was absolutely fine if you were going to be an okay blocker. We don't mind you being no rack as long as you can catch the ball. But if your blocking is substandard, you need to be providing in the passing game. And although he caught balls, you're right, he just fell over all the time. And he kind of got a little bit better in that final year before we traded him, but not much. I hate dunking on Hawk, though, because he was a good man.
Be interesting to see what happens when the Vikings have to pay him.
I thought that was this year as well. I was confused.
It is, but
He
I
is on his
think that
fifth year
happened.
option, isn't he?
yeah, so
So-
I'm guessing they have to pay him.
Any thoughts on the Lions' next pick? What we thinking here?
Benton.
Benton. I'm a Benton. Please.
There's so many options that could go in, and I'd be happy.
Who else could take Benton ahead of us?
Let me have a look. So
Washington.
Packers, maybe.
Oh, I'd hate that.
Jetstones.
Surely the
picked-
Packers won't go defense again.
Packers have got 2 picks in that range. They got 42
Yeah.
and 45.
Oh,
So
fuck.
yeah, because you've got Cardinals obviously picking now. Packers, Jets, Colts, Packers, Patriots, Commanders, then us. Or I hate to say it, but imagine him next to Barmore in the Patriots front.
Oh,
That makes a lot of sense.
You've also got Green Bay picking twice in the next 5 picks.
Yeah. My prediction for Keon White could come true.
Hey, the Packers might have him.
I mean, the way I see, firstly, I think all of us want Benton. So he's obviously not coming to Detroit. That's how
No,
this
it's
works.
not happening.
Tom,
Secondly,
stop it.
But I mean, Brad Holmes is an aggressive GM, right? If he wants one of these guys who we're expecting to go ASAP, he'd be coming up to get them. So a Benton, potentially a Branch, etc. So that's why I don't know. I feel like it's going to be someone slightly further down the list, or maybe not front of mind.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh,
Oh, that was so
Arizona.
negative and depressing. No, wait.
Ojalo is gone.
That's a good
Yeah.
pick.
There's your guy, Tom.
Yeah, I like that. I thought they were going to take him in that 33 slot, to be honest.
Yeah. He's a good fit with Gannon as well. He'll be the sort of Josh Sweat of his new defensive front. I like it quite a lot, the fit.
So Packers next up, and they've got this one, and they've got 1-3 after this. I reckon, if I got to predict both, I reckon that they'll go Luke Musgrave and DJ Turner. That's who I think. Or Luke Musgrave and Kenny Ringo.
Musgrave's a good
Yeah.
shout.
Darnell Washington.
Keon White and Darnell Washington are the picks here for them, I reckon.
So
They
if-
definitely will pick a tight end. Definitely.
White's nice because of the
Oh,
athleticism, which obviously they
pick's
love.
already
so-
in. They've run it in.
So I think
run it in,
Ash, if what Ash has said about Darnell is legitimate, he could fall a long way. Ash, do you
Yeah,
want to just
so,
remind us of what you said at the top of the show?
So there is some rumours going around that Washington has a similar condition to what God, I forgot his name. The D tackle that fell to the Raiders a couple of years ago. I forgot his name, and I hate
Maurice
myself for that.
Hurst.
Maurice Hurst. Yeah, supposedly he's got
What,
a
the
similar
heart
issue to
problem?
Maurice. Yeah, supposedly there was some rumours going around. He has a similar heart problem.
So he could fall
Which
to
would-
like day 3.
Yeah,
Well, everyone was saying during that draft, everyone was like, Hurst not only probably won't get drafted, but shouldn't get drafted until all this gets like properly cleared. And then he went in the, I want to say 5th, did he? But
Yeah,
The Packers have picked.
the Packs have picked, yeah.
Bingo!
Oh, what a call! What a call!
Let's go!
It was a tight end.
It was the guy I picked.
Great call,
I
my
think
guy.
That's a really sneaky pick. I
That is,
don't
yeah.
like that pick at all.
I hate it, but I at least I picked it.
He is going to be a nightmare. Like Jack Campbell has got his work cut out already.
Yeah, honestly, this has been fun, guys. But I'm now a Packers fan, so I'll probably just sign off now and call it a night.
Get out!
Thank you.
Yeah, but we could still draft Mook Musgrave.
True, I haven't seen him come off the board yet.
Matter of time.
Heard he's got great length, so.
Great leg.
Let's see.
So Musgrave's the one that is like not the best receiver of the class, but one of the better receivers in the class, but also has quite good blocking skills compared to some of the other ones, right?
Yeah, he's a pretty good all-rounder with an athletic, freaky profile.
Mm.
He ran a 4.4, didn't he? At fucking 6'5.5".
Yeah, I mean,
He's the kind of guy, basically, you could... Someone who doesn't actually know anything about scouting players could be like, oh, that looks like Rob Gronkowski. Not because he is, but as in because he's big, he's fast, he can catch the ball, he can block. So he could do a little bit of everything, but it is all quite raw. But yeah, Musgrave's a nice player. Like I said, we joked about him. I watched more of him and then actually thought he was quite decent. So
yeah, I feel like that. The Jets
So there's
pick
there's
is
5
in as
picks left.
So
5
Jets,
picks left.
this is
And
going to
there's
be
still
tackle.
Benton, Branch, Torrance. This is good for us.
This has got to be tackle for the Jets.
Dewan
they
Jones-
really need one. Dewan Jones is
feels
there.
right.
Jones would make sense.
But who else do they need? I mean, Rodgers would love a wide receiver. Could they go Jalen Hyatt here?
I'd love it if they went defense again. Rodgers would go fucking nuts.
So they need a safety as well. So Branch could be in play here as well.
Don't need a running back. Do they need corners at all?
No, you've
No.
got a Source and you've got what's his face opposite him. They bought in a high price vet with him, didn't they, last year? I think they're fine.
I mean, the linebackers are slipping here as well, though. Like you've got players that would like Drew Sanders or
You've got to keep
Trenton
Aaron upright.
Simpson.
You've got to keep Aaron upright here. He's not. You've got to keep him protected. And OT is a massive need for them. So you figure they're not going to pass on it again because I don't think they're on the board for a little bit after this. So a lot of guys.
Are we too early
on.
for Zach? Are we too early for Zach Pickens?
That
wouldn't
picking.
surprise me, but maybe a
Yeah.
little bit early.
It'd be a little
Not
bit.
for not for the Lions.
What about who's their centre?
God, McGovern currently.
Okay,
From Dallas.
the Jets picks in. You've seen the Jets pick?
Ooh.
I've seen it, yeah.
Love that. Love
Really good
love
fit,
that.
yeah.
Center
Really good.
1 off the board.
Hey,
Oh,
The Bears
Kevin
don't
won't be
get
happy.
him. Bears don't
Kevin
get
won't
him.
be
Start a run.
Kevin at Big Blue Giants won't be happy.
And they did one for Aaron as well. They got the hometown Wisconsin guy to go with him. So, he's got some company to go. But I love that pick. Tipperman's an absolute monster. An absolute monster. And the Bears don't have him. So I'm absolutely ecstatic about that. Which needs Schmitz
I
to go
think-
now before the
Yeah,
I
Bears
think
and
pick.
that's the
Branch
thing.
could be going to the Cardinals now. I think to the Colts. I think the Colts need a cornerback and a safety. So Branch could be the pick here.
Yeah.
I could see them taking an interior offense line as well. There's them that need it. Commanders could as well. So before we even pick, afterwards you've got the Bucks. The Bucks are there as well. The Miami Dolphins take their first pick. So by the time it gets to the Bears, all the good interior offensive linemen could be gone. They could be left looking at the scraps.
Indy need O-line as well, though. I mean, literally everywhere on theirs. Their line is poor.
Other than
I mean,
Yeah.
you saw how Jonathan Taylor struggled to run the football last year because they couldn't open up holes for him. So if they want Taylor to run, this is where Dewan Jones should go. He's an absolute monster. He's nearly 7 foot tall. He's crazy. And he's one of the best run game tackles left here. So this would make all the sense in the world for DeJuan Jones to go now. You've got to get John. Yeah, you've got to. Yeah, you could. You've got to get Jonathan Taylor running again on that team. You can't allow him to just get swallowed up and hit the amount of times he did last year.
For what it's worth, I rewatched the All-22 of Jack Campbell versus OSU earlier, and DeJuan Jones came out to block him in space and basically got thrown to his knees. So
Yeah, I remember
just something to think of.
He's got the same temperament as Rodrigo, doesn't he? You can see what they're doing with the inside linebacker group. It's, going to smack you in the face type guys, but they're also like sneakily, like really technically gifted as well, and you don't realize that.
My bets have not done well today, annoyingly. Rooting for Hooker over 49.5 and Trenton Simpson next linebacker, please.
49.5. 49. So you've got to hope Hooker goes to Patriots or Commanders then, or us.
Indy's pick is in.
As well.
Yeah. So when are we on the clock?
We're on the clock in 1, 2. So Packers on the clock now. So it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So there's 4 picks between us. Decent pick.
All right. Indy's pick is in.
Oh.
You notice how like all the war rooms are guys like slapping each other and jumping around, and the Colts one they're all just sat down, they're like not making a move.
They're chilled. They don't need to put on a show of being excited. They've got Anthony Richardson. They know they're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Now that you've got Richardson there, you've got to build up the offensive line for the future for him. You've got to build that unit as one. You need to start now, so you've got this year and next year, and maybe the year after that, and then you've got the line ready for him when he gets into that team.
So, Torrance could go here, DeJuan Jones could go here, but then they also need receivers. I don't think
Schmitz could go here.
Schmitz could go here. But I think Hyatt could go here. You know that Richardson likes to throw deep. A deep ball threat would be really good for them, so I think this is one of the few landing spots that Jalen Hyatt makes sense for. Here we go.
Cody Mouch is in the. This is going to be sort of room for him now as well. The ginger haired, so his hair is crazy. But Mouch is like that ass kicking guy who the Colts would like.
That's a surprising pick from the Colts.
Ooh, okay. Okay, all right.
You're all right. Secondary.
Oh, that is a reach for me.
That's a big reach.
He
I
was
like
getting
it.
a lot of buzz though over the last week or so. His name kept popping up.
Lions are on the clock.
Lions are on the clock. We've traded up.
Lions have traded up. Let's go.
We're traded up. I will play myself.
Yes.
I reckon this is Branch.
Could it be Hooker?
I reckon this is
If we
Branch.
take Hooker, I will stab a baby. Fuck Hendon Hooker.
I think that might.
Whoa.
We might get a claim against that if so. We might lose our
Yes,
ability to
please.
monetize.
Right. We need the
I
What
think
we've
this has
given
got to
up.
be Branch.
No, Cody Mock. What are you
This has
talking
got the
about?
ability. This pick could really upset me.
So have we traded
Come
with
on,
the Packers?
Yes, we
No.
traded up with
Yeah.
the Packers.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look for details but also not spoiling.
I wouldn't be
anything.
surprised if it was just a
Right.
plain 5th round pick for this.
I hope
Yeah,
so.
we gave up 159, so we gave up the pick we got in the Cardinals trade.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go quiet
Fuck
until
that.
this
I'm
is done.
muting now. Yep. See ya.
Let's all go
Bye-bye.
quiet. Well, they look happy. They're on the phone.
I mean, they're going to break, so it's going to be a little while before we find out who it is.
Just
They're delighted, though.
Don't look at
Lots of
anything.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, no. Even if you hear it, no.
Vincent!
No. Yeah. So
What I
do
was
we
going to say,
think?
just
Benton,
while they were
Hooker,
doing that.
what do we think?
the only person,
Keanu.
The only people that it makes sense for me, are Hooker, Benton, Branch, because they are choke points at those positions where you fear missing out on them. You can't replace them with other
If this is
people.
Hooker, I am going to get angry.
Oh, I would get angry if it was Hooker as well. But
mean,
like corners, you could
they've
get some
jumped ahead of
elsewhere.
New
Don't need a
England.
centre. Tight end we've already got. I don't think it's going to be wide receiver. There are loads of others. It's not going to be a linebacker. Maybe Torrance.
Do you think it's significant we've jumped ahead of? So we've jumped ahead of the Patriots and the Commanders. Who would they have likely taken ahead of us?
So the
I mean,
Commanders need offensive line.
Patriots need
Okay.
cornerback.
Patriots need a
Patriots-
receiver because Jacoby Myers is gone.
Patriots need defensive line, both interior and exterior. So
Without
So
we
saying
don't
need
too
a
much-
DT. We do need a DT.
Without saying too much, Twitter is really happy with this pick.
Just don't say a word.
I'm saying it's good.
No,
I think
Ash,
so, no.
don't even say it's good. I don't want to know, man. Don't do it, man. Yeah, so when it comes to spoilers, even tipping your hand one way or the other just slightly hurts. I know that because I did it yesterday, which was my bad. I wouldn't hate corner, but there's just so many of them in round 2.
See, Kelly's now
We're picking again in 6.
See, Kelly would be the one I'd have at corner now, but this is way too high for him.
We're picking again in 6 picks.
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah.
No, we're
No,
not.
it'd be 10 picks now. We're picking at 45
Yeah.
now. Our next one's at 55.
Okay.
We had 4 spots between us, and now it's an extra 6.
I will say, just giving up a low 5th round pick seems like good value to move
Can
up
they
this
please
number of
stop
spots.
showing that missed playoffs in so many straight seasons stat? That's just
Oh,
not
that'd be
nice.
Thank God I'm not looking at the coverage tonight that way.
Yeah, I'm going to stick my nuts out there and say Branch is the guy I think it is.
So much for them not being worth anything, eh?
I'm pretty sure I know who this won't be.
Who won't it be?
The Lions will not take Khalil Ringo because his attitude is awful. He is arrogant.
And he's not a scheme
He's,
fit.
he's
See,
brash.
I can't. Yeah, it definitely can't be a quarterback. If you loved a quarterback that much, you wouldn't wait till now and give up so little to go and get him.
Yeah, and the Commanders and the Patriots aren't in the market for a quarterback, so I don't think it's Hooker.
No,
I think it's Benton or Branch.
Or Torrance, because those are the ones with limited supply.
Yeah, maybe.
I think if you draft Torrance, though, you have to get rid of one. You have to get rid of Hal because you've got Glasgow now. I don't see a situation where you can keep all 3.
I would actually be more of, well, if we can trade Glasgow, let's say, I don't know, a team misses out on a centre, because Glasgow does have that flexibility.
I love those
could.
sunglasses.
That's one thing I want to get when we're in Detroit next year is, the buffs.
You want to get a pair of buffs?
Yes.
Hope you bring your
I
wallet
know I
with you.
look stupid.
And the rest.
Shut up, Daniel Jeremiah. We don't want Kelly Ringo. Don't wish that on us.
Kelly, is that his wife?
Keely.
All right.
Pedantic so and so.
Oh, here we go.
I haven't. The person's not.
Yeah, I'm not even close. So don't bother.
Commissioner's just walking out for me, and I'll hang on for you to just say when you've
The
seen
same.
it.
I think we're at the same.
Just saying it now.
I'm wearing a compressed shell on Facebook. Where's...
Yes! Come on!
Yes!
Right.
Yes!
That is...
Get in!
an elite
Oh, give me Keanu Bennett at the next pick, and I will be wet.
There's no way the Patriots wouldn't have taken Branch.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly.
One of the few
Has everyone?
graphics.
Have we seen it?
Yeah. Yeah, we have one of the last.
Come on, Tom.
One of the
Now
last
I think-
few guys
now
I
I
have a
think about it,
graphic
then
for, Brian Branch, 5'11 and a half,
Yes.
190 pounds, played star role Alabama,
Ugh.
high football IQ, 15 pass breakups and 4 interceptions in his career, and his play speed is absolutely fantastic despite a lower than average 40-yard dash time. Boys, he could have
steal
gone
at
top
45.
15.
Steal.
I realise we've jumped New England because the McCarty brothers have retired, haven't they? They need a
Yeah.
safety.
They really needed a safety, even though they've listed him on the coverage as a cornerback. Which
Yeah,
is interesting.
He's a
I mean,
special
when I
team.
did
There
our
is a
mock,
corner
I had him as a
as
corner,
well.
but I said, I mean, it's just whether you call him a safety or a corner, it's all kind of irrelevant because, I mean, I don't really understand why nickelbacks are grouped as safeties anyway, but he can play off the ball as well.
He can, yeah.
I mean, of all the guys I studied that we did our shows for, he was the one I enjoyed the most. I'm not saying he was the best player. I think I had him 11th on my board or something like that, but he was the guy I enjoyed watching the most, and he's such a good fit. Maybe one of the guys who doesn't get as many snaps as the others that we've picked so far this year, but I just well, as all of you guys know, I think, and you had him in your mock as well, right? At 18,
Absolutely.
and I know
Absolutely.
most people, if not all of you, are big fans. Well, they
This is-
pour some out for
Yeah,
Jamie, you
This
know,
is-
but
This is fantastic value. And you know, like I said, he might not take the most snaps, but he's going to be learning from one of the best in the game at doing the role we need for him. So if CJG balls out, that's great. We get to keep them both. This year, we can show so many fronts against people now. It's going to be amazing as to what we can do. But we have protected ourselves long term if Gardner Johnson balls out and we can't afford to pay him or he busts. This is a long-term protection against that. We needed this so badly.
And we've got Tracy and Kirby.
Exactly. We're now
This is
getting
the
this
end.
young core going forward.
This is
What?
the end of
Gone
Will
now.
Harris, and I'm so happy. Will
What?
Harris's days in Detroit, I'm numbered.
Yay!
that's who he's going to learn from.
Learn what?
What is going to happen? Like, I'm thinking about a cover 0 package that has Gardner Johnson and Branch on there and no other safeties.
So who are the Pats?
How scary is that?
I can
Yes.
back that.
Please, Siaki Ika. If the Pats take
Yeah.
Ika now, I would be absolutely delighted. Please.
Just on Branch, I can't remember if this is completely accurate or not, but the thing which frustrated me more than anything last year watching our defense was the last 2 years has been the number of missed tackles. I think I'm right in saying he's the best tackling defensive back that PFF has ever graded, or something like that. So
The PR department has just literally tweeted that Branch has
That's
missed
it.
1.7% of his tackles in college. This is the best that PFF have tracked since they started tracking college stats in 2014.
see, I've still got it. But yeah, I mean, it's
Yep.
just, that's so important to some of the frustrations that we've all had over the last couple of years. And again, not a shitting on Will Harris stream or podcast, but like it's such a good move for so many reasons.
You've got to
It
figure
is.
The Bucks are trading up. So do you think the Bucks are going for Hooker here?
Hooker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had them trading up for Levis in the first round, so it would make sense they were going to do that.
Just on the value point of our picks so far in this draft, the first 3, a lot of people would say taken slightly higher. Is everything forgiven now with Branch? Because this is a massive value pick. Steve looks happy. I'm taking it as a win.
So in our heads now, let's say you flip, and I hate to do it because obviously we love Gibbs, but if you flip the Gibbs and Branch picks, this draft looks a lot better to
Sexy.
the outside. Obviously, it looks so sexy to the outside, and that's the thing. Like now, I've seen people tweeted, "There's the Brad Holmes we know." So, but I just love it. Obviously, it pains me a tiny bit because it means you guys are probably loving it because it means you don't have to listen to me waffle on about you know who. But it's such a good pick. This is like for the future, as we said. Right, if we don't rock
I'm
with
fully back on
CJJ.
board.
I'm shocked the Packers would. I mean, could you imagine if the Packers wanted Branch and thought he were going to slip a few more places and they've just traded him away? That would be so sweet. I need to see.
It's not
I
the
need to
first-
see.
It's not the first time we've done that. Eagles a couple of years ago with Lee McNeil, where we took him and then they had to settle for Milton Williams.
I need to. Oh,
Keon
Yeah.
White.
You've just seen
Keon
him
White
suck, yeah.
is. Oh, sorry, Tom. Did you not
That's
get
fine.
your earpiece
No.
out on time? Sorry.
That's okay. I wasn't really paying attention, but I heard the key, and I was like, and then I heard why. And I was like, well, that's
He
not
really
ideal,
looked
but I'm
delighted
okay.
then, didn't he?
He
had a
looked
face of a slapped
so
ass
happy to
then.
be there.
I predicted it. I
Oh.
did say Keon White.
There's a little bit of him going, I thought this was going to be fun.
Yeah,
Well, shit.
can't wait to play for Bill. Everyone has a great time there.
Oh, I'll tell you what,
Commanders.
though. I mean, he's going to go to an organisation which is going to coach him up pretty well, and that defensive line has always been a problem for oppositions. It's going to eat. It always has.
Matt Judon is going to love having Keon White to mentor.
Yeah, Keon's just so raw, but his ceiling is incredible. His athleticism. If you watched him during the combine drills, he moves like a wide receiver. I mean, that's just how good he is.
And I just watching him kind of be on someone's hip running a wheel route there. He's just like turning and running with a running back down the field. It's insane.
His combine drills just look so good. It's just like, this guy has such a ceiling that he could be at. Oh, the Commodores are up.
So apparently,
Tackle.
the Packers have traded the pick that they got from us in that trade.
After
this.
the Buccaneers.
I can see the
Is this tackle now for them? Are they going to go tackle?
Oh, no! No!
You've just seen it. The Commanders pick.
No! That's one of my guys!
Yep.
Wow, I'm
Now
surprised.
you know.
stop that.
Forbes and Martin.
I'm surprised he's gone before Sidney Brown.
I'm not.
But again, it's preference as to what you want.
Yeah.
He is going to be one of the premier talents out of this entire class. 98th on the consensus board, but I think I probably had him in mid-second round pick, so this is exactly where I thought he should have gone.
He could be a sleeper defensive player of the year guy there.
100%.
I think that is if you're looking for sleepers now, that is certainly a pick that you'd be looking at.
The graphic just came up here saying he had the highest run defense grade among FBS cornerbacks last year. And the thing about him is he's terrific in coverage as well. So flips his hips lovely. In drills at the combine, he looks so slick. That's where I fell in love with him.
I mean, if Sam Howell is
so it's Tampa now
good this year, then that Washington could be a real dark horse this year.
So are we at Hendon? If Hendon Hooker doesn't go here, his fall could be steep.
Oh, I had 49.5 over. If it is Hooker, I lose. That'd be so shit.
Oh, you want it above 49?
Above, yeah.
Above. Oh, thank God. Then, because I thought earlier you wanted it under. I was like, oh God, you're probably not going to get it. But yeah.
No, I want it over.
You're probably sorted then, I think.
So if it's not Hooker, their offensive line is still a mess.
Yeah.
Torrance is still there. Torrance, DeJuan Jones, John Michael Schmidt, Cody Mulch. Who else is there? Luke Whitepler from Ohio State.
Ooh.
But let's just hope it's Arkika.
Oh, if the Packers took him, that would be...
So Steelers and Packers.
Eric Schlitt tweeted, I hope he goes to the Packers an hour ago, and he ends up with the Lions. And I can't believe it worked.
Did you spot who he did next afterwards when he saw that worked?
Oh, I like it, sneaky. But trading up for that?
Look at that head of hair and lack of teeth.
The most interesting
line.
You know what? If I want an offensive lineman, I want the offensive lineman who's got no teeth left, because I know that guy's just going to go absolutely crazy and he won't back down from nobody.
The most interesting thing about that Monch pick for me is they listed him as a center, I think. Obviously, he was a tackle in college. So I think they're going to be moving him inside.
He got tried at center at the Senior Bowl.
I think a white offensive lineman has to look like he's been released from prison that morning. I think that's the look for a white offensive lineman.
Never mind that morning. I think he looks like a wildling from Game of Thrones.
Stephen, as a Scotsman, I would have thought you more than anyone else would have not resorted to the, stereotypes of people.
Well, I don't want to cause anyone any offense, to the deep south, but Cody March looks like he was bottle fed off of moonshine brewed in a bathtub.
That's how I want my offensive lineman to look. In fairness, I really like that. That is a great pick there from the books. Just if you're not sold on a quarterback, just build your offensive line and wait until you get a quarterback you want. They could legitimately be really bad next year and be picking high again. So just build your core whilst you can.
If we take Hooker now and we've put away to get there, I'm actually not that upset.
Oh, I'm going to be pissed. I was arguing with the UK Steelers guy earlier. They really want Keanu Benton. And I said, if you do, we're going to have words when you come on the pod tomorrow. So this is my pressure point. I don't like this.
I've just realised that I'm going to win my Hooker one because this can't be Hooker for Pittsburgh, can it? So he's going to go over 49.
It'd be pretty punchy if they did that.
I want to see Matt's reaction if it is Hendon Hooker. Please, will it to the gods, everybody.
I'm recovering some of my losses here.
Will it to the gods.
I don't win much, I don't think. 26 quid. I'll take it.
That's enough to buy us all a beer.
Oh, I'm still down 30 quid, so you can buy me one if you want.
I'm gone. Cody March to the books.
26 quid might get you a Hooker in some parts where we live.
30 seconds of heaven.
I know some around where I work at Sainsbury's. There's some lovely ladies who'll take that much.
Awkward silence.
Welcome, welcome to Forest Road West.
Didn't realise you lived in the red light district in Nottingham.
Particularly if you bought them a present from the American candy store.
Have you seen my Kool-Aid?
I'm liking it. It started out as blue raspberry, and now I'm getting to down to the dregs. It's more lemonade. It's quite nice.
Oh man, Big Aries has just redeemed 3,000 channel points for me to chug a beer.
You can't use the term chug, can you?
Oh yeah.
I have an unopened can of Magners.
Neck. Not opened. You've got to open. No, get a new one. Brand new one.
Unopened.
Oh right, that's fine.
And
you've got to shot. I'm shotting new.
Oh, Tom, don't even do this to me. What? Don't even do this to me. Don't you dare.
I know. Packers. We've just. Branch stayed in Kansas City. He's with all the fans. He's taking selfies with the fans.
He was interviewed, as in he was the only guy that stayed in there. Yeah.
Oh, of course he was. Yeah.
I can't believe. Well, I can believe it, but if I don't know, what does it say anything about Will Levis? The fact that he kind of went in at hiding. If I was him, I'd have stayed to have my name called, and I feel bad for him, but.
You can't take the risk, though, can you? I mean, if you fall so
could have been sat in there all day.
Sam Howell and Malik Willis.
I mean,
it shows resilience, doesn't it? Like I say, the fact that first chance he's got is kind of gone under a rock.
So I agree, but it's a bit like if you're Brian Branch. So I think firstly it's like Brian Branch, football character through the roof, but also the camera hasn't gone to him once so far. If Levis was there every pick, I mean, it wouldn't have been because obviously he was picked early, but every pick he wasn't, it would have been on him the whole time. So,
right, let's see what they do.
Oh, Branch went to the same high school that Calvin did.
Fuck you, Pittsburgh! Ah!
Branch has a new favourite team on his shit list.
Right, where's that UK Steelers podcast?
That is some front seven.
Fucking Hendon Hooker.
Green Bay ran the card in as well.
Oh
he feels
man.
like a Steeler.
Well, the
Yeah,
Packers
I mean,
actually picked someone. They haven't traded down again.
Yeah, they've run the card in. This is the third time in the last 8 drafts that North Dakota State has had a player selected before any G5 school.
That is a great fucking stat. Well done, Ash.
So Trey Lance,
Thank you.
who's the other one? Oh, Watson.
Wentz.
Yeah,
Wentz, yeah.
Christian Watson.
Yeah.
No, because
Right. I get the Steelers interview tomorrow.
Okay, let me have a look. Yeah, last year, because I think it is Wentz because he went number 2
Oh, yeah.
in
You're right.
2016.
You're right.
So let's have a look. 2022 NFL draft.
Oh, I thought you said in consecutive drafts. Sorry, third. No, never
No.
mind.
So it's the past 8 ones. So G5 last year.
Who's this going to be? I think it's going to be DJ Turner.
That would be hilarious.
G5.
Oh wow! I've just seen the Packers pick. Oh wow!
Yeah. Oh
No.
So
Oh.
yeah, last year the first.
What a reach!
Yep, that's.
I mean, I know it's a reach, but that's a great fucking pick, and I like the fit. He's going to fit him like a glove, but I worry about Romeo Dobbs now. A little bit. Or Samori Toure is going to find himself on the outside looking in now.
Right, so there's 4 picks to go, and there's on the board Hendon Hooker, Washington, Tyreek Stevenson, Osiris Torrance, Schmitz, Jalen Hyatt, Keely Ringo, Adibawore, DJ Turner, DeJuan Jones. What are you thinking, boys?
Garrett Williams.
Yes, please.
Garrett Williams would be a good fit.
Cedric Tillman.
Tillman would be a good fit.
Moro Ajomo.
Imagine how Aaron Rodgers is feeling.
I mean,
first year gone, and they spend a tight end and a wide receiver in round 2.
And it's the pick they got from the Jets in the trade for him. So they used
Dolphins. What we
that
got?
one to take Musgrave. And
Oh,
then
this could be
down to
Darnell. This could be Darnell Washington. They need a tight end big time.
Could be Tucker
Miami.
Kraft.
Could be Shoemaker.
Oh, please be. Oh no, we don't need a tight end now. We don't have to worry about that.
I like Shoemaker though. He was a good pick. He was a good prospect. Aaron Wilson's just tweeted out, medical and or character issues are causing some highly regarded prospects to fall on draft boards with some adjustments as late as the past few days. That probably is Torrance, Washington, off the top of our heads. And probably character issues, and it'd be Ringo as well.
Ooh.
The second best player remaining on the board comes off here with Cam Smith, cornerback, South Carolina, going to Miami. Second best remaining player on the board. That is a value pick for the Miami Dolphins, and a defense that was strong gets stronger.
Yeah.
I forgot it even existed, to be honest.
I like that pick.
He kind of fell off the face of the earth the last 2 months, and I went back to him a couple of weeks ago and actually liked him more than I did before, because I thought he was going to test pretty poorly, and he actually tested pretty nice. It's good value.
And
good
just
value.
to interject, 8 minutes time, we have UK Ravens coming on. You good to take that one?
Oh, I've not even done it. Yeah, I can sort myself in that time.
Cool. Just thought I'd give you a little bit of a heads up.
Seattle are running the card in.
All the teams are running the cards, and if you notice this, they're barely using any clock.
New proposal: all draft picks in the first round should be 6 to 7 minutes. This 10-minute bullshit it's ridiculous.
But the money,
It is
Ryan,
ridiculous.
the money from the lovely adverts.
Free. So obviously Seattle. So after Seattle pick, there's 3 more picks before us.
On their jerseys, just put a big Arby's logo or something. Like, you can make money all the way. Like,
didn't you hear about
Buffalo
the
Wild Wings podium?
Didn't you hear about the hot pockets thing yesterday? So a couple of the prospects, I can't remember which ones it is. I can look it up if if we want. But there's a couple of prospects who got a sponsorship deal off Hot Pockets to basically have the pocket squares in their suits be like their favorite flavor of Hot Pockets. I thought that was quite cool.
I love
That's such a classic Seahawks pick.
It is, yeah.
What? Why? What's the point in this pick? That's a terrible pick.
Oh,
Yeah, but it's a Seahawks pick.
I'm enjoying this purely because the Schadenfreude of watching Ben Baldwin update that stupid graphic about most draft picks invested in running backs over the past like 10 years, because we were up there.
Oh, we
Now
were
the
double
Seahawks
second
is-
place or something. It was ridiculous. But
Yeah.
Zach Charbonnet is one of the best
Pause
running backs
that.
in this class. He's going to turn out brilliantly. But what? Kenneth Walker was so good last year. What are they doing?
I feel sorry for Zach. Like, he's suddenly going, what, have to split carries with someone? Nah. It could be a start
Nah.
somewhere.
It's a great
Like Bears on
player.
the club.
It's a bad pick.
Ow.
Right, who are the Bears taking here?
let's have a look
Schmitz.
what them-
Torrance.
Schmitz.
Yeah, they've
I
also
think they might
picked
take Trenton Simpson or Drew Sanders.
I hope they take.
Oh, they
a
need
defensive
linebackers,
player.
Steve.
I
They haven't
hope they
invested
take-
there.
definitely a linebacker.
I hope they take a defensive player here, just so they're like Justin Fields. Yeah, we want you to die.
Feels like a good spot for Josh Downs, Darnell Washington.
I don't want Josh Downs in this league. No way.
Well, he's going to get drafted somewhere.
Yeah, just
But
not,
I did this
not
division,
this league.
not in the
I
division.
knew
Not
what
this
he
division.
meant. I was just having a laugh. Jalen Hyatt. Fields likes a deep ball.
Hmm.
Hendon Hooker would be the funniest shit ever.
Well, to be honest, I
Pick
don't.
is in.
Could they go Osiris Torrance?
Yeah, that's the natural
It's-
pick.
It's got to be offensive line here. I mean, I know
Especially
they're
now you've
picking
got
again
a-
soon.
Yeah, you've got a left tackle. It's not like a flex player with.
Well,
If
what
they-
about DeJuan Jones?
I think they could
Right,
go back to
they took
back.
the right tackle, didn't they? Yeah.
I think they could go back to back offensive line here. This would. That's what they really should do, because they need to fix nearly all the spots.
But they also need to fix their defensive line, and they're the sort of
really
team
do,
that
yeah.
would cover Adebaware here.
But you can't. You've got to protect your franchise QBs. If he takes too many more seasons of what he has, he will not. He will regress because his health will fail.
But they're higher on their O-line than you are. That's the problem.
Yeah, as I said in the recap show, they really love Braxton Jones for some reason. So they're
But that's
probably
one
sticking him
guy
at
of
left.
5.
Yeah, but then they've
Even if
drafted
they
one
love
as well,
him.
haven't they?
But they've drafted right, so that's both their tackle spots sorted.
And
So if they go in O-line, it'll be interior.
They're quite happy
that's why I say
at corner. Sorry,
Schmitz.
they're quite happy at centre as well, aren't they? I think it's guard.
Yeah.
I think.
They took a load of swings last year.
Let's have a look.
But they don't have. They don't have. They could get better.
Of course. So let's putting in right. Their starting 5 right now is Braxton Jones, Nate Davis, Cody Whitehair, Tevin Jenkins, Darnell Wright.
So Tevin Jenkins was excellent last year. Cody
Yeah.
Whitehair, they probably believe in at centre. So
Passable.
left guard seems to be the issue here.
Yeah.
Is Torrance left? I thought Torrance was a right guard.
Right.
No, he's a
He's
right
a right
guard.
guard, yeah.
Yeah,
He's a
so
right
it's
guard.
not
Yeah,
going to be
he's a power
Torrance.
player.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Probably D-line then.
double down here and say it's gonna be a D end. I reckon Adebaware would stand out to me to be the guy.
But see, the thing is, you're saying these guys are all right, but they're not. They really aren't. You've got to keep trying to improve, and you need depth.
I know.
You know, Cody Whitehair will be the depth guy you would have. You don't want him as your starting centre, especially
it could be
when.
a corner. It could be someone like Tyreek Stevenson because it could be.
They need corners.
Don't make me have to watch one of my guys on their team.
Welcome
I'm
into
gonna
Tony
plug in a
White,
phone.
who's just saying, am I a rare American/Detroiter in this group? And Tony, you are not. About 70% of our listeners or viewers on our podcast or on our YouTube are from America or Michigan, generally in particular. Although, I am surprised, boys, about the number of Detroit fans that live across the states. It really does feel like a lot of Detroit fans kind of get brought up there and then kind of move on to elsewhere in the country, because you get people saying, I'm checking in from X location. that it doesn't happen to be in Michigan. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed that particularly.
Yeah. And obviously, I'm hoping
Just
to be one soon.
I'm just putting something in the chat. Please watch it. It's only 10 seconds, but it's beautiful.
Let's have a
I
look.
love awful announcing. It's
Is
great
it Tom Grossi reacting to us taking Brian Branch?
No, it's the Keon White to the Patriots.
Let's have a look.
Right, let's see who they've got here.
He's got.
This is we said this on the stream there, didn't we? It was just like, oh, great, I'm playing under Bill. Everyone has a
And
good
your
time.
new boss,
it's
Bill Belichick.
For me, it's the part like his girlfriend and mom next to him just absolutely sobbing. Oh, yep. Ben Baldwin has updated it. We're still in first on the draft capital spent on running back since 2018 with around 250. The Seahawks have broken 200.
Ash,
Here
I
we
just need to
go.
stop you there. Anne, are you ready to go for the interview with Ravens?
Let me just listen to the Bears pick.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh my
guys, you hate me.
days!
Why'd you hate me? Oh,
Right.
What a weird pick.
And he's coming in
Oh,
now.
I'm gone.
Oh,
Just
okay.
introduce him and then I'll be.
Yeah.
Tell me something about Jervon Dexter Sr. College guys.
Really athletic, really slow off the
yeah.
snap, and doesn't play 100% the whole time, but pretty good against the run. He flashes against the pass occasionally, but lots of tools, doesn't put it all together.
yeah. I did the profile for him for the D line. Completely agree. He does have upside. He can get there, but he'll be nice, like stout run defender for them. But that's about it, I think.
It's time to welcome in our
I'll go
next
dark.
guest. Although, connecting to order, there we go. Time to welcome in our next guest from the UK Ravens. It's Ian. Ian, how are you doing? Oh, can't
on
hear you.
mute.
Sorry, Ian. We'll
think the
filibuster
line
for
just
just a
got back.
second.
Chargers pick's already in.
And apparently,
Yeah.
according to Tom, the Lions have traded out of
With
the pack.
The Chiefs have
With the
picked
Chiefs.
at 55. Yeah.
So we have traded 55 and 194 for 63, 122, yes, and 249.
So we've got a fourth round pick.
And a
third
seventh round
a fourth
pick.
round pick
And
and
a
a seventh round pick.
249
Oh no. Don't be Jake
prospect
Moody.
X.
Ian,
Moody time.
No,
If that's
Robert
Jake
sold a
Moody.
home.
shut your faces. Ian, can you hear me? Can we hear you?
I can hear you. Can you?
There we go.
We can hear
There you
you.
go.
Fantastic. Ian, thank you very much for joining us and donating your time. We really appreciate you coming on.
No worries at all. It sounds like I've come at a bad time though.
No,
You've come at a
never
good time.
Yeah.
Our pick won't be during this now. So there
Okay,
we go.
magic. Okay, good. How you guys doing? You well?
We've had a roller coaster of emotions so far. I think it's safe to say throughout the panel from person to person. So it's
This is impressive. You guys are doing quite the job here. This is a big undertaking. So well done.
I appreciate it. This is our third year, so we're getting better at it. I remember the first year was just it was difficult, but you work it out year to year. So we are getting there. But no, like Mike says, thanks ever so much for coming on. Let's go down to it. So obviously, Ravens. There's only one story that's dominated this week. Another saga. We talked about Aaron Rodgers on here a lot for NFC North. Another quarterback saga has ended. Lamar Jackson is staying with the Ravens now, the highest paid player in NFL history. Maybe a stupid question, but now it's all done. How are you feeling about the deal going forward? Are you relieved this one's over as well?
Yeah, it's strange, this one. I think from outside the sort of fan base, and even there was a few within the fan base that were just done with this. They were happy to let Lamar go and get on with it. But there's an awful lot of the fan base that thought this would always get done, even when Lamar came out and sort of said he wanted to trade and he wanted out. There was a lot of us that felt it was kind of the Debo Samuel. It was the next step that Lamar had to come out and say that, really, and we expected him to come out and say it, and he did, and use it almost as a negotiating tactic. So personally, I always wanted Lamar to stay. I was pretty happy signing him to almost whatever he wanted. I wasn't one of the people that was just like write the blank check and give him, absolutely everything he's asking for and just get it done and forget about it. I think that's just silly. There has to be some give and take. But I've been a Ravens fan since the start. We've never had a quarterback anywhere near Lamar's level. And I'm absolutely delighted that this has got done and that he'll be a Raven for the next 5 years.
I can imagine a bit of all the stress of going through the things you read in the media, the tabloids. I know our fan base was screaming for right, go and get him, give whatever, all the picks, first round for the rest of the time. But it's done, it's dusted. But obviously it's been 12 months. So I saw you from the draft there, and the Ravens draft last year. I really envied your guys' draft last year. You had so many guys that I wanted in there. So obviously started off with Kyle Hamilton, who was like my favorite player in the draft, full stop. Then you got Tyler Linderbaum, the center from Iowa, David Ajabo from Michigan. I know he's injured to start off, but he's healthy now, I believe. Travis Jones, who was my second favorite player in the draft, and I was devastated when your lot took him in round 3 because I was desperate for us to get him. And then you had Daniel Falele, the offensive tackle from Minnesota, Jalen Armour Davis, the corner, Charlie Kohler, the tight end, Jordan Stout, the punter, and then Isaiah Likely at tight end, Marion Williams, quarterback, Tyler Barty at running back there. A lot of players, but after 12 months, I know you can't really judge a draft class till after 3 years, but you've had 12 months to look at these guys. What are your initial impressions of the 2022 draft so far?
Mixed bag. You just listing off the picks there. I think it was 11 in total. We had some crazy amount in the 4th round. And it's sort of come home to roost a little bit this year. We've only got five picks this year, which is an absolute record low for the Ravens. In terms of the last class, after 2 weeks of the season, Kyle Hamilton was a bust, according to the fan base, which was just ludicrous because he ended the season, I think, as I don't know how much stock you guys put in PFF. He put a crazy run together at the end of the season and probably ended up the season playing most snaps at slot cornerback, which might sound a bit odd. But he was absolute shutdown in that role. The Ravens really mixed him around. They were embarrassed with the amount of safeties they had last year, Marcus Williams and Chuck Clark, who they've since traded away because it was just surplus to requirements, really, traded him to the Jets. So Hamilton really came on strong. Linderbaum, we were told throughout the draft process, was too small to play center for the Ravens. He ended up in our end of season awards winning Offensive Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, and all sorts of things. He was really looked on by the fan base as a superstar last year. I thought he was very good. I don't think he was anywhere near Kyle Hamilton's level, but I think he was a player that the Ravens fan base wanted. And he came in and started every game. He didn't make any mistakes. You didn't notice him. You sort of, went about his work. And I think he was very, very good. I don't think he was as good as a lot of Ravens fans will tell you he was. But it was his first year playing center in the league. It's not easy. Ajabo we didn't see until almost the playoffs. He played a couple of games, and then he came in the playoffs and did what he does. He got a sack on Joe Burrow and took the ball away at the same time. So really excited to see him going forward. Travis Jones should get more opportunities now. We're getting younger on the D-line. We obviously let Calais Campbell walk. So I think next year you're going to see him more with Madubuike and Broderick Washington and a few of the younger guys. And after that, it was, as you say, the 4th round, we took about 100 guys in the 4th round. We took a punter in the 4th round, which shocked a few people, but he was steady, played all year. Isaiah Likely really flashed when Mark Andrews wasn't on the field. The problem was Greg Roman couldn't work out how to use the two of them together. So if Mark Andrews was on the field, likely just disappeared. And if Andrews was injured, which he was a little bit last year, I think likely had 200 or 300-yard games. But as I say, Roman couldn't figure out how to use them both. So hopefully the new offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, has got some clue how to get both those guys on the field and contributing.
Yeah, and obviously, Isaiah Likely, he was another favourite one of ours. He's flourished in your system. He was one guy they found out how to work with this year. Were you surprised by how good he was straight? Because obviously we all knew he was going to be great receiving tight end, but he seemed to take like a duck to water to your offense.
Yeah, he really did. And I mean, it's a very friendly offense to play tight end in Greg Roman's system, especially when he's playing that sort of Mark Andrews role. And it shot up in the preseason. I think he played the first preseason game. I'm not sure he played again. They had him in street clothes, which for a fourth round rookie to be sitting out the preseason probably shows you everything you needed to know already. And they've got another guy that they really like that they drafted last year, Charlie Kolar as well, who missed almost all of last year with a sports hernia. So he's going to be back in the mix as well. So sort of it's typical Ravens embarrassment of riches really at tight end. They're going to be 3 or 4 deep again there this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And in regards to the season itself, so it was 10-7. Obviously, another injury to Lamar doesn't help. You have to have the backup in, and it ends up with a wild card loss to the Bengals. Now that you've had a few months to think about it, how do you look back on the 2022 season? What happened? What are your overall thoughts about it?
I think overall it has to go down as a disappointment. I think halfway through the season on our podcast, we said if we don't win the AFC North, it's a disappointing season. We didn't win the AFC North. It was a third year of Lamar not finishing a season, which has to be a worry. Me saying I'm happy to sign him to a big long-term deal. That's 3 years now that he hasn't finished a season. He got hurt in the Buffalo game. He got a concussion off a bad snap. Last 2 seasons he's been hurt, not running around, making plays from the pocket. Dropping back to throw is where he's been hurt. So I think last year has to go down as a disappointment. But then you look at how the season finished, and we lost in the playoffs at a really fancied Cincinnati team in a game that we would have and probably should have won had the backup quarterback just stayed low and snuck the ball from 1 yard out. If he'd have taken the sort of the Eagles Hurts route of just letting everyone push him over the line, we probably would have won that game. Our defense shut down Joe Burrow. They shut him down 3 times in the season, held him to under 20 points in Cincinnati. So that was a heartbreaker, staying up all night and watching us at the 1 yard line fumble the ball away and see it go all the way back the other way for a touchdown. It was a sad end to what ultimately was another really promising season that we watched us slip away.
Yeah, and like you say, it's an uber competitive division at the minute. Losing the starting quarterback just it makes it so difficult, doesn't it? Even though Huntley did well, I mean, he did admirably in the situation, didn't he, Huntley? Even when he goes down, he's still winning games, still look pretty good with him in the team.
Yeah, he did okay. He's an odd one, Huntley. He's one of those that he's a backup quarterback that's good enough to keep you at about 500, which is probably what you want from a backup quarterback. And as I say, our defense last year, it started the season horribly with a new defensive coordinator in there. But by the end of the year, I think only the 49ers were allowing fewer points than us. And we're not really losing any starters from that defense. Calais Campbell's obviously moved on, and we've got a big glaring hole at cornerback where we've lost Marcus Peters. I expect the Ravens to actually have a deal lined up for either Peters to come back or a Rock Ya-Sin who's been in for a visit, a vet like that to come in and play at cornerback. I'll be amazed if they don't take one in the next couple of rounds of this draft. they're a team that absolutely love corners, always have them, always have depth, and we always end up at the end of the season absolutely riddled with injuries. And at the minute, it's poor Marlon Humphrey and pretty much no one else. A lot of draft picks they took last year that haven't really panned out.
Yeah, definitely. Just quickly interjecting this, thoughts and prayers to Ash, our panelist. Tyreek Stevenson has gone to the Chicago Bears.
I've got
apologize for that one, Ash.
I
That's
picked Rashid Rice to Kansas City in the first round, so
you did.
A point there.
And well done for you there, Ryan. So
Ryan knows ball.
Ryan knows ball. There we go. Anyhow, so let's put the disappointing 2022 season behind. Let's look to more optimistic times for the future. That is what we're doing as Lions fans. It's what we always do. But Lamar has his new contract, and sort of one of the knocks against the organization to Lamar has always been, do they need to give him more weapons? You know, they always had a really talented running back room, but it's the receivers. Have they really done it there? But it seems this year, there seems to have been a change for that. So obviously Nelson Aguilar has come in, Odell Beckham Jr. has come in free agency, and then your first round of the draft this year, they went for Zay Flowers, probably the most dynamic wide receiver in this draft. And you look at scheme fits, probably like the most perfect player for the Ravens going, but they really seem to have doubled down on Lamar staying now, and they are giving him all the weapons to succeed. Are you happy with the business they've done so far in backing him up now? He's signed his contract.
Yeah, I think they had to. DaCosta came out at the end of last season and said he was going to rebuild this wide receiver room, and he's done this throughout Lamar's time. A couple of years ago, Lamar was asked what he wanted, and he said, I need an offensive line. And they went out and completely rebuilt the offensive line. And DaCosta does this. He goes sort of all in. I mean, a week ago, we had Tyler Huntley throwing passes to Nelson Aguilar and Devin Duvernay. And as you say, now we've got Lamar Jackson throwing passes to Odell Beckham, Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman. So it's a massive change. I'd say on paper, it's probably... and this is a very low bar, it's probably on paper the best receiving room the Ravens have ever had. They've never drafted wide receivers that have panned out. They've taken a lot of them, even during Lamar's time. They've drafted Hollywood Brown in the first round. Rashad Bateman was a first rounder. Now Zay Flowers. For as much as people say that the Ravens haven't given Lamar weapons, they've certainly taken some swings. A lot of them haven't worked out. They've drafted Devin Duvernay, James Prochet. They've probably spent more on wide receiver than any other team in the last 5 or 6 years. They haven't worked out, whether that's playing in a Greg Roman system, whether it is the scouting department, and they keep, they've drafted the Brashad Perrimans of the world, who've just, as I say,
we've done that.
Yeah, I think everyone's had a go, but so as I say, on paper it's very exciting, and they've certainly put weapons around Lamar, but we still wait to see whether it turns into points and receiving yards. If I told you who led the Ravens at the wide receiver position last year and how many yards he had, would probably show you why they've done this. Odell's an overpay. I think everyone around the league knows Odell's an overpay. But if that extra $5 million had anything to do with Lamar signing a contract, then I think it's worth it.
I was just about to ask about Odell. So are you happy with their decision to take a plump on him? I mean, obviously he's on his day as dynamic and game-changing as you can get, but he also brings the ego, the fanfare, everything with him. Was that one you were happy for them to do?
It was almost one that I thought they had to do. I thought they had to show something. They had to show some willing to go out and get a guy, and there wasn't. There was a lot of talk about trading for DeAndre Hopkins or someone of that ilk, and we've always been in on people. When Stephon Diggs got traded to Buffalo, we were in on it. It didn't happen. When Hopkins went to Arizona, we were in on it. Didn't happen. So I think they had to go out and do something and show something to Lamar and the fan base that they were willing to take a punt. I've never been Odell's biggest fan when he's been at other clubs. And I think with anyone, when he comes to your club, suddenly he's flavor of the month. So everything I've seen from him, he was on FaceTime last night, straight after the draft with Zay Flowers talking sort of, we'll get to Baltimore, we'll get the work in. Everything I've seen from him is positive so far. But I had no idea which Odell we're getting. If we're getting Odell of 5-6 years ago, then I'm absolutely thrilled. If we're getting a guy that's got no ACLs and can't move anymore, I'm not sure. But as I say, I think I know it was an overpay. I've seen people go as far as to say it was a desperate move and things like that. I don't think it's quite that far. I think it's an overpay, but I think they had to, and I'm pretty pleased they've got him in. Even just for a guy to be in that room, in the locker room, fingers crossed it works out. As I mentioned before, if I tell you that the leading receiver for the Ravens last year was Demarcus Robinson, and he didn't even crack 500 yards, I think that, the Ravens were desperate and they did have to bring bodies in.
Yeah, absolutely. You touched on sort of the new pick there. Odell is with new wide receiver Zay Flowers. Obviously, given 5 picks in the draft this year, like you said, there's not too many. Was that a surprise to you, or was wide receiver like the area that you wanted to go after in the draft? What did you make of the decision for Zay Flowers?
It was wide receiver or cornerback, I think, were the only 2 ways they were ever going to go here. As much as they've spent on Odell, it's only a 1-year deal, so they did have to get a guy in. So I was happy. Well, I was thrilled with Zay Flowers. He was probably about the highest rated person I had. I do a podcast with 5 other guys. One of them's a real sort of college savant. He produces his own draft guide every year, and he's jumping around his living room as happy as anything with Zay Flowers. He's banged the drum for him for a long time. So I take James's opinion seriously, and James tells me that he's a very good one. So yeah, I was very happy with the pick there. I'd be amazed, as I say, if they don't come out of this draft with 1 or 2 cornerbacks later on. For as disappointing as last season ended, there's not a lot of holes on this roster. As I mentioned, Marcus Peters at cornerback was out of contract. He's walked, so we've got a hole there. Every other starter on defense is returning. We lost our left guard in Ben Powers, who no one expected to start last year, came out of nowhere, played himself into a contract that we couldn't afford to match. He's gone off to Denver. So we've got a hole at left guard. We have got a couple of guys in the building who we drafted who haven't really shown anything yet. But Ben Powers was one of those himself and came out of nowhere, as I say, to get the job. So we've got a hole at left guard. But not a lot of holes on this roster when you look around. It is more depth that we're drafting at the minute.
So I was about to say, with the remaining 4 seats, you've got 1 at 86. Would you expect that to be corner then? Is with the other big need for you?
I think the fan base would expect that to be corner. It wouldn't surprise me if Baltimore and Eric DaCosta and Ozzie Newsome have always been best player available. It wouldn't shock me if they took anyone on the defensive line or the offensive line. They love building in the trenches. They love having the depth. So if the best player there is someone on either side of the line, it wouldn't shock me if they took them. I'm not a massive draft Nick, but I'm told that the cornerback class is deep. So a corner would be that would be an absolute slam dunk. The fan base would be very happy going wide receiver, cornerback. But as I say, there's not an awful lot of holes on this roster. So I think they'll come out of this draft with maybe one more offensive player. I think probably along the line, and then I guess the rest of the draft will probably be filled out with defense. I'd have loved to have taken a running back somewhere along the line, but we've re-signed Justice Hill, who's our 3rd choice running back. So I don't think that's going to be a way to go now with having only 5 picks.
As I was saying, they had Tyler Bardi last year, didn't he? Did he see the field much, Bardi, or was he?
No, he barely touched the ball, to be honest. As I say, we had 11 picks last year, and I think possibly 9 or 10 the year before. So we've drafted an awful lot of players and just couldn't fit them all in. The year before we had an abundance of cornerbacks, and we ended up trading away a draft pick to one of the guys we took in the draft. We traded away in preseason to the Patriots, and yeah, Tyler Badie, however we say his name. He had a couple of goes in pre-season. But even we had J.K. Dobbins coming back off an ACL injury and Gus Edwards injured at the start of last year. Even with those two coming back from injury, he never really got a sniff. That the Ravens put a high price on special teams, and as I say, Justice Hill, who's their third choice running back, is an absolute stud on special teams. So there was just no way onto the field for him. He was kicking around our practice squad for a bit, and then I think at the end of this season, Denver picked him up, and he might even have scored a touchdown, which went down well in his first game for Denver. There was a lot of people within the fan base that were screaming that, this guy can play. And the first game he appears in for Denver, I think he broke quite a long one for a touchdown.
So, obviously, with Lamar under contract now, they're giving him weapons. The team hopefully is going to be much healthier. Like ours, we had the same last year, just injuries all over. It looks better. What is the expectation for you now for the AFC North next year? Obviously, the Bengals keep getting richer at the position. The Steelers, you feel they're gonna work out eventually. They're always pain in the neck. It's a tough division. What would you expect from the Ravens this year? Are they going to go for it now? Are you wanting a win of the division again?
They have to, I think, and it all depends. It all comes back to the quarterback, and he has to stay healthy. There was a lot of talk last year that he could have played. I don't know how true that is. There was a lot of talk that he could have played at the end of the season, and the fact that he didn't have a contract meant he wasn't sort of busting a gut to get back. I'm not sure I put a lot of stock in that, but their goal has to be to win the AFC North. They've got their quarterback locked up now. As I say, there's not a lot of holes on this roster. They've got some big name players who they're investing a lot of money in. They had Lamar on his rookie deal. They got to the playoffs a couple of times. It never really worked out. When you've got your quarterback on a rookie deal, that's the time to win. It's incredibly hard to win a Super Bowl when you're paying a quarterback a lot of money. The Chiefs have done it, but not a lot of other teams have ever gone down that route. It's win with a quarterback who's not getting paid a lot. So it's going to be difficult. The Bengals are a very good team. As you say, the Steelers are just the Steelers. They always end up with a winning season. The Browns, who knows? They could be anything, absolutely anything. But the AFC is absolutely loaded. You look around. The Jets are gonna be better this year, having a competent quarterback. You just look around the AFC, and there's 8 or 9 teams who you look at and think, crikey, they could win the whole thing.
So how far do you expect them to go?
It's so difficult. If Lamar stays healthy, it's first year with a new offensive coordinator. But I expect them to put up points with Lamar Jackson. I think when he's been on the field, our absolute floor has been 20 points with Lamar. Even in a horrible, turgid offense, we've put up 20 points. And as I say, our defense last year finished the season really strong. Allowed the second least points, I think, at the end of the season. Finished about 6th in sacks, takeaways. Hand on heart, if they don't get somewhere near an AFC championship game, I think it's probably going to be a disappointing season. That sounds pretty terrible and big-headed, but that's where this team is. I think we expect them to win. Asking for Super Bowls is an awful lot, but this team hasn't made an AFC championship game since they won it all back in 2012. They've been to the playoffs a fair few times since then. Lamar's got a horrible playoff record, which I'm sure everyone knows, and people are quick to remind me all the time. But they keep getting there, and eventually they have to start winning some playoff games.
Yeah, absolutely. Panel, open this up. Any Ravens related questions you want to ask Ian?
Speaking of Lamar, so do you think there's going to be a growing trend now of players scrapping agents and representing themselves, only talking to a team when they want to? Because he's negotiated the best deal in, NFL history.
He has, but it's taken him 2 years to do it, and he's lost I say he's lost an awful lot of money. If you look at the quarterbacks that were in his class, so Josh Allen, for example, now, Josh Allen's a difficult one because he's obviously a top tier quarterback, but so's Lamar. Josh Allen's career earnings so far are so far ahead of Lamar's, and Lamar will never, even being the highest paid quarterback, he won't catch that money up now. His career earnings, I think he's somewhere like 80 million behind Josh Allen at this point, and he's never going to make that money back. So as well as Lamar's done for this deal, it's taken 2 years. He asked for a trade away from the organization. He's taken an awful lot of stick from a lot of people. The Ravens have taken an awful lot of stick from a lot of people. I don't expect that loads of quarterbacks are just going to be jumping on this and doing it. You saw how quickly Jalen Hurts got his deal done. He seems quite happy. And that was almost the exact same offer. The Ravens made that Jalen Hurts offer 2 years ago, and Lamar turned it down. And he's ended up 5-10 mil more, which is just how contracts go. You sign 5 or 10 mil more than the next one. So it'll be interesting. The big two are going to be Herbert and Joe Burrow, who both play for franchises that don't like to spend money. They'll both get done by, I can't see either team allowing either of those guys to go. So they'll both get done. But I don't think we're going to go into the realms of sort of what Lamar was originally, if you believe the rumors, asking for fully guaranteed contracts and not having agents and all this sort of thing. I don't see it myself.
We'll never see a fully guaranteed contract ever again, I think. Deshaun Watson agent pulled the blinder there, but fucked up the market, didn't it? The market then just went all topsy-turvy.
He did, and there was one franchise that would have done it, and it was the Browns, and it showed you how desperate they were to do it, and it hasn't worked out for them. You look at, I mean, Deshaun Watson last year, towards the end, he was okay, but he was, this is a guy that hadn't played football, and it showed. And I think they're already, that contract's already coming home to roost. They're already looking at redoing it. They were talking earlier in the off season about trading away Nick Chubb and getting rid of some assets. So I think you're right. I don't think we're ever going to see it. I just don't think the owners would allow it. It's not a good business model.
Did you Scruggs just get drafted before John Michael Schmitz?
No, Schmitz has gone. Schmitz has gone.
Oh, was he gone?
And the Lions have also traded out of 63.
Yeah, we've gone backwards and backwards. Any other questions for Ian?
Very quickly, did you see the photo earlier from Antonio Brown? And if so, what was your immediate reaction?
I did see it. We, as a fan base, we didn't want Antonio Brown when he was playing, and he was playing well. So there's absolutely no chance that anyone wants him now. Yeah, there was it was good content. I run the Twitter account over at UK Ravens, and it was pretty good content for about half an hour. He got absolutely flamed by everyone. So really normal, sensible. There's a guy on Ravens Twitter that does all the film study, and he's a very X's and O's guy, very straight. You don't laugh and joke around with him. And he was sort of putting up memes of the in-betweeners and stuff. That he was absolutely flaming. And no, stay away. The guy's got problems.
Yeah, absolutely.
One word answer: will Antonio Brown make the Hall of Fame? Yes or no?
Fuck. Yes.
What was that about giving mean questions to our guests? That's like asking us if we should put Aaron Rodgers in the Hall of Fame. That's just that's cruel. That is. Ian, I really appreciate you coming on with us again and doing this. Do you want to hype up your podcast or whatever you want to for anyone listening? Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, if anyone wants any Ravens nonsense, they can find us over at UK Ravens. We've got a podcast. There's a Twitter and a Facebook and an Instagram and all the normal stuff. So yeah, you can find us over there. And just again, congratulations, guys, on this. This is very impressive. It's always fun to come on and talk to you guys. You guys are really great at this. So we'll get you back on next time we play Detroit and Justin Tucker comes and breaks your hearts again.
Oh, you gave it right back to us.
Wow.
I couldn't leave without it, could I?
Ian, get out of here. Get away.
I was just about to say, this show is only so great because we have such great guests. But you know what? That's out the window now. We can't can't do
He
that.
leaves on a cheap shot.
Oh man, gut punch.
it was cheap, but I had to do it.
You
Sorry.
did. Ian, good luck for the rest of the draft. Thanks for coming on, and we'll see you soon.
Cheers, guys. Enjoy.
Take care,
Yeah.
Ian. Bye.
Cheers, Ian.
Oh, the run of excellent guests continues. That was a gut punch.
No, it
but...
ends. It's just ended.
Yeah. We have got Brick Breaks. Andrew from the Cincinnati Bengals coming on in 7 minutes' time. So Ash, be ready for that one. Don't worry. It was a good conversation. You guys were flowing, so don't worry about that. Marvin Mims comes off the board for Denver in the last pick of the second round. The Lions traded out, and according to Ash, because we haven't seen the terms, the Lions traded down 5 spots from 63 to 68. They also gave up 183, but got 138 in return. So down 5 spots in the second to third round, and up 45 picks up into the mid-4th round. So I think that
Magic. That's really good.
It's really good value, and I mean that's where Brad Holmes cooks. So I'm feeling it. That is Puka Nakua territory right there.
You stole the words out of my. You
That's
didn't
the
want to do
one.
it, but you stole the words out of my mouth. About to say that's the perfect place for where the wide receivers we like are going to be. Nasua, Oshavas. That's like the prime position to get them. So I want to say salivating, but I've just ate some Pringles. It's probably that as well. I'm salivating at the 4.
If we draft Nasua, I'm doing a live stream of me running around the block at like 3 a.m, like celebrate or whenever. It's tomorrow, isn't it? It'll be during the day, so it's fine. Whenever I'll be doing a lap, and it will be live streamed, and I will do the lap because he's been my favorite player in the draft for a long time, or one of.
Ash is salivating like he's outside the American candy store on a Saturday morning.
Theoretical here, Ash. If they drafted Jammy, how much would you hate the Bears right now? Jammy and Tyreek.
Why do you do this to him?
He's done this to me.
They've taken Dexter Stevenson. That's all they need. They need Jammy, and they've completed the Florida set.
I'm sure the Bears will take a linebacker here.
Who's left? Trenton Simpson's not gone yet. Oh, I wouldn't like that. Oh no,
Bruce Sanders.
No.
Bruce Sanders ain't gone.
No.
It's just been pointed out to me that 139 is an early 5th rounder, by the way, not a 4th rounder. It feels like a 4th rounder, but it's a 5th.
Can we look at some of the players still on the board? Like you've got Hooker, Dinah Washington, Hyatt, Trenton Simpson, Cedric Tillman. It's
Josh
just crazy.
Downs.
Hooker's going miles down now.
Adetomiwa Adebare is still on the board, despite being apparently a 1st rounder.
Did
you see the Cowboys?
The
Cowboys took
no, it wasn't.
Luke Schoonmaker.
Yeah, I was delighted.
Yes.
Cowboys can have him. They're going Michigan. Massey Smith and Shoemaker.
This is 2 years. I said it in the Discord. This is the 2nd year in a row they've taken a tight end I like. Last year it was Jake Ferguson at Wisconsin.
Calling it
Fake Jurgensen. Who's that?
Do they need a centre? I'll call now. It'll be all the way. If they're going to run on Michigan players, then they may just get. Oh, Ronnie Bell.
We talk about the
Bengals.
What the Bengals have done, pairing DJ Turner with Dax Hill, because now Jesse Bates and Bombell are gone. Dax Hill's a starting safety now in Cincinnati.
And they played together at school. Played together at school.
Reuniting the boys.
Oh, so all the good centres are gone now. So this could be gone. I mean,
yeah, Luke Whippler's there. Yeah,
so they've taken secondary and they've taken DT. So where would they take now? Would they go receiver?
At this point, someone's just asked for some Lions trade analysis, and it's a bit early for it. Can we just acknowledge all the Lions beat writers who are having to write about how good all of these fucking trades the Lions have made have been?
Is that
Jeremy.
Jeremy? Is that 3 trades for the Lions now?
4, I think.
4.
Wait, I'm just catch me up in
We've
terms
won
of
yesterday, and then we've done
we were
3
picking
today.
at 55.
Oh god damn it! I've lost my bet with Matt. I said we'd do 3 trades in this draft.
Did we go
there you go,
55 to 63 to then 68? Is that what? Is that
Who the
what
hell's this?
happened?
Who's this
Yeah.
Who's
poser?
that dickhead knock off Justin Bieber?
Fuck the Bears. That's where we're
I've
at.
seen who the Bears have taken.
Well, You can wait.
Okay.
That guy
I'm
looks
gonna
like a
have to wait.
that guy looks like a pretend Pokemon trainer.
So the reason I disappeared for a bit earlier is because Branch was doing his little phone in. So
They've
again,
doubled
he's
down
in-
on
he was-
DT.
yep, one of my guys again.
Ash, tell us what Barnes said. Branch said.
Branch. First thing he says, he's appreciating the chance to learn under one of the best at his position at chancing Garner Johnson. Perfect opening, in my opinion. And then they said, he was then asked, oh yeah, why did you stick around when everyone left? And he says, I wanted to experience it. I wanted to go across the stage and shake Goodell's hand and see all the fans and that. He sounds quite humble, and he wants to experience as much as he can, which is obviously really good thing. And then he was asked about his versatility, and he says, any way I can get onto the field, I want to do it. If it's corner, safety, slot corner, he even was asked about special teams. Like, I'll play any phase. I'll do whatever they ask of me. And then he was asked, oh yeah, how do you feel about the line? He's happy and blessed. And then the rest of it was just, he was asked about Gibbs. Called him a generational talent, Kamara 2.0, and that the sky's the limit for him. And then obviously he's one of his teammates, but that's a rave review for me. And then he was asked about what makes you a Dan Campbell player. And for him, it says it's the intangibles. He's reserved on the field. He doesn't chat as much as you probably expect from a secondary player, but he's got the intangibles and he's got that sort of dog mentality in him. That's what he really highlighted in himself.
So what are we doing stockpiling all these picks? These have got to be some trade-ups again coming tomorrow now.
I mean,
we can't fit this many players on the roster.
So the trade down that we just did didn't pick up any extra picks. It was just a trade up from 6 to 5.
We got 2 more, didn't we? So that's.
Do you think Chandler Zavara might be the pick for the Lions?
Yeah,
Ooh,
that
I'd
seems
love
like
that.
a good possibility.
I'd love that. When are we
So
next
long as
on
it's-
then?
We are
So
next
long as
picking
it's
in 3
before
picks
Jalen.
time.
I'm going to lose the bet. I'm going to lose the bet.
What do you think of the Bears taking Zach Pickens?
That's a much better
really love it.
pick. That's a much better pick than Jervon Dexter.
Agree.
Much better.
Agree.
Dexter is the sort of nose tackle guy. Pickens is the free tech. He's really good. I remember with the DT review, I said he was the tape I loved the best. He's good against the run, good against the pass. Former 5-star recruit who just got sort of stuck on a South Carolina team. That is a really scarily good pick for them, and I don't like it.
I love some of these mid-round picks though. We could get wide receiver. We could take Mark Evans. We could.
Tillman's still on the board.
Yeah. Where are we at now? So
Josh Downs is still on the board.
Diane Henley is still on the board.
I'm just so glad the Bears didn't take him. This is going to. If he falls far, we should double dip at linebacker. That's all I'm saying. I know it would upset Steve to high heaven, but Steve, he's worth it. You've got to trust me on this one. You love me. You got to trust me.
Andrew's just arrived on the podcast. Do not let Andrew walk into the words double dip on a linebacker.
Yes, quite indeed. Our next guest, as you say, is on.
Organisation. That's not how we roll.
I'll mute myself. I'll take myself out of the embarrassing.
Sorry,
Andrew, welcome back onto the show, man. It's been a little while. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thanks. Very, very upset that you took Laporta when we wanted him at 60.
Oh, wow. Okay. Very sorry to hear that. But there we go. Ash, take it over, man.
So that leads me quite nicely into my first question then. So obviously you said you wanted Laporta at 60. So that the Athletic lists your top draft need as tight end. So I know you signed Irv Smith in free agency, but you obviously lost Hayden Hurst. Are you looking for sort of that upside pick there? Like Irv Smith's okay as a receiver, but were you looking for just something else?
Yeah, I think it's Irv Smith's a 1-year option. I think he's under $2 million a year, on the $2 million on that year as well. So he's a nice piece to have as a kind of NFL average, but for the offense we want, it would have been really nice to add something beyond that. Kincaid was really linked to us. I think they're a bit bummed that the Bills snuck up above the Cowboys and took him there, because we were certainly looking at that. And then again, I think Laporte has been strongly linked. We've mocked him 2 out of our 5 mocks on the Bengals UK blog. So it's getting a bit tight now. I think Tucker Kraft would be a nice one we've looked at. But beyond that, it's getting a bit slim pickings now in terms of guys who could come in and start above a kind of Irv Smith level.
Yeah. So sort of take it back a bit and look at last year. Obviously, you finished 12-4. You had a pretty decent season. Like, one of my best friends is a Bengals fan as well. She fell in love with Joe Burrow and that whole thing. And it's so
Who
I don't
doesn't?
hear exactly. So my present for Christmas present for her was a candle with a picture of him as on there as a saint. It was a really went down really well. So how do you think the season went? Obviously, not as good as the season before where you made the Super Bowl, but was it a reasonable season, or were you let down by not getting back to the big game?
It was obviously a bummer not getting back to the big game. The same issues kind of resurfaced, offensive line, and you just can't overcome them. We lost Alex Kappa down the stretch, which was huge because we were already struggling on the right side with Lale out. Losing Kappa as well just destroyed that offensive line. It was makeshift on that right side. So we did well to keep it competitive at the end of the Kansas game. Just sadly wasn't to be.
Unfortunately, so obviously, as you said, you mentioned that O-line was the big thing. Obviously, your big splash in free agency was Orlando Brown Jr., the tackle who used to play in division for the Baltimore Ravens as a right tackle, then got traded to the Chiefs because he wanted the big bag as a left tackle. Now he's come to you. Is he going to be your left tackle for you? He's keeping him there, or are you moving him back to right? And what's happening with Jonah Williams as well? He seems to be the odd man out now.
Yeah, so he's definitely going to be left tackle. That's kind of part of the deal, and I think that's how we got him on board. A slightly lower guaranteed money. I think Jonah's an interesting one. Obviously, everyone puts their unhappy after a trade like that. I wouldn't be surprised if Jonah does stay in house and plays right tackle this next year. If he doesn't, again, this was another area of concern. We were looking at Darnell Wright, which was nowhere near coming to fruition at 10. So I would be surprised to see a right tackle kind of offensive line option here today. But yeah, I think Jonah will be the starting right tackle on day one.
Fair enough. And then obviously, sort of looking forward as well, to what you've done so far. Obviously, you took Miles Murphy at 28, really good pick in my opinion to bookend with Trey Hendrickson. And then just a couple of minutes ago, you took Michigan man DJ Turner, the cornerback, the speedy cornerback, one of the fastest players in the draft. Good picks in your opinion, or would you have taken different players?
Yeah, the board really fell apart in those few picks before us at 28. We really wanted Deontay Banks. We really wanted Kincaid, as I mentioned earlier. Forbes went a lot earlier than we expected. But no, I think it's a solid pick. I mean, it's value. Trey Hendrickson I think he's 19 million cap next year. So it's a question mark of whether he stays on that final year. I mean, at the minute he's producing, but he'll be turning 30. It's always a question with those high-end players. Do you want to pay them that much money at that position? And simply put, him and Sam Hubbard played 80% of SAPs last year. So we just need more rotation with Asai and the guys behind. So I'm happy with that pick. Behind that, DJ Turner, I think that's a nice addition. We needed a cornerback. Chidobe Awuzie has been great, but off an ACL injury is just a huge question mark. Beyond that, with Eli Apple now out the room, there really isn't much depth at corner. So a nice addition there. A former teammate of our new free safety, Daxton Hill, and just having the name Juan Drago is an A+ grade for me.
100%. So it was mentioned just when the pick came in that's a really good pick because of that Dax Hill connection. Obviously, he was someone we Lions fans were getting mocked last year at the sort of pick 32 in that range. How did he perform for you last year? Was he a good? Did he live up to that range, or did he disappoint?
He just didn't really see the field. It's kind of a benefit of being that later round of position that you don't have to start your rookies. We had Jesse Bates on his final year, who played pretty much all the snaps. And it was pretty much just kind of a few rotational snaps that we just really didn't see much action at all. I think he had under 40 snaps in the first 8 games. So, yeah, we just really haven't seen him on the field. So it's hard to make any evaluation yet.
Fair enough. And then so looking at your future picks, one of the draftees at the Athletic list that I was a bit confused by is that they have running back as one of your picks. So obviously you've got Joe Mixon and that. It such a big pick? Sorry, it's because we've just gone on the lines have just gone on the clock, so we're just suddenly panic stations. Is Mixon? Is it a depth thing, or are you looking for a potential Mixon replacement?
I think it would be a Mixon replacement. So salary cap wise, I think it's something like 12 million. So he's one of the top 4 backs at salary. There's been some off-field stuff this off-season. He had an incident with a gun in his backyard. No prosecution on that, but still some kind of off-field stuff you don't really want around your program. So, yeah, I think running back is certainly in the question for kind of round 3, round 4.
Yep. And then another one that's been mentioned is defensive tackle. So I know you signed the big nose tackle from the Texans last year. Is that your sort of next draft need, or would you prioritize something else above that?
It's probably one of the few in terms of longer term. So I think DJ Reader has 2 years left or 1 year left, but again, approaching 30. So nose tackle side is definitely something. But BJ Hill's been okay, but behind him, free tech, there's not really been much. So again, interior pass rushing free tech is another option. Lou is super multiple in how he runs his defense. So there's been hints that actually Murphy will play a kick inside a bit. Sam Hubbard has kicked inside before as well. So we kind of have that ability to kick those lighter guys inside, but another 300-pounder would be quite nice in terms of rotation. Outside of those, we mentioned running back, tight end for sure. I wouldn't be surprised to see right tackle still, even this kind of late on as well. Center, because Ted Karras has only got 1 year on his deal. And then even just more corner, more wide receiver depth. Wide receiver 4 has been a bit of an issue for ourselves. Kick return would be a nice benefit. I think that's where we'll kind of go with our remaining picks.
So do I have time for one more question, or should we analyze the pick?
We don't know the pick yet.
Okay, so one more question. So you just mentioned wide. Some of us do. Well, Karen.
Well, I don't.
I don't.
You mentioned wide receiver. So I noticed that Boyd is in the last year of his contract this year. So will you be looking for that kind of slot guy, or would you like another outside guy to go with Higgins and Chase and sort of continue that sort of mold?
In a dream world, both. But I think the slot is the main one. I think that's why we were looking so highly at Kincaid, because you can essentially have that slot receiver in that guy. So yeah, I'd say at least a receiving tight end threat or a slot receiver in the next 2-3 rounds for sure.
Fair enough. And then so sort of looking at the recent news in your division, what are your thoughts on the Lamar Jackson extension?
I'm not too worried. I think we've set our team out to be kind of mobile and good tacklers. That's the way we set it up when he was at his MVP season. So it's probably a guy that I'm kind of used to and familiar with. I've seen rumors that Antonio Brown is joining them now, and honestly, that kind of nuisance in the locker room, it just benefits us.
100%. Time for one more.
Yeah. Still don't know.
Still don't know. Looking a bit more micro and sort of perhaps a bit pessimistic, but at the same time not. I know that your defensive coordinator was getting some head coach looks this off season. If you perform well again this season, could you see him moving on? And if he does, who are the potential replacements in house for him?
Yeah, it's been a shock that he didn't actually leave this last year either. Considering the last 2 years and the kind of competition he's been up against, I'm very shocked internally that he hasn't left. I think the things that go against him are he's defensive. A lot of guys are pushing for these young offensive coordinators. So yeah, there's the opportunity. I think now it's been 2 years and he's not had an opportunity. He may have just decided that, do you know what, I'm going to just take what I've got.
No.
Stop, Ant.
And you're spoiling it for Matt now.
Shut up, Ian.
So while we wait, does anyone else have any questions for our great guest Andrew?
I'm struggling to speak.
We just had our Ravens guy on shortly before you. Actually, he was talking. about the need to win the division. I mean, you guys seem to have restocked really well. What do you think is going to happen when it's all said and done next year?
I'd be shocked if we don't repeat. The Ravens are probably our closest challenge. I don't think the Steelers are at all ready as a roster, and the Browns are just a mess. So I think they're our closest team, but I still expect us to win the division.
So the line, Tom, have you seen it?
I've just seen your pick.
Hendon Hooker is a Lion. Wow.
That's at 68. That is an amazing pick.
Yep.
I'm absolutely loving that.
Yeah.
And talk to me.
Okay.
And
Sorry,
for the
Andrew.
security members, sorry, this is well, considering that that's probably our backup quarterback of the future. I noticed that you is backup quarterback also one for you for the Bengals, because I don't know who your backup is, and that's saying something.
Yeah, so Brandon Allen is currently the backup, and has been for a couple of years. Just because he's on $1.5 million a year, I think Joe likes him, so it's kind of been that kind of style. I think there's been rumors of kind of a late round guy, just to kind of almost push our third choice as much as our second. I think Jake Browning just isn't anything, so you need someone who can throw a ball in training. But yeah, it's not a concern really. That's the luxury of having Joe Burrow, if you're worrying about your second QB.
True. Burrow is an absolute warrior.
Andrew, I know that from the last few times that we've talked with you that you are quite the card collector. Talk to me about what's going on with that, because I know that our own Ryan McCluskey also likes to collect similar items.
Yeah, it's been an interesting period of time. I think every year we speak, it's gone in a completely different cycle. So we had the COVID boom and everything was super expensive and you couldn't get it. And then the last 2 years, it's kind of gone the absolute opposite. So tanked in terms of value, and then kind of slid back up with a few new apps that have opened, kinds of like Whatnots, etc., where you kind of instantly buy stuff online. There's a Netflix series that have just launched today, actually, with a guy called Ken Golden, who has his own auction platform for high-end items, collectibles. So there's meant to be a room of some boom off of that, but yeah, it's a very up and down world at the minute.
Cool. It's really interesting to me because, like, it's, you know, like any sort of collectible item, like you say, ebbs and flows in value, but what's desirable also comes in and out of fashion. So, you know, is there some sort of trend at the moment towards certain items that are still kind of holding their value or increasing particularly well that you're seeing at the moment?
Yeah, essentially it's the older the better. So the 1900s baseball stuff is still climbing up. There's a Mickey Mantle that's now, I think, 70 million is the estimate on it. It's the only perfect condition.
Wow.
Some unreal things for a bit of cardboard, but yeah, there's I think it goes in cycles. So there's currently all of the 90s stuff is classed as kind of trash and not worth anything, but I think 10, 15, 20 years, as everyone starts throwing it away, losing it in their attic, that stuff starts to find some value with beyond the Kobe's and the Shaqs, the kind of stuff behind that adds value as well. It's all scarcity, supply and demand.
Makes sense. And just talk to us about the general kind of Bengals community as well, because it seems to be kind of growing and going from strength to strength.
Yeah, we're a really good community. So at @Whoday_UK is our main hub. Paul Hirons is the kind of the leader, runs the podcast with a guy called Nathan every week. We have some really good connections with the Bengals franchise. We've had all sorts of guests from current players to previous players on our weekly podcasts. We do kind of live streams for the games, for the playoffs, for the Super Bowl. 2 years ago, we had 250 people in a pub in central London. So yeah, it's a really nice community. It's certainly blossomed since the eras of pre-Andy Dalton, even Andy Dalton era. It's just the Joe Burrow factor, that kind of excitement you have when you have a guy at quarterback. It just changes a franchise.
I'm sure Ash probably mentioned it, but I had to nip out. In terms of Joe Burrow, who picked up the 5th-year option, what's his extension going to look like? And I mean, are you kind of worried that it hasn't come yet? Because it kind of feels like it's dragging a little bit.
Yeah, so that apparently is just part of the process. They have to do the extension before they do the full kind of deal, and it's internally they're saying no issues, no concern. There's been no rumors of any issues on the agent side. I think it eclipses Hertz deal. How much of it is guaranteed is TBC. I wouldn't be surprised if they do something a bit left field, like an 8-year deal, rather than the full whack guarantee. No one's going to copy up the Deshaun Watson guaranteed deal, in my opinion. I think that's just bizarre. So
yeah, it's beyond the pale, isn't it? And especially considering what happened to him the season he came back, it scared people off.
Exactly.
Well, Andrew, I think we're kind of coming to the end of our time. So if you've got anything to plug or talk about, do you have a website with your collectible stuff? Or, I mean, the floor is yours.
Not really, no. I'd say if you're interested in Bengal stuff, go to whoday_UK. But yeah, thanks very much for having me. Good luck with the rest of your draft, guys.
Fantastic. Cheers, Andrew.
See you in the Super Bowl.
Yes, let's hope so. Yeah.
Thanks. Right, it's time to talk Hendon Hooker, boys.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, Tom Wilkinson, it's time to talk Hendon Hooker.
From my opinion, if this was the other way around, if it was like Hendon Hooker, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, I don't know, I'd feel funnier. I'm kind of fine with Hooker where he is. Coming last.
Yeah, completely. As in, if he turns into a decent backup quarterback, that's valuable. And there's some kind of upside there. Now, if we had taken him at 34 or something, I would have been pretty pissed off, to be honest, just because I wouldn't have seen it as the same kind of value. I think taking a swing at this point, because it's not even just the pick itself, it's what we've turned the previous pick, 55, into, along with this, is a few more dart throws. So we basically got, an extra 2 dart throws in the 4th and start of the 5th round, and Hendon Hooker for pick 55. I'm fine with that.
Hooker's floor has to be Teddy Bridgewater's ceiling. Surely, that's how I look at things. It can't be any worse.
At a much lower cost as well, right?
But before the injury, Hooker was playing so well. I've already seen like Mike Payton from Pride of Detroit crying about this on Twitter.
Why?
He's going
Why
to
would
be
he
30
cry?
when he's because you just can't see the value in it. Like he's saying, he's going to be 30 when his rookie deal ends, and I think this is a brilliant pick. I think this is a pick for the future. This is like the perfect low-cost bridge from Goff, if that's what we need. We're just covering bases. We're not spending a lot of money on a backup QB. And this is someone that, like as Ryan said, like his ceiling is a lot higher than like someone like Bridgewater. This is a really good pick.
I mean, it's going to be interesting what happens.
At 68, it would be a fucking disaster at the bottom of the first round. At 68, this is an awesome pick.
So here's how I kind of see this. Let's assume that Goff goes down with an injury. God forbid it happens to our season, but let's say it happens. If they can put in a scheme in place early in the season to kind of have as a ready to go out the box type thing, we've got the offensive line to make the most of his legs, which is going to be a majority of his floor, which is going to be really good. And you could win games with that, and you might not have to throw the ball at all. Never mind the running backs we now have. But if, as a deep ball passer in an RPO offense, we've taken one of the best running backs, who's actually a really good wide receiver in his own right and is really fast, and we've got Jameson Williams when he comes back. Like, those two, along with him, makes for a great deep ball offense too. So there are ways to win if Goff goes down with an injury now that we probably didn't have without this pick. I don't necessarily like the pick generally, but for the value of the pick, where it's at, it's a spectacular amount of value for what he can provide.
And maybe we'll bring in one of his receivers now.
Tillman would be great, wouldn't it?
Cedric Tillman in the 4th would be very nice. Right round out.
Agreed.
Ash,
think
Ash
Chilwell
we've
might
got
be gone
Nick
by then.
from 49er Faithful in 20 minutes. You good for that?
Yep.
All right.
So long as we don't trade up and pick while I'm talking again. You could probably scrambling to gas questions, type it out on Facebook. Oh, see, I like it. I agree with Steve. You got to remember, like a month ago and that, Hooker was seen as a legitimate option at 18. We got him 50 picks later. This is really good value. Even if he just turns out to be a good backup quarterback, I can live with that. Especially since you look at right now, a healthy Hendon Hooker or Desmond Ridder last year, what would you prefer?
Hooker every time.
I really liked
I
Ridder.
prefer Hooker to Pickett.
Yeah, actually, I'm not against that take. I preferred Ridder to Pickett though as well. So
fair enough. It's because I was looking. Ridder went 74 for last year, so it's around this time that the QBs were starting to come off the board. I know Willis was 86.
I'd prefer Hooker to Levis.
Yeah.
And I want you to talk to me here. I'm seeing sadness in your face.
too
And all we're
silent.
doing is saying this is the best pick in Lions history, to slightly exaggerate. What?
No,
Talk
no,
to me.
I am no. You guys like it. I will let you like it. I'm not going to spread negativity here. We all have picks in this draft that we don't like, and that we're not so keen on.
So without slating it then and saying it's awful, what are your concerns, or what would you? Is it that you would have rather gone in a different direction with this pick, or is it just you don't see the upside there with him so much?
So he's going to sit next year. That is going to be. He's going to sit for at least a year, let's say. So he's already on the older side. He is going to sit. But what if we struggle next year, or if Goff plays really well, we can't afford to pay him? We're in position to draft a quarterback in the first round next year. Are you going to sort of move over that opportunity for him? Are you going to draft him? Then you've wasted the pick on Hooker this year. I don't know. It just doesn't. He doesn't feel like he matches up with our timeline, with his age. I think Goff's going to be here another 2 years yet. Are you going to tell me you're going to sit him that long? He's going to be an older prospect by the time he gets on the field. It's a completely different system he plays in college. I don't know if he'll get adjusted to it here. I like the quarterback. I'm not slighting the player at all. I just don't think it fits our timeline. And if we're in quarterback conversation in the first round next year, like I say, are we going to pass on that and stick with him? For me, it's not what I would have done. I just wouldn't. I've never wanted him here in that regard, and that's not changed. No matter what the value is for it later on, it's just not my personal preference here. I would rather have us devoted assets now towards the run at this point and gone with someone, because I think next year is the year where this just feels like an in-between pick. This is like Kellen Mond territory. This is Davis Mills territory. This is that sort of thing. I don't think he's a franchise guy. I just legitimately don't. So that's my thing. But like I say, I'm not here to spread negativity. He is a good player, and he will be a decent backup for us. But that's all I forever see him being, is a decent backup. But hell, if he is, then maybe it's worth it still in that position.
Cardinals get my cornerback.
Yeah, I was about to say, off the board comes Ash's favourite player.
What? How many favourite players do you have?
Kendre Miller went to the
Wait. Let's just get this right. No one's more favourite than Jammy at all.
Yes.
It's
non-Jammy division.
Non-Jammy.
Second
Garrett.
Non-Jammy.
Where's he gone? Cardinals. Oh,
Cardinals.
They need one. That's good.
Tank Dell stayed in Houston and went to Houston.
I like that. I think they could use a guy like him. He's the returner, wide receiver, extraordinaire. He can do a little bit of everything. When do we pick next now? Is it that fourth round pick?
Yeah, 122.
Yeah, fourth rounder now.
Yeah.
So Ash's post in our Discord chat is worth mentioning here. It's from Daniel Jeremiah, and he says, "Don't look now, but all 5 of the Lions' picks have been one of my top 50 prospects." That's pretty cool.
It's not bad to get 5 top 50 players, regardless of order, regardless of if you like individual picks or not. Shout out Sam Laporta. It's pretty cool to walk out of any draft just with 5
top 50, top 60, top 70 players or whatever, right?
Jalen
just love
Hyatt's
him.
gone. The Giants.
Decent pick.
Got a question in from James A. McClure on Twitch who says, do you guys like Xavier Hutchinson and Greg Cozell was high on him?
Yeah.
He's going to slide. I reckon
think-
he's going to be there in the 5th round at this rate.
But what are we going to do at tackle now? Because I would like that 4th round pick to be a wide receiver for
Moro
absolutely
Ajomo.
personal.
Ajomo.
For absolute. What?
Moro Ajomo.
Wait,
So-
who's just been picked?
No, no.
No, he's my guy.
Yeah, I was about to say, Tom, you just said, who do we want at DT?
Yeah, I think Ajoma is such a good fit for what we want. Like, he's more of a 3-tech, but he's an absolute monster against the run. And so actually throwing him in the mix is handy.
If we're talking DT's Hobie Turner. One of my guys it's the last one of my guys left that's draftable. Really good. Like, it's sort of like Pickens. He's actually the highest graded DT in the country last year by PFF.
They were my
Oh,
two
wait,
day 3 guys for
yeah.
tackle, because one's a clear pass rushing. I mean, again, older prospect, but exciting football character, pass rushing 3-tech, and the other is more of a run heavy guy. So yeah, they're my two.
Yeah, I would just like to say to the few Siaki Ika defenders out there who used to rinse me on the college pod for talking trash about him all the time, I would just like to say how justified I am right now, because there is no signs of him coming off this board. Javon Dexter has gone before him. Some of these guys that are going before him, it's like, yeah, I was absolutely right to doubt on him. It's best not be the one who falls.
Our thanks to Mike the Marine on Twitch, subscribed at Tier 1. His second month and a second-month streak. He says, I'm looking forward to UDFA signings we get after this draft, because with this draft, my head is spinning. There goes Tillman.
I tell you who is on the board as a defensive tackle. Certain brother of a favourite player of ours on the Detroit Lions.
Oh, yeah.
Jonah Tavai is still on the board.
He's not getting drafted, that's why.
Get out of here.
He's not getting drafted.
Get out of... If he doesn't, I will buy you a beer.
You already owe me a bottle of my choice. Be careful what you're betting for.
So
I'm pretty good when it comes to my draftable players. Jonah Tavai is getting drafted.
Mike the Marine says, love you guys at ROTL UK. Appreciate you, Mike.
Did you say
and
he
also you've got...
by the way.
He did subscribe. Shots. Let's go.
How many did you get through yesterday in the end?
9, I think. 10? 9, 10.
9.
And
you should have seen me on the way to work this morning. I was
We're nearly round 4 and Trenton Simpson's on the board. Like, Noah Sewell, like, is Noah going to get drafted?
He
will
probably
by...
I feel like Henley's still on there. Linebackers.
Yeah, Dan Henley's still there as well.
Is the Clemson one still on there as well?
Trenton Simpson.
Yes, this is a terrible linebacking class. It's sliding.
Yeah. Right, Mike. Cheers. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Hey, this has driven subs. This has. We've got
it really has.
I don't care how far he falls. I don't want Noah Sewell.
Agreed.
So slow and.
It's necessary now.
If Diane's there at 1, if Diane's there at 120, I'm going to literally skyride it in the sky.
There's several people that I thought could go a little bit higher than where they were meant to go. 8 Chain is still there. Jordan Bassel is still there as well. Antonio Johnson's still there. Darius Rush is still here. DeMarvian Overshone, JL Skinner, Henry To'o, Roshan Johnson, Zach Kuntz.
Is Charbonnet the only running back to have gone today?
Yep. No one's gone after Charbonnet.
Wow.
No, Charbonnet's gone. Charbonnet's gone.
Yeah, I said is he the only one to go today?
Let me check through.
Chain, Spears, none of them have gone. No one's gone after Zach.
It's literally...
I think, I don't know whether it was when I was doing the interview or not, but Ash, did you mention... Why is Darnell slipping?
Oh, it's come out. It's the knee. A knee. It's been come out. It's a knee. I heard confident reports, but it's finally come out. He has a knee problem. Don't know how serious it is, but at least we can. I was saying in a Discord to Matt. At least it's better than a heart issue.
It's better than a heart issue, but a knee issue could be career-ending. It just could.
Being 6'7", it's a lot of pressure on the knee, isn't it?
Yeah,
he's a big old boy.
This is the Falcons. Every time the Falcons come up, I get twitchy about Diane.
Well, we're not taking him anyway, so.
No, I know we're not, but
Kendrick Miller has gone. The running back, he's the one we missed out.
He's got the Saints, yeah.
He's the which makes sense because obviously they've got the legal stuff of Kamara coming up, so it's probably like a like replacement for him.
Brent has just asked, what's the timeline on Hooker's recovery? I actually think that he's made some sort of good recovery from it. He's healthy, right?
He's healthy. He's going to play this year.
His doctor has sent a note to all the teams a couple of weeks ago saying that he will be ready to participate in like training first week of the regular season.
So apparently he is between 4 and 6 weeks ahead of where Jameson Williams was on his program.
Yeah.
So that would put the timeline, considering JMO came back at like week 8, week 9, if we don't rush him, that the earliest he could maybe start is week 3, week 4.
And you wouldn't want him starting anyway, realistically, right? So it's kind of ideal. Hopefully he can be suited up after 4 or 5 weeks of the season.
You know, one guy I really thought would be gone by now is DeJuan Jones.
Yeah.
Thing is, he's a big lummox. He's good in the run game, but I think they'll be concerned about his pass protection ability. He is a bit clunky.
But as a swing tackle,
you've got to have he can't be a swing tackle. He can only play right tackle, and only in really you're not going to want to flex him out, right? As in, so he's only going to be playing power run as a right tackle only. So it really limits kind of the teams that are going to take him.
And I know that Jalen Duncan is still there, but he's got apparently severe character concerns. His worries that he might fall to like late on in the draft, like 6th, 7th round.
That'll be the Cowboys' next pick then.
So this is the first time since 1976 that the Lions have had 5 picks in the top 70.
Falcons coming up now.
I'm amazed Josh Downs hasn't gone yet.
That's shocking.
Size.
Just he's a good player.
Hucker's live with the media. I'll probably save it after I've done the interview. You've seen who they've taken the Falcons.
That is Zach.
He's that big boy, isn't he? Yeah.
Zach never lived up to his potential in college. He's like this huge, big, heralded 5-star guy.
Stiff.
Yeah, and he's
he as a role guy, and especially against the run, then solid, right? But he just can't turn the corner at all, which is quite limiting when you're an edge rusher. So.
And you're a highly touted 5-star recruit as well. You're like, you should be able to do basic things like that.
When they said from the Ohio State University, I was convinced it was going to be DeJuan Jones, considering we were just talking about him. I
thought it was going to be Luke Weibler, because they need a center. I'm pretty sure they do. He's still on there.
I'm really surprised that the 5th overall pick in the XFL draft is still on the board.
Why is it doing this?
If anyone wants to get that. I think it was XFL. Or it might have been USFL. Tyler Scott, Cincinnati.
Oh, the wide receiver.
The XFL.
Yeah.
He got drafted in it, yeah.
Weird.
Weird as hell. Right, Ash, we've got Nick in the waiting room now. Are you ready to go?
Guys, I'm going to drop, but it's been a delight as always, and I will see you in the morning if we have a recap.
See you in the morning, my friend.
Okay. See you then, Tom.
See you, Tom.
See you, fellas. Cheers.
Yeah, me too, guys.
See you in a bit, Steve.
Cheers, Steve.
All right, Steve. Take
Thanks,
care.
man. Bye.
Bye.
Marpu comes off the board.
Oh, I like that.
I love that.
From Saxted.
I love that.
It says linebacker, but it could be a safety.
Like John Whitaker said.
Right, Nick coming in now.
Yep.
How many picks are left in this draft? I can't remember.
It goes down to 110, 105. Time for our final guest of the evening from the 49er faithful, Nick Ludlam. How you doing, man?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Still going strong. Food has been delivered and coffee isn't still nice and warm. So
just about keeping you going. Ash, you're up, my man.
Hello, my friend. So hopefully you're enjoying sitting here watching all the picks. I know obviously you're still sitting waiting until pick 99. Let's hope it's a 99 whippy for you, getting a nice ice cream of a pick.
Oh, wow. Ash, come on, mate.
It's late in the brain.
Nick, I just want to apologise on behalf of the podcast for that one. That is not who we are.
That's quite all right. I've come up with far worse dad jokes than that. It's fine.
Sorry,
We've had the dad jokes coming on quite strongly in the 49 Faithful UK Zoom call.
And Ash doesn't even have kids. Ash doesn't even have kids yet. He's going to be an all-time dad joker, Ash is.
Get the practice in. Oh, Packers have just taken another tight end.
Oh, interesting. All right.
Interesting. But yeah, so looking back at last year, 13-4 record, which really good considering the lack of stability at the most important position. So how do you think the season went, considering obviously the Trey Lance to Jimmy G sort of stuff going on?
It was a bit of a strange one at quarterback. Obviously, you came into the season, Trey had been told, right, here's the keys. This is now your team. Don't worry about Jimmy. I think the fans made more of it than anything. It seemed to go really well, to be honest. And then obviously Trey goes down early. He didn't have the greatest of starts, but then in fairness, the very first game was a complete washout against the Bears. It was horrific weather. The best quarterbacks ever would have struggled in that kind of weather. He goes down. We never really got to see what he could do, but Jimmy picked up the reins. They had to change the playbook almost entirely because it's a completely different skill set than what's available through Trey. And then, of course, he goes down. I was actually at the game when Jimmy went down. It was myself, Lee Gowland, and a couple of others. 2 Davids were with us. I can tell you that there were more than a few expletives uttered in that stand at that point, because we're just thinking, well, this is it. Things are going well. This is it. Season's over. We're now moving to Mr. Irrelevant. There's never been a Mr. Irrelevant who's even thrown a pass in the NFL, let alone a touchdown. And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, first drive went really well. Okay, he's looking good. And he just got better throughout the game. And like, actually, no, this is, we're okay. We're okay. We can move forward with this. And then what can you say about the NFC Championship game? You lose your quarterback. You go to number 4, who doesn't know the playbook. Bless Josh Johnson. Fair play for coming in, but he had no hope of succeeding in that game. And
so that leads us to sort of the rumours around trading Lance.
Mm-hmm.
If you were John Lynch and sitting there and you're getting the offers, what would it take for you to sort of hand over Trey Lance and sort of install Purdy as the sort of the QB1? What would it take?
At the moment, in my head, Lance is QB2. Lance will be starter for the season. If you want me to trade Lance today, I want you to hand over the keys to your stadium, because I'm not handing him over now. I want to wait until Brock is back. Brock is fit. Let's make sure he gets through the surgery and he's ready to go. I don't want to see Sam Darnold on the field. I don't want him seeing ghosts at Levi's as well. That would be worst case scenario. But then after, maybe week 7, if Brock is back and he's proven he's fit, maybe we look at trading Lance around week 7, just before the trade deadline. More likely next season. That's my thing. But this is Brock's team.
Makes sense. So that all answers that. Obviously, one of your big free agent losses is obviously the guy we signed from you, the cornerback Emmanuel Mosley.
Mm-hmm.
How much of a loss is that? And what is your opinion of him? What kind of player are we getting from you?
Mosley he's a fantastic player. He's been very unlucky. We're quite lucky in the fact that Diamador Lenore came through a treat towards the end of the season. I think, as a replacement, not bad. I didn't want to lose Mosley. You've got a bargain. What are you paying him? 6.5, 7 million for the one season? He could play at a Pro Bowl level, potentially. He is a very, very good corner. I think you'll be very happy with him. I just hope he stays fit. So
do I, because I remember one of the stats that came about him. He has one of the best ball hawk rates in the league or something. So what's what we need? We need the turnovers. It's if it lands, then hopefully we both look good. You managed to find an absolute steal late in the draft a couple of years ago, and we managed to sort of resurrect it with the injuries. So, what is your confidence of getting something out of Clem Ferrell, one of your other big free agent signings, the DN from the Raiders?
Yeah, we're really lucky. I mean, we've got all the confidence in the world in our D-line coach. We do believe that Chris Kasarik is the best D-line coach in the NFL. Look at the work he's done already. You look at Charles Omena, who from last year, he was looking good before with the Raiders. He comes in and he looked like a 15 to 20 million a year edge rusher. And he was a rotational piece for us. And the same for Ebukam when we got him from the Rams. The stats weren't fantastic, but he came in, he starts to look great, and he goes and signs a big contract himself this offseason. There's been a history of it ever since we managed to get Chris Kasarik from the Dolphins. He's made mediocre rotational pieces look absolutely fantastic. Kerry Hyder 2 seasons ago went and joined the Seattle Seahawks, and they paid a fortune for him. He had a terrible season for the Seahawks. He's now back with the Niners and playing well again. So
former Lions legend as well, Kerry Hyder.
Exactly, he's a really good player.
And so is the D-line coach, because before he went to you guys, he was with us. That's why Hyder, you went to you because he followed him over, I believe. So I remember when we lost Todd Wash, I did sort of highlight your assistant D-line coach to maybe come and join, but instead we obviously got the Penn State one. So you've managed to keep on your guys in-house, which sort of leads me to one of my questions about, obviously you lost D'Amico Ryans to Houston as head coach, and you brought in former head coach and defensive guy himself, Steve Wilkes. So are you scared that it's a sort of like one and done kind of thing where Wilkes has come in, he's going to use you to sort of boost his profile again and then go off and seek a head coach job? And if he does, who's your sort of in-house pick to be the replacement if he does go next off season?
I'm not sure that he will be a one and done. I think you're looking probably 2 seasons at a minimum. We've all been really excited by that particular hiring. If you look at the defensive coordinators that came before him, you have obviously D'Amico Ryans came in 2 years ago. He was our linebacker coach beforehand. I can't remember his name now. He went off to the Jets.
Robert Saleh, because the infamous cake story to do with us.
This is it, but he was a D-line coach before he was our defensive coordinator. And now we've gone and got Steve Wilkes, who has spent the majority of his career in college and the NFL, predominantly as a defensive backs coach. And it's been one of our weaknesses on defense has been the secondary. So we're really happy that we've now got him to come in. They went and signed Hartfield from the Panthers. So, okay, he's not going to be a starter for us, but he has that the situational awareness for what Wilkes is going to want to do. He's not a typical hire for our team either. He is a bit older. He's not young and up and coming, but we really like it. I don't think we'll see a one and done from him. But should he leave, we're going to get the compensatory picks. It would be, I think, the 3rd or 4th season in a row in which we've maxed out the equation. And it's doing us quite well. It netted us Brock Purdy last year. So, yeah, it can't be too happy. I can't be too unhappy if he were to move on. I'd be perfectly fine if he does. All fair, go on, do well.
Exactly. So, to sort of mention in the comp picks, obviously that kind of brings us to your picks this year, because obviously your first couple are the comp picks that you've just mentioned at 99, 101, 102. And obviously, we're coming up to there. What positions and who specifically, if you can name any people, are you targeting at the end of the 3rd?
I think we're more likely to see someone potentially along the lines of a linebacker, potentially a safety, because we don't really need any starters, which is a good thing if you're not got any draft picks in the 1st or 2nd round. But we're in a position in which we can say, right, okay, you don't have to start straight away. We can reshape you. We can retool you ready for next season. And we can look at who's leaving next year. We've got a couple of players now that are only signed to the end of next season. We've got Dre Greenlaw, so the linebacker could be a slot on which is very high on the list potentially. Again, safety, but we're really lucky. As I say, there aren't too many starter jobs available. John Lyncham has come out and said, most of our slots are taken. But we do like to hit on those later round picks. Third, fourth, fifth round has been our money for the last few years. Fred Warner, best linebacker in the NFL, third round pick. George Kittle, best tight end in the league, fifth round pick. So
certainly works. So obviously, the athletic lists interior defensive line as a need. I know you brought in Hardgrave as one of your big free agent splashes, and you've got Eric Armstead, and then the former first round pick Javon Kinlaw, who obviously you got with the pick you got from the Buckner trade, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Is the interior defensive line that much of a need considering you've just spent on it and you've got those guys, or is it you're looking for like a depth guy that you're saying you're going to groom up and hopefully he takes like a starting role next season?
I'd be surprised if we're looking for anyone that's going to take a starting role in the next 2 to 3 years now that we have Armstead and Hargrave, to be honest. I think you're looking for some, if you're going to go interior line, you're looking for someone you're going to get maybe 100 to 150 snaps out of across the entire season. They're going to come in to allow Hargrave and Armstead to take a breather, but still be at high enough level. I'd be surprised if we took, I think we're more likely to take someone potentially as an edge rusher. We are still lacking snaps on that side of things, having lost Ebukam and Amenahu. We've obviously picked up one of your role players from the edge, but he has his issues staying fit. I don't know. I being a Stanford fan, I'm kind of hoping we actually go completely the opposite direction and take a wide receiver in Mike Wilson.
Oh, that's a shout. He's on our sort of watch list because we want receiver as well, and specifically that kind of receivers. He's definitely a shout. So receiver is seemingly a need. Then I know you today picked up the 5th-year option for Ayuk, wasn't it? So are you looking for that sort of big-bodied receiver now, or is it just receiver in general?
I think it's just a pure selfish thing for me more than anything, to be honest. Like I say, being a Stanford man. He looked fantastic. He's had a lot of problems with injury the last year. He missed a lot. I think at the same time, that's probably hurt Tanner McKee's draft stock. 18 months ago, Tanner McKee was a top 10 draft pick. He looked absolutely fantastic, but the results have kind of killed any momentum for him. But I think linebacker is where I'm looking for amongst those first 3 picks. I reckon you'll see an edge rusher, potentially even 2 edge rushers, and a linebacker coming at 99, 101, 102.
Well, talking of linebacker, I've just looked at our sort of consensus board. You might get one who was getting first round buzz fall all the way to you, which would be really lucky. In Trenton Simpson, the Clemson linebacker, that would be great value for you guys. And what a perfect guy to learn from. Then Fred Warner, someone who has very similar traits to.
Yeah, we've been really lucky, to be honest. I mean, we've got a young man actually already in-house, Marcel McCreary-Ball, who has an unreal amount of heritage as well. His uncle he's in the ring. What do they call it? It's not. I was going to call it the Hall of Fame, but
the Ring of Honor. The
Ring of Honor for the Baltimore Ravens. So he's got. The heritage is there within the family. They actually picked him up from Idaho. They actually had him switch from safety to linebacker. I was lucky enough to actually get to meet him while I was out there during the over Thanksgiving. Really well-spoken guy and loves his craft. Absolutely loves his craft. So we're looking for him to be linebacker 3 potentially at the moment. But if someone comes available, you can't turn that down because you're going to get injuries.
Exactly, yeah. So, you mentioned obviously that you're a Stanford fan. Like, how much of the college game do you watch? Because for me, this is like a sort of selfish question. Because me, Ant, and Roy, we're very big on the college game. Matt, I wouldn't say as much. Like, iffy, not as much. Like me, we're like tape junkies. So, how much of the overall college game do you watch, or is it just specifically Stanford and maybe the Pac-12?
It's specifically Stanford with me. I'll watch all of the games. If something crops up and there is a big game, of course, I'm going to watch it. I remember being out a few years back, and I think it was like Clemson versus Ohio State, and it was about 4 years ago, just before the pandemic. And at the time, it was a big game. I think they were ranked 1 and 3 at the time. So you're always going to watch the big ones, but Stanford's where I'm at, where I'm all the time.
So where do you stand on the whole tree debate, like sort of incident from last season, since you're a Standard fan?
I leave it be.
You leave it be, fair enough.
I leave it
respect
be.
the tree. Fear the tree, respect the tree.
It's one of those traditions. It's a little bit different. I like it. I think it's quite amusing. It is odd when it's just sort of losing the plot on the field here and there.
So, you guys got any other questions? I think I've pretty much exhausted my reserves of thinking for now.
What do you think of?
No, sorry, Ryan.
What do you think of what the other teams are doing in the division? Like the Seahawks adding Addison to DK Metcalf or Tyler Lockett. That's worrisome for a lot of the NFC sides.
It is, right up until you see that Geno Smith is still the quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks. They're doing quite well. They are having a very good draft quietly. At the same time, don't get me wrong, I'm severely biased. Of course I am. I'm a 49ers fan. But they don't hit very well on their first few rounds of draft picks. You know, they pick these players who look great on paper. They're going to do amazing. And more often than not, then they're not. They're fairly rubbish. They tend to do a bit better later on. I mean, you can certainly look at Tariq Woolen last year, 5th round draft pick, goes and there's arguments he should have been defensive rookie of the year, really, above Sauce Gardner. But I just don't see how a team with Geno Smith is actually going to be a serious contender. You know, they'll provide us some sort of a good warm-up, but we fully expect to win this division at a canter, to be honest with you. The Rams, they're not going to be relevant for the next 5-6
Rams,
years.
like say, losing Taylor Rapp, losing OBJ, Allen Robinson. The offensive line is like the waiting list, the queue to get through Heaven's Gates. It's that old. Stafford's broken, so the Rams are about to go full on blow it up, aren't they?
Oh, they're done. I'd be honest. If I was Matthew Stafford, I'd retire. He's got his ring. What good is it to do now to sit and get absolutely battered for the next 2 to 3 years behind a horrific line? At this point, it's just money.
Well, and the Rams shouldn't even consider having him on the team either. He should be up for trade right now because they know they're not going to compete. They know they're not going to go to the playoffs, and they're paying him a ton of money. I mean, even if they could get a 3rd round pick for him, save the money, invest it in some young guys, or roll it over to future years where you can really start to retool with a load of cap space. But having him on the team doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Send him to the Titans or something. That makes sense.
It's bonkers for him to stay there. It really is. And I see the Cardinals are not too far off being in exactly the same kind of mess, to be honest. They've paid all this money for Kyler Murray, who I don't rate. I don't. I think it's quite funny that they list him at 5'10". I've stood next to the man. I can promise you he's not 5'10". He's 4 foot and a fag paper. He's tiny. He's tiny. Like, there's no way. He's not even 6 foot tall with his helmet on. So he's too small. Like, I don't rate the man. I don't think he's going to be very good. And then they're now paying him a fortune to play Warzone.
I do want to just point out for the Americans in the chat what a fag paper is.
That's actually a very good point. My apology. It's a rolling paper if you're rolling your own cigarettes. Yes, my apologies.
That's going to sound really weird. What are you making of the draft overall at the moment? You've mentioned the Seahawks having a quietly good draft. Are there any kind of picks out there that you've really liked from a certain team, or teams otherwise you've just seen that you really like what they've done, or you got kind of differing opinions on teams from the consensus?
No, I think the one that really stuck out for me was how aggressive the Texans were right at the beginning of day one. You know, they went and they got their guy at 2, and then they went and, to be honest, I think they went and got the best player in the draft at number 3 with Will Anderson. That's going to turn out to be a steal.
All right.
So
sorry, that's Riley Moss coming off the board, which was a fan favourite. So
why is he going to shitty Denver? Fuck off, Denver.
Rise
Been a
join
waste
Easy
of
Rants.
talking.
What is it about prospects that somehow are in like the early hundreds overall that get picked slightly higher than that, and it just pisses you off when they're your darlings?
He
There's
was
been
like
a few.
65 on Daniel's Daniel Jeremiah's big board as well. He was top 70, so he's done well. But
But then you've got on the other end of the scale, was it Shoemaker, the tight end, who was consistently rated outside of the top 100, and the Cowboys went and picked him up because they missed out on Kincaid, so it literally boosted him by 30 places.
Very true. It's very true. Nick, we're coming to the end of our time. Talk to us about the 49ers. Sorry?
I was trying to say, before we do, was Spencer Burford talked about? I was just very interested because I loved Spencer coming out of college last year. And how's Spencer done this year?
He's done really well. We've been really happy with him. He did a little bit of chopping and changing with Daniel Brunskill. Brunskill tended to come in to go up against specific players. Dan Brunskill is the anti-Donald. Aaron Donald, for some reason, just cannot play against Daniel Brunskill. There was one game a year and a half ago. He registered 0 tackles, 0 pressures, 0 sacks. We'd call him the anti-Donald or Daddy Brunskill because he owns Aaron Donald. And he used to come in just for very specific players, but Burford is the man for the long run.
Oh, that makes me happy.
Right, yeah, Nick, so talk to us about 49er Faithful. It sounds like you've had a really active time as a group going over there and really growing the community over here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Niners were given the UK one of the 6 teams for the marketing rights. And of course, they own Leeds United Football Club, which it looks like they're about to go for the 100% ownership of the team as well. They're putting in a huge effort for us. We've now we were invited out for the draft again this year. We have UK faithful out out in Kansas right now. We've been seeing the UK Niner flag, specifically at the moment more when the Seahawks have been picking because they're right beside the Seahawks guys out there. But I've got to give a big shout out to Nick Clark of the 49ers. He's the senior fan engagement guy at the 49ers. He's been amazing. Absolutely amazing. Last year, he got us into what's called the gold mine at the stadium. So it's kind of like it's not within the stands itself. It's set slightly off the stands where only fan chapters get invited. So you cannot buy a ticket, but you go and he's like, right, okay, you're going to have to be at the stadium at 10 a.m. We're going to go through some health and safety stuff, yada, yada, yada. And then after that, it is right. We are putting you to work. You are going to scream yourself hoarse by the end of today. If you can still talk, I have not done my job. And it is a case of, the moment you're on defense, it's screaming. It's amazing fun. He really gives it some. He's been traveling over to the UK for our meetups. Initially, we were supposed to have a meetup early in the season, which unfortunately, because of the Queen's passing, that got cancelled on the official side of things. We had to push it back to another game against the Falcons, which unfortunately didn't go so well. We don't have a great record, actually, with our Leeds meetups. We're 0-3 with the Niners coming over.
Oh, wow.
Last year, they turned up for all of the losses. But they're making a huge push with us. The group is going from strength to strength. The Facebook group has 3,000 members now. We're about to hit 5K on Twitter. We've just obviously gone with 49er Faithful UK Live on YouTube. We're getting a really good engagement across there. We've in 6 weeks we've gone up to 500 subscribers.
Wow, that's really good.
It's gone quite well, actually. We've Paul and I, who host the show, have been just absolutely blown away with how well it's gone so quickly. It's been so much fun. It really has. It's the first time that we've really been able to get out there for these sort of things, and long may it continue, really.
Absolutely. That sounds fantastic how well that's been going. So congratulations on the success, and thank you for coming on and donating your time, and hopefully we'll speak to you again soon, potentially in the playoffs.
No doubt about it at all. I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening, gents, and good luck for the season ahead.
Cheers, Nick.
Cheers, guys. See you again.
See the champ game.
Bye. Oh, I'm really sorry, Ant.
It was going to happen.
It makes sense
was.
because they lost Drew Tranquil, so I thought they'd draft
Yeah.
a linebacker like that.
And you know what? I don't have any beef with the Chargers, so he's going to a team where I don't really care about them, which is what I wanted to happen. I just didn't want him to end up in division or with someone that like I disliked. So I'm assuming we got a sub, did we?
We did get a sub. David Reinford gifted a tier 1 sub. It's his 22nd gifted sub on the channel, which is absolutely unbelievable. So thank you, David, for that. I really appreciate it. Take it away, Ant.
I see the running backs are starting to go now.
I love a chain at Miami. I love that pick.
It's a really good pick. I mean, Miami, cautiously, I might slot them in as favourite for the division.
Coming from the Josh Allen stan?
Very cautiously. I'm really fancying what they're doing. They've had a good draft. They've had a good off-season.
So what he's saying is the Bills draft sucks balls. That's what he's saying.
I mean, if you want to read into it, you can. Who've they picked? Osiris Torrance?
And
yeah,
Kincaid.
That's good.
So this is Buffalo. I think Buffalo have had a good draft, but...
Oh, yeah. Yaya Diaby went to the bottom. Oh, that's high for Yaya Diaby.
No.
That's a little...
No,
that's high. That's high.
Not for me, it's not. I had him in the top 60 players for me.
DJ Johnson
in the nicest way possible. I don't think there would be many others who did.
Maybe not.
Possible.
I just think that if he can see his way to the starting lineup for Tampa Bay early, I think he's going to be extremely productive. That's all I'll say. Very slippery guy, can turn around a corner very, very well. He can bend.
So wait, Denver, they got Drew Sanders and Riley Moss. That's something. They're going for their high upside guys there. Potentially,
Niners are trading up with with Minnesota.
I thought they might. What do they need?
Can I just shout out the Chicago Bears for doing everything they can to not give weapons to Justin Fields or offensive linemen? It's absolutely terrific.
So break my heart.
San Fran are in desperate need of offensive line and corners. So is Kelly Ringo still there?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So that's a really good fit for them. They're covered their Seattle free, so that'll be a really good fit for him.
So that could be who they've traded up for. You would assume they're not. Imagine they'd have to give up 2 of those 3 picks, wouldn't they?
There goes Trenton Simpson to Baltimore.
Really good fit for that as well for them. God.
Baltimore doing Baltimore things.
Exactly. I'm waiting for that dreaded pick.
They haven't upset me yet.
Oh man, Simpson's on the thing now, crying his ass off.
Hopefully he's better than Patrick Queen.
It's like
I've
got to go and deal with OBJ shit every day.
And call another shot, my friend.
Our thanks to iTrustworthy Person subscribing with Prime. We're up to 42 paid subs now, guys, on Twitch, which is absolutely incredible. Thank you for doing that, iTrustworthy Person. And if you didn't know, Ant is now going to drink on your behalf.
I was about to say, can we have a shout
out?
That
sounds like a suspicious account, just to make Ant drink. A trustworthy person.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
You're welcome.
Can we just appreciate my sacrifice for the channel here? This is me making a sacrifice for Twitch subs. Chin chin.
A trustworthy person says cheers, and cheers to you.
Cheers, Ash.
I'm bored. Can the Lions trade back up now?
San Fran, right? This is going to be. Oh my God, is he still crying? He must really not want to go there. Right. So Ringo and DeJuan Jones is still there.
Ade, maybe.
Maybe
he can sort of do. He can be. He one of his comps for me was Eric Armstead. So.
So who have we got left? You know what? I just want to sit here and say that Adebore and Ika are still there. Just hashtag justified.
Ooh.
What did they do? Ooh, Jair Brown. Hey,
I
you know
like
what?
him.
I like Jair Brown.
He was super productive this year.
I
would
like the
just
pick.
to say, I would just like to say to James McClure, Jamie is draftable. He is not going to be UDFA, and if he is, and we get him, then I'm God knows what I'm going to do.
I'm pretty sure that me and Rambo said Darius Washington was draftable, and look what happened. Safety's a weird one where they can just fall and fall and fall. I'm just waiting for Chandler Zavala's name to be read out.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. We're getting to that range where one of them is going to go.
So what we got next? Jacksonville. What
yeah.
needs? Edge, tackle, tight end, inside offensive line. What have they taken?
Oh, I missed the Philadelphia Eagles getting Sidney Brown, the safety. I really like that move. That is their replacement for Gardner Johnson because he plays all over.
Really good for them.
Jags. So we have
Pick is in.
Anton Harrison, Brenton Street. So we've got a tight end and we've got an offensive tackle.
Luke G may be joining us again in just a minute.
So they need edge as well. So this could be Adebare.
Yeah.
This could be a landing spot for it. They like those guys. Trayvon Walker, the high athletic upside guys.
Brenton Cox Jr. could be. He's in Florida. He's a night.
Oh, I have a sneaking suspicion this might be Adebare.
Luke G's in the house.
What's going on, fellas?
Didn't hear you too loudly there, Luke. Sorry, come again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm listening to the stream, and I'm listening, and I want to make sure I heard everybody's views right. So just real quick, everybody's view on the tight end was what? Yay, nay?
Yay.
Moderate.
I'm all right with it. Moderate, yeah.
So we had like what? So Steve didn't look like he. Steve on the tight end pick. Yeah, he didn't look like he was feeling it. All right. Well, Ash, you was feeling it?
I'm moderate. I would have personally taken probably Washington, but considering the thing that's coming about his knee, I can see the fit, and it's like a B pick for me, like in the middle.
Okay. And Anthony, you yay or nay with him?
With who? Sorry,
Laporta.
The tight end.
Oh yeah, I like Laporta. I think he's the best scheme. I think he's the best fitting tight end for this team. So yeah, I'm happy enough.
All right, Matt, yay or nay on the tight end?
Like C+. Like it wasn't the tight end I'd pick, and it was a bit higher than I'd want to go for any of the tight ends. But I haven't watched enough tape on him. If you're going to helmet scout, Iowa obviously produce really good tight ends, and from what the guys have said, perhaps I'm just a bit lower on him than I should be.
Okay, and then the next pick we took, Branch, right? And where's it a census yay on that?
That's massive yay.
Oh yeah,
A+.
Massive yay.
Okay, and then we came back and we took who was
Hendon Hooker.
That divided people.
And Matt, what was your yay or nay on Hendon Hooker?
That's probably an A as well for me.
Okay, and Anthony?
I abstain from answering this question.
I mean, I saw your reaction, but I just want to make sure I'm not like.
I give it a C. I'm not utterly thrilled, but I'm not like I don't hate it.
And Ash, what grade or how you view the Hendon Hooker pick?
Again, B+. Considering he was questionably in play at 18 to get him 50 picks later, and I do like it. Like, I can't fault it. Maybe I might have gone a slightly different direction, but it's good value for me as a minimum, a good backup quarterback to give some stability.
Yeah. Okay. So I asked the questions because I wanted to make sure that I was like recapped and making sure that what I saw and what I remember was right. I think the people who gave a low grade to Hendon Hooker have lost their minds. I'm truly under the belief that the people who are hyped out of their world for Branch, but down on Hooker have lost their mind. And it's a reason why. One of the things that I kept hearing all last year when I was saying, hey, you don't need a receiver that's hurt at 12 was how he would, if he wasn't hurt, he would have been the number one best receiver. And I believe if Hendon Hooker wasn't hurt, he would have been a first round pick receiver. I mean, first round pick quarterback. And yet you get him in the third. And you get him in the third when you got a quarterback in Jared Goff, who's on the last year of his deal, because if you let him go next year, you essentially give you all the cap space you need to do whatever. And your backup is Nate Stufffield. And even if Hendon Hooker comes in by accident, let's say he don't even come in. Let's say he don't even play. Don't even care. He's still a better option as a hurt quarterback than Nate Stufffield. And when looking at how the draft went, if you say you like the Branch pick, where Branch is not even a day one starter, you got a guy who not only is going to push your quarterback to never get comfortable, but a guy that literally would have been a top 5 to top 10 pick had he not been hurt. And for the people who says things like, well, look at his age. Okay, let's talk about the age. Let's just explore that for a moment. I didn't remember hearing all the age talks when, people like I heard like Brandon Wheaton got drafted in the first round at 28. Okay, that's not enough. You can go down the list. Phil Simms was taken at 24 years old, and at that time they thought he was old. And Chad Pennington was taken at 23. Kenny Pickett was taken at 23. Like, what's the difference between 24 and 20? You're not getting a 21-year-old quarterback. It's just not. The guy played all of his years of eligibility. So you got a guy who was coached up from his dad, who was a quarterback, who had connections to other people in the quarterback room. He was the most accurate quarterback in this draft from last season. He was on his way, had he not got hurt, to breaking all sorts of records. And yet we got Lions fans who was hyped about taking a hurt receiver, a hurt tight end, a linebacker, and Malcolm Rodriguez, who at best should have been a special teams guy. And you get a guy who can potentially be on the same level in part as Russell Wilson, who was taken in the third round because, he's short, apparently. And it's all because he's 25 and injured? What? I'm confused. I'm absolutely stunned and confused by the logic of our fan base who hate this. Even if he don't get in until he's 27, we act as if though he's taking damage in those 2 years. He's not. When if you take a running back and the running back is taking a lot of hits, most people will argue, okay, the running back who took a lot of carries, he's got a lot of mileage on his wheels. Hendon Hooker doesn't have that. When I'm looking at quarterbacks average, at least playing until they're 35. So if he starts at 27 and he ends up being really, 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 really good, and he plays till he's 37, that's 10 years. Is he still close to an average of where most of these quarterbacks are playing? I just don't follow how we can hype up a tight end. We can hype up a hurt receiver. We can hype up a guy who's not going to be a day one starter, but we can't show love and support to the quarterback that we absolutely need. It blows my mind.
So, Luke, as someone who's given it an A, let me give you the pushback from me on what you've just said. For me personally, Hooker, if healthy, his ceiling as a prospect would have been back end of the first round. I would not have taken him higher than 25 to 30. I don't believe he was a top 10, top 15 pick. And the reason I don't think that is because although he was accurate, Tennessee run this really weird super spread scheme. Like, if you think air raid doesn't exist in the NFL, like, this is that, but souped up. Like, his reads were really simple, just one read system, and it was schemed to get his guys open really quickly. So whilst he was accurate doing what he was doing, he wasn't really being asked to read the field particularly much, and he was being asked to make some of the more simple, shorter throws. Now, he was also an excellent deep ball passer, which offsets that, and I acknowledge that. But the system he was running was basic for a quarterback to run. That's not a knock on him particularly. It just means he needs to learn a more pro-style system when he comes into the NFL. And as a guy who's going to come in as a backup, if you actually want him to come in relief for Jared Goff, it means that you need to change the entire offense to facilitate what he can do. And I think unless someone out there runs an RPO-based system regularly, we do a little bit of RPO, but not very much, the entire offense has to change to fit him. So that limits his ceiling in the first few years. And you said if he doesn't play, that's absolutely fine. He's a better backup than Nate Sudfeld. And you're absolutely right. There's a reason why I think this is an A-grade pick. And it is because he's got that amazing ability with his legs as well as the deep ball throw. So there are massive, massive redeeming features. And if he hits and Goff leaves after 2 years when his contract finishes because Hooker's the guy, and he comes in and does amazingly well, I would not be surprised. But you said if he plays to 37, we get 10 years of him, or 12 years of him, that's perfect. But you're looking at a small percentage of quarterbacks to make it to that point in their career. The majority of quarterbacks still retire at 32, 31. So when you're looking at age, if you look at the average quarterback, he has one contract and then a small amount of another contract before, on average, he's going to retire. Now, you're not taking him for the average, you're taking him for the upside that he hits, and I get that. But it's hard to make the argument that you say, if he gets to 37, well, the likelihood is he doesn't make it to 37. And when one of the upsides about Hooker is his athletic rushing upside, even though he's fully healthy now, the ACL injury has to worry you a little bit if his rushing ability is one of his selling points. So I think the upside is there to make the pick a bit later on, because his ceiling is one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. The deep ball throwing is terrific, the rushing ability is great, and he is an accurate thrower, but he needs to learn to read the field. So there's significant growth which has to happen, significant learning, and he's an older prospect. It might take 2 years before he can actually run a pro-style offense. So now we're going back to college play. Like, that's what we will turn into, a college offense if Jared Goff goes down injured, and that's not great for the rest of the guys on our team. So I see the upside and I see the downside, but that's why he was always like I would have maybe picked him at 30 if he had stayed healthy. That's where I'm at, and I hope that sounds fair as an evaluation, because there's significant upside and downside with him.
So here's what I heard. Okay, here's what I heard. You don't believe in Ben Johnson. That's what I heard, because to me, I don't care about the offense he ran in college. We are at pick 93. You ain't finna tell me that all 93 of these players that's been drafted have been drafted and done in pro-style offenses and defenses. No, that's not what's going on here. The reality is if you're telling me you trusted Ben Johnson to get him up the par, sure, you don't have to change anything for him. You don't have to change the whole offense for him. The idea that, there's a small few who makes it to the 30 age and they retire at 32. You know why? Because they're generally being picked by more terrible teams who are not prepared and not suited. He's coming to a team that's run first. You talk about the short throws based in that same offense, right? But I hate to be the bearer of bad news, because one of the things Jared Goff did and has done and continue to do is throw the ball freaking short. There is no threat of a deep ball whatsoever with Jared Goff. There is no threat of that at all. I can't tell you how many times I've watched him underthrow the guy that you talked about. You talked about the ACL injury and his ability to run. I haven't heard a single person question the ability to run from Jameson Williams with the ACL injury, and all of his speed was built off of that ACL injury. So I'm just trying to say, if we're going to have these critiques, let's do it evenly across the board. If there was no concern for Jameson Williams and his ACL and him losing any speed, and he was worthy of being took 12th overall, even though he couldn't help you this year, then why not just look at it and say, guess what? His ceiling is just not just, or I mean, the floor is not just at worst a backup, in my opinion. I think he will take the spot. I think he would take the spot from them, from Jared Goff. I think it will allow us to free up more cap space. And then at the worst case scenario, if it doesn't work out, it don't work out. You're probably picking high again any dang old way. But the reality is, for a team that has the line that it has, for a quarterback who don't run that much in Hendon Hooker, and for you to be a run first team, this is a slam dunk pick, in my opinion.
I see that point of view, I really do. The only thing I push back on is you say, where was the concern for the ACL for Jameson Williams? But if you want to argue the point about being fair, you have to argue the person you're arguing against, and I had concerns about Jameson Williams and his ACL. I know the majority of fans may not have felt that way, but when you argue against someone, it isn't about what the majority of fans think, because the majority of fans, with the greatest will in the world to people who are watching, are morons. And actually the problem is, but the other thing is, 70% of the fans think this, and then on a different issue, a different 70% of fans think that, and then on a different issue, a different 70% of fans think that, and then we go, oh, all of this 70% of fans think the same thing, and it's like, actually, no, they're different subsets of fans arguing different things, so they're not all morons in the same way, or they're not thinking about things critically or logically in some areas, but then they are in others. So to say these guys who are thinking about Jameson Williams and the ACL, you don't like that, but with Hendon Hooker, it's okay, or vice versa. But they're not the same subset of people all the time, and so it makes it really hard to make that argument.
Now, let me ask you a question, because I my memory ain't the best, but I do remember things that I remember. When the Lions selected Jameson Williams at 12, what grade did you give that pick? Because I'm almost sure you gave it a B+.
That probably sounds about right. I would have been hyped about the upside, but I would have been concerned about the injury. So I think B+ is probably fair, but I've given this pick an A, so...
Right, so what I'm saying is, you're giving the pick an A, right? But the concerns that you raise in terms of the pushback is where I'm confused, because, and I know you got to push back because you gotta have the opposition's point of view. My thing is, I'm watching a lot of these different things, and I'm telling you, I don't think people realize this. He could be better than Russell Wilson, who was taken in the 3rd round by the Seattle Seahawks, and since that worked with Russell Wilson that year, because guess what? They were able to establish the run. They were able to have players who were explosive. They were able to do certain things. And Russell Wilson didn't even have a line. He would have a line. I just think that the Hendon Hooker pick, in my opinion, had he not been hurt, he would have 100% been a 1st-round talent. You got him in the 3rd. And I don't see how anyone can be upset with this. Is if you're telling me that you trust in Jared Goff that much, then tell me that you're ready to sign him to a 4-year deal closer to $50 million. Because if Lamar got 52, what's the other guy I'm thinking of? Jalen Hurts got 55. 55. No, if he got 50.
He got 50.
Yeah,
he got 50. He got 50 because they said Lamar got more than Jalen Hurts. So
yes.
He got 50. What's the guy for the Giants? Daniels got 45s. Or Jones, yeah, he got 45. You telling me if Jared Goff, if you're that confident, you're telling me you better be prepared to tell me that you're going to take not you, man. I'm just saying in general for the fans who are against this. You better be telling me you're prepared to give him a 3 to 4 year extension. And I'm telling you, I'm not. I have a quarterback who is going to be allowed to sit and learn under this system, be coached by this coaching staff and this team, and he's going to come into it with 2 quality running backs, two quality receivers, an offensive line, and good coaches. I don't see how this is a miss. This is 100% home run.
I don't know where to go from here, Luke. So if I take the argument in the opposite way, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but I just want to double check. If you were okay with the ACL for Hooker, I presume that you are high on Williams too.
No.
But that was to do with his play or the ACL?
So my issue with the Hooker, my issue with the Jameson Williams pick was you took him 12th overall and you traded up 20 spots to get him, right? And you took a guy 12th overall in the season where you needed people to play and start day one. He wasn't going to help you at all that year. On top of that, the offense ended up still having a top 3 scoring offense without him. And so at this point, I'm trying to figure out, okay, did the Steelers just take Darnell Washington?
Yes, they did, yeah.
That's an elite tight end duo.
Holy smokes. Okay. So with looking at what they did with that, I'm thinking to myself, you took Aiden, let's keep going and solve the problem and take the linebacker. You traded up, take the linebacker, or take the secondary guy. Well, they didn't. They took a receiver who couldn't help you this year. And now he's not even really going to be able to help you this upcoming year because he's suspended 6 games. And so now when I looked at the injury, it wasn't the fact that he had an ACL injury. It's the fact that he couldn't help you the first year. There's only one position I'm willing to let sit and heal and do it, and that's quarterback.
Don't spoil it for us, Ash. Unless it's just news.
We're trading up to 95.
Ooh, Lions are on the clock. Thank you very much. That'll do. And who's it going to be?
Mute.
Oh, fuck.
Who the hell is still left at this point?
So I think this could be A.T. Perry. I think this could be... A.T. Perry is potentially my top guy that I'd like here.
I mean, I hate to say it, but Kelly Ringo could be on the board here if they want to go corner again. I mean, I would like receiver to be the next pick, so I'm not sure. I don't know at this point in time.
What about Kai Blue Kelly?
This is all the other. They're not going to trade up for him. They're not going to trade up for him. I love Q Blue, but they're not going to trade up for him. This smacks of this is going to be a lineman, I reckon, in some form or the other. It might be one of the tackles they think is going to fall. You can use DeJuan Jones as a 6th lineman and a specific run blocking guy in this system, and you can train him to be a tackle over time because he's got a lot of refinement.
Suggestions from the chat. Chandler Savala. Who else was on there? Tyler Scott.
No.
So it's 95 for 122, 139, 169.
Oh my god.
That is heavy.
That
is a lineman. Oh my god, please do not be Siaki Ika.
What about Dylan Horton?
Sick. No, I'll be sick with that. I love Dylan Horton.
I think they're taking the guy out of Michigan, Morris. I think it's gonna be like a DN.
Not Morris. No. He's awful.
Listen, watch. They love Michigan people.
Bennett, maybe.
Jacorian Bennett would be.
That's a lot to give up. That is a lot to give up. I feel like
so. We gave up what picks again?
We've given up the 4th round pick, and we've given up the 5th and the 6th. Is it?
Yeah. So it's 122, 139, 169 for
that's
Bengals
a lot of capital.
That's what I mean. I feel like that can't be for a corner. So it's Hang on, who is still on the board at this point here?
So this is the first
defensive
comp pick,
line.
then 96. Yeah.
You know what?
I'd love it.
I'm gonna do the most Brad Home thing, Anthony. I'm gonna do the most Brad Home thing, and I'm just gonna simply take best available player, not best available player for need, but best available player,
which is,
and it's Ringo.
I just don't think I don't think he's a scheme fit, like Ash said, and I think his attitude probably rules him out. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Adabare.
Oh, fuck that! No way.
I feel like because he's been doing best. He's been doing a quote unquote best player available left on boards, right?
I don't know. I feel like this could be a receiver as well. This is Xavier Hutchinson.
Well, Ringo gone already.
Yeah. So tomorrow we've only got 152 and 249.
So that's just turned into a. That's why we've been stockpiling all these picks to get. This is going to be someone very. Oh, please be Puka Nacua.
It's going to be Cameron Young. Absolutely. Watch. It's going to be like Cameron Young because Ringo's gone.
I would go nuts if that was the case.
I think we're significantly behind you, Luke.
Yeah, I'll mute myself down. I'm going to mute down until the pick is made.
Yeah,
y'all behind me.
I think we're several minutes behind you.
Oh well, it looked like we're not. Oh no, I see what happened. Never mind. I see what happened. I didn't realize that my mouse was by me, and I clicked it, so it took him off the screen. That's my bad.
Oh,
he's still up. He's definitely still up there.
So I've just got the Bengals making their pick now.
Yes, I have as well.
Yep. Yeah, that's what my screen shows too. But
they've got so Bengals.
I cannot wait. I can see it already.
Carl Brooks.
Have Cincy taken a tight end yet?
I think Cincy is going to go with Antonio Johnson or one of them safeties, like J.K. Skinner or something.
So they've already taken DJ Turner, haven't they? So that way it won't be Kelly Ringo. Let's have a look.
Ooh, you were right, Luke.
Ooh, hey, that's good value for that.
It's one of them. It had to be one of them safeties because they lost. What's his name? Bates.
Yeah, Jesse Bates.
They lost Bates, and then they already had invested in Dex Hill, but this guy gives them somebody that can be a little bit more physical. So, yeah, I figured it had to be one of those safeties. Now Detroit, on the other hand, because they're doing this best player available crap at this point. Yeah.
What about us taking one of those safeties?
No. Because you got that's what you. So basically, you took a slot corner and Branch, yay, and you got Kirby, you
got Tracy,
I mean, this is just the reality.
I think there's a good chance this might be this could be the Jones.
If I'm going to be a betting man based on what is left,
here we go.
I think it's going to be an offensive tackle. I think it's going to be Jones from Ohio State. He looks like the next highest one, in my opinion. It's either be like a tackle or a D tackle. It's one of them.
What?
Holy shit!
What is that? Number 500 on the board.
Yeah,
I have absolutely nothing on him.
I think he's a nose tackle. He's a nose tackle.
And Brad Holmes we trust, right?
Yeah, give me a sec.
That's a nose. That's a nose, all right.
I'm doing some Google. I'll do some Googling for us.
He got more tackles for a loss in sacks than Matthew Smith, so I mean, it ain't that bad.
that is a lot to give up for. I mean, I'll trust that. I know nothing about him. That's my extensive college experience. I have done nothing on Broderick Martin.
I have no clue. I would literally have to do research in Broderick Martin. I
mean, that fills our last massive need. Let's be honest. There is no DT was still a need we had, and I guess if you're going to bring a guy in, if you feel that Benito and Bugs are guys who can give you a year or two while you train this guy up, that's fine. So
now, let me just make sure I'm clear about this. We are in the third round, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Unacceptable. You I don't want to hear about training up nothing. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Train up. No. You just from what they just traded away. Now I'm not the smartest person in the room, but I'm just saying for what they just traded away, I gotta train. Nah, no.
Here we go. So Broderick Martin this year, so he's 6'5", 330 pounds. This year, 71.9 defense grade, 69.1 run defense, 72.4 tackling, 77.5 pass rushing, 65.7 coverage. He got 23 tackles, 2 sacks, 2 sacks, 2 hits, 19 hurries, 2 batted passes. 5.6% missed tackle rate, 16 run stops, 2 forced fumbles, and then 5 penalties. Mostly lined up in the 304 snaps in the A gaps as a nose tackle, 221 in the B gap, and then 7 in a sort of edge alignment.
James A. McClaw, 100 bits in the Twitch chat just to cheer everyone up in the room after that pick. He says the RAS score for this guy is 2.15, apparently.
I don't care about RAS for a nose tackle.
Well, this is the first. Well, it breaks Brad Holmes' streak, though. Before this, he had not taken someone with a RAS lower than 8 in the first 3 rounds as Lions GM.
Yeah, I couldn't care less about RAS for a nose tackle. That is what it is. They're not. I want a guy who can stuff the run, who can be a menace in there. I don't want a guy who can run a 40 quick.
So there goes my two potential nulls on the Lions. Not happening anymore. Won't get Jamie. And we won't get Koo.
Antonio Johnson is still there.
So let's just look from the DT class. So you've got at this point.
That tells you how much they didn't like Siaki Ika.
Yeah. I feel vindicated. So Carl Brooks is there. So he's got above Jared Clark, who's the nose tackle from Coastal Carolina, who I quite like. He's not gone yet. So if they've taken him above Jared Clark, that is an endorsement and off, because Jared Clark is one of the better nose tackles in this draft class. So he's there. You got Viliami Fahok, who's still there. You've got Dylan Horton. Dilly Horton's still there. Jonah Tavai is still there. Lonnie Phelps is the edge, but
Kendra Coburn and as well.
You've got some good tackles still on the board, so that is an endorsement for him to be drafted above some of those guys. If we'd have been doing this, then I'd have loved Jared Clark, but I mean,
okay.
So you've got a point now. We've got 2 picks left tomorrow, I guess. Your 7th round pick you're spending on a kicker or whatever, or a long snapper, and then you've got 1 throwaway pick. That's got to be offensive line now. I am surprised that they haven't done offensive line at all this draft. So I'm going to nail my colours to the mast now. It's offensive line and special teams tomorrow, and that's that.
It's still a lot of linebackers that I'm surprised are still on the board. Like the Henry, I'm not going to try to pronounce that name since I'm not going to do it to myself. Ivan Pace Jr. is still out there. Noah Sewell is still out there. Cam Jones is still out there. It's a lot. Isaiah Moore. It's a lot of freaking linebackers. Other positions that they could, it's the 3rd round. I hate to say this, but it's the 3rd round. There wasn't no quality interior offensive guards
Zavala. There's Zavala. He could honestly, if a team drafts him, he could start for quite a few teams in the league.
I'm just saying
it's Holmes was doing so well as well. He was sort of dragging us back at Browns have just taken Ika.
He's a top 100 player.
See, I understand why they're doing that. They're just trying to get people to take up space. That's all.
I would just like to say that is I love that. The fact that we have just said, get lost to see. And people panned me for my views on Siaki Ika. I know on Luke's channel, some of them love Siaki Ika. And I said, no, the guy's a bust. He's terrible.
I did a field study on it. Remember when you said, and I was like, yeah, let me just show y'all what he's talking about.
Yeah.
So
from Western Kentucky, you actually got a system which is producing at the minute. So you had D'Angelo Malone come out last year. You have a very good defensive line coach at Western Kentucky right now. So for a CUSA team to constantly be pumping out prospects into the draft, it shows they've got good positional coaches and they know what they're doing. So as far as the team is coming from, I trust that system because that Western Kentucky team has been very good. They've just been coming up against the UTSA giant in that conference. So he's coming from a team that at the moment is producing good pedigree with the D-line.
Ash, what were you going to say before?
Do you want to hear how PFF described the pick?
Yeah.
Martin is the discount store version of Jordan Davis.
Oh. Okay.
All right, that alarms me because Pro Football Focus said that.
Yeah, so you got that, and then you've got so Draft Network did an interview with him as well, and
Jake Moody. Jake Moody is a top 100 pick.
Umbrella.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
and he's shivering in his doubloons. So Martin supposedly said in his interview with the Draft Network, when a team wants to run the football, I find that disrespectful. They think they can run the ball. That's disrespectful. I take that personally. Does that not sound like a Dan Campbell guy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not killing anything. I mean, but a third round pick.
Yeah, it's
so. Are we going to agree, Luke, that Broderick Martin would be a better pick than Jake Moody in the third round?
Honestly, for the Lions,
don't do this to me, Luke.
For the Lions, I this is how I put it. I didn't want Jake Moody.
Me neither.
I just didn't want him. And as much as I tried to make myself like him, no. Like, no. So I mean, I'm cool. But I'm not ready to. I mean, it's much of the same. I'm not until I can find more. I'm literally scouring to find information on this guy. I'm trying to see like any film that I can see that stands out for me to see this guy. And I want to see like what is he doing. And if I can find that, then I can get an idea of what's going on. I can kind of say, oh, okay, this is what it looks like.
I know for San Francisco that they had like 11 picks from 99 and down, and they've traded up above 99, and then this is 99 overall. But they don't have many high picks. They only had 1 or 2 day 2 picks. Spending one on a kicker. I know that our guest was saying they don't need any starters or anything like that. Getting rotational and backup guys is kind of important. And as Luke was saying, there's plenty of good players on the board. I'm sorry, Jake Moody's a fine kicker. I don't want to draft him. I don't have a draftable grade on him. But, you know, if you want, fine. But what the fuck are they doing?
Caddies doesn't have anything for him. God damn it.
Jake Moody?
Oh, well, with Jake Moody, we'll just know he'll miss simple kicks when he shouldn't. So.
Roderick Martin. I mean, just watch Western Kentucky, I guess. They'll have Western Kentucky tape.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm literally just watching, like, I really just found, like, whole games, and I'm just, like, scouring it, just trying to look at him. I can tell you right now, he's, from what I'm seeing in terms of people getting off the line of scrimmage, he's the last. Like, every snap I've seen so far, he's been the last to come off the line of scrimmage on the snap.
In fairness, Luke, how many nose tackles aren't? Again, these are the big fucking bulky guys which are 350 odd pounds. I wouldn't be expecting an elite get off from them.
No, you have to, and I'll tell you why. Because you can look at people like Vincent Wilford, you can look at Vea, you can look at so many of these other big guys, even Jordan Davis included. They're quick off the snap, and so I do look at that in terms of how fast you get off of it.
So Vita Vea and Jordan Davis were both picks in the teens, Luke. This is pick 90. This is a different
but I
set of rules here.
I feel like in the third round at this point, like this gonna sound nuts, but like I gotta go back and find the guy's name that I was because I'm drawing blank because I'm up here like watching this, trying to not miss a single thing.
I'm curious as to which beat writer is trying to claim this. Has any of the beat writers gone, yeah, he was my guy?
Oh, it's gonna be somebody that's gonna lie and say that he was my guy. I guarantee you.
I can't lie on this one. I have watched prospects all the way down to round 7 in this draft. I have done extensive research this year, and even I've not come across him and had him on my board.
Yeah, I have no clue for him. Like there's like you know how usually you can be like, oh, I know nothing.
all of the beat writers I'm looking now at Twitter, they're all just as confused as us. So Carl Minicki says the Lions have traded up for someone named Broderick Martin in the third round. I'll be honest, I had no idea who that was until I looked it up. You've got I've just scrolled past it, and then him again a few minutes ago tweeted his Raz picture like, I'm really eager to find out what Brad Holmes says about this evaluation considering the low score. They're just as confused as we are.
Yeah, I would have rather they went with the receiver Charlie Jones out of Purdue.
You love your old prospects, don't you, Luke?
Listen, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. But for me, it's about the talent. I'm not like I want the talent. I when it comes to football or basketball or any of those sports, give me the talent. And I'm not being funny when I say this, right? Receivers come a dime a dozen. Who's going to have more impact? Taking a receiver in the third round or this guy? Like, I'm still looking at clips of him, but I'm like, okay.
Trey Tucker. God.
That rounds out the top 100, and there are 2 more picks left in day 2.
So, Marvin Mims is still on the board, I believe.
No, Mims is gone.
Oh, was he gone?
Mims went in the 60s.
He went to Panthers, didn't he?
That's a good fit for
him,
he
went to Denver, 63.
Denver.
I had Marvin Mims as a draft fantasy sleeper, so if he's ended up at Denver, that'll be good for him. Is Xavier gone?
No.
So Xavier's on the board. I mean, Keishon Boute's on the board. Michael Wilson's still on the board. A.T. Perry's still on the board.
Wilson's not. He got took by the Cardinals.
For Trey Turner to be up there, that's something. Hey, Luke. Interesting question. Did you think Jalen Reed was going to get drafted so high? I think that was very high for him. I like him, but I think that was incredibly high for him. Because you're a Spartan, aren't you?
I am. I didn't think that he would get taken that high, but I'm happy that he got taken where he got taken. Do that make sense?
Yeah.
Like
Latu comes off.
Huh?
Cameron Latu just came off the board.
I love Cameron Latu.
Sorry, Luke.
So no, you're good. No, you're good. I was just like, wait a minute, make sure I'm not missing anything, because so like I look at Reed similar to how I look at Tajay Spears. Tajay Spears going to the Tennessee Titans is a perfect situation. You know, he's going to get a chance to come in and be some relief and do some things, right? You know, he's like going to have an opportunity, right? Like it's going to present a very good opportunity for him, where it's not like, hey, you got to be the guy. And after watching him against the damn USC, I was sold. Like he had my attention. Like I genuinely was like, oh. And so off rip, I don't know if I would say it was too high, because I don't believe in positional value.
No, you're like me, Luke. That's why I love you.
Yeah, I if you get the guy and he balls out, I can care less. People forget John Randall wasn't drafted. Warren Moon had to fight his way into an opportunity to get into a quarterback spot and he wasn't drafted. And I think these different stories indicate that, yeah, just because a person don't get drafted or something like that, it doesn't mean you got to come into a situation that's ideal for you. And that's how I look at it. I look at it like, if you're going to come into it, a situation that allows for you to go to a team like the Packers, where you're not going to be asked to be the number one receiver right away. You're not going to be asked to be the number two receiver. You're going to be asked to be like the number 3 to 4 receiver and be available. Where he's going to be special for Jordan Love is Jordan Love move. He's good at tracking the quarterback to move with him. And I love that for him. I just don't know if I'm going to say like, yeah, he was higher, the position of value. I just don't buy it. That's my issue. I don't buy the position of value thing. Now let me just tell y'all, this damn game is about, it just say right here, 3 hours, and I'm stumped. I'm gonna go to a different game, but right now, in terms of Mr. Martin, I am stumped.
So
right,
the Vikings' run on cornerbacks continues.
Yeah,
trying to still get that position.
So that's the last pick of the evening, with Mekhi Blackman going at 102 to the Vikings. Let's just quickly discuss. It's 4:15 in the morning, so 5 minutes before we get some sleep, because we're back at 11 in the morning UK time, 6 a.m. Eastern time to review day 2 and preview day 3. So we need to get some sleep. But very briefly, the Lions selected Sam Laporta 34, Brian Branch at 45, Hooker at 68, and then just traded up to 96 to select the nose tackle Broderick Martin. All in all, taking into account the entire lot, what do we make of the haul, boys?
C. It's a C. It's a C for me. Like my attitude to it is all this like draft grades to me are getting to a point where I can't even trust them no more. So everything is just a C if I got to give it a grade. As far as I'm concerned, I'll know immediately who's got the dog in him and who don't, and I'll know by year 3 if it was a waste or not. It's that simple. With Okuda, I knew right away like it's just not gonna work. It's not worth a top 10 pick. With Jerry Swift, I knew he would be a dog at running back. What I didn't expect was for him to be disrespected every step of the way of him being here. So, it's just see. I want to see what they're gonna do.
And Ash,
so I love the first half. I love Sam Laporta. I think he's exactly what we need. Very physical tight end who will help us in the run game, who will help blocking, and has receiving upside to him. Loyal to a T, to an absolutely... I don't even have the word to say how bad that Iowa offense is. He stayed loyal to that team. That, for me, shows a lot. The characteristics, the leadership, everything you want. And him and Mitchell, I think, are going to be great at tight end for us. So I like that. I love Branch. I've spoken about Branch enough. That is a stupendous pick out there. That's one of the best picks we've done in this draft. Absolutely love it. After that, I mean, Hooker's going to be a backup quarterback for us, and Broderick Martin, I need to see more of. I'm not going to pass judgment on him now because I have not come across him really. So we've got 2 starters right away, 2 guys who could potentially start who will build into big parts of this team. Hooker, I mean, I'm on the outside here. I don't think it's good. And then we've got nose tackle, but with Benito and, as I say, Bugs here, we can let this guy grow. We can develop him. We can turn him into, hopefully, great nose tackle. We need help against the run. If they feel like this is the guy to help us stuff the run, then so be it. They've obviously found guys higher up in the draft. This is going to be a development phase. Let's do it. So, I think we'll be okay. I think I'll wake up in the morning and I'll be all right.
Ash?
Yeah, I can agree. Laporta, while it probably wouldn't be the tight end I would have picked, I can get why in the fit and that. Branch, I absolutely love. Top 15 player for me, and we've managed to get him that late. Hooker, I can see why we took him. Going to be a good backup quarterback at the very least, and with potential upside and at a value place. And now with Broderick Martin, I can see why we've took him. I can see the role he's going to have on the team. But again, when there's other players on the board, I'd even take as Addy over him, because obviously I'm probably more on the free. We need a free tech more than we need a nose tackle right now kind of train. But I can see why, and listen to it quickly. The tiny bit of his interviews currently doing. Again, you can hear some of the stuff that's made the team fall in love with him, the struggle he's had to go through. So obviously he's had a similar journey to Breeze in a way, and obviously I'll elaborate tomorrow. So I can see why we've done it. But yeah, it's just if it was the branch pick on its own, it's like an A-star, but the whole Dares as a whole, B-.
I love Jeremy Reisman. I just want to say he tweeted out, rather have a nose tackle with a 7th round grade than a 3rd round kicker. Fight me on it. I'm like, yeah, Jeremy, you speak for us all.
I'm there with it too. My snap grade is a B+. I'm high on Hooker at that position and what he provides us, as a floor for the backup quarterback position. Branch is a day one starter, but not for this team, and therefore that's absolutely exceptional. I said before, there's lots of looks. If you get him and CJ on the field at the same time, you can do lots of different stuff with that. So lots of disguises, lots of really freaky stuff. And Branch, I just absolutely love him as a prospect. Sam Laporte is a day one starter at tight end. And then the DT, I've got to do my research, so I will just make that neutral. B+. And if Martin is good, I can push it to an A-. If he's bad, at the end of the day, we've given up a lot for him, but it's picks that I think we maybe didn't need to make, and we didn't have those picks until we traded down from some slots too, so it's not like we've actually lost any picks that we didn't have to begin with, so oh well, I don't really care.
I love Riz's write-up on him, which is 3 words long. Big motherfucker.
Yeah, that's fair. Right, it's just time for me to let you guys know about what's coming up for the remainder of our draft shows. Again, like I just said, we'll be reviewing day 2 and looking ahead to day 3 at 6 a.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. UK time, before our coverage for day 3 kicks off at 11:40 a.m. Eastern. That's 4:40 p.m. UK time, and we'll be joined by the following guests: CJ from the Vikings World Order, Dog Pound East from the Cleveland Browns, Raider Ryan, the LA Chargers, that's Sean Black from NFL Scotland, Indianapolis Colts UK, Bear Down Chicago, UK Steelers podcast, Brit Jag from the Jacksonville Jaguars, Transatlantic Titans, and the Red, White, and Buffalo Blues. So it's a stacked day of guests. It's a bit of a grind, day 3, but it's good fun too. So I hope you can join us for that. Thank you for sticking with us through day 2. It's been eventful. 4 trades now for the Lions in the entire draft. It's been 5 trades for the Lions in this draft. So eventful. There's lots to break down. I hope you can join us for it. But for now, for Ant and Ash and Luke and Tom and Steve and Ryan and all the guests that we've had, let's go, Lions. One Pride.
One Pride.
One Pride.